Good morning. Just we are beginning with the presentation of our dear colleague Isabel Rey. She is the main researcher at the Institute Ramon Pinheiro para la Recherche, and it's a colleague that had collaborated with the association since some years ago. Thank you for coming, and please, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning to all of you. And firstly, I would like to thank Mr. Ruiz Soares for inviting me to take part in this colloquium. From the Ramon Pinheiro Research Center of the Xunta de Galicia, where I lead a project on Galician phraseology, we closely follow the evolution of this colloquia in Tavira. We have an archive in our database the proceedings of all the meetings, and we offer you our warmest congratulations for this great work. Now, getting down to the subject I bring before you today, namely the problem of the meta-language of phraseology and the need for its homogenization, I have to say that this is an act of vindication, and I hope that together we can find a solution. In the title, 2 words illustrate my purpose: problem and need. With them, I intend to raise awareness of an aspect of everyone talks about as soon as they approach phraseology, but which no one remits. This aspect is the great terminological chaos that exists in the meta-language of phraseology. In my speech, therefore, I intend to demonstrate that this chaos exists and is acknowledged by all, that this chaos has great consequences, that the meta-language of a discipline is its trademark, that it is necessary to recognize it so that these trademarks favors phraseology and perimology, and finally, that it is up to us, the phraseologists and perimologists, how to do it. So this is the outline of my speech. Since it is no longer necessary at this stage to define what phraseology is, especially in the context of this 16th edition, I will limit myself to saying that since the emergence of the discipline, more than a century ago, this field still suffers from a fluctuating and sometimes contradictory terminology to designate itself, its object of study, its subcategories, as well as its properties and other concepts linked to the discipline. As far as its proper name as a discipline is concerned, the general consensus that there is nowadays to call it phraseology in almost all languages has not been easy to achieve. Thus, the reservations that arose in the second half of the 20th century about this word are reflected in this quotation from Howard Turn in 1978. The quotation is first in German, but you have here in the screen the translation into English. I don't read it, you can read it on the screen. And these objections explain the few attempts that have been made to call it differently. First in German, like idiomatic by Berger and Hacksche and Sherman, or idiomatology in English by Mackay or Kafka. Even so, the word phraseology managed to prevail over the others terms. However, where consensus is most lacking is in naming its object of study. Where there's the greatest terminological chaos is when it comes to designating the different elements that make up this discipline. This problem was first highlighted in the last third of the 20th century by Chern and Pilz. Oh yes, sorry, here. Thus, this problem, however, is still valid today, as can be seen in the light of what Flor Martinez points out. You have the quotation here, first in Spanish and then in English. You can read it. And this confusion occurs in many languages, causing imbalances between them in terms of both the number of terms and their definitions. Now, what types of consequences this chaos implies? There are various consequences. One, from the existence of a profusion of pseudo-synonymous terms, where traditional terms are mixed, to which new meanings are given, and neologisms that are created with supposedly new meanings, but which are not, to the presence of confusion in the limits to designate different objects and notions, as indicated by García Paje, and now there you have the quotation, first in Spanish and then in English. The second consequence is on the different concepts used to define the object of study of phraseology and its subcategories. For example, two terms such as fixation or lexicalization, which refer to related concepts in almost all languages, do not have the same antonymies in those same languages. Spanish speaks of delexicalization, not desfixation, with synonyms such as desautomatizations or lexical manipulations, while others, such as French or English, prefer the antonym formed from fixation, that is, figement for French, frozeness for English, namely défigement or unfrozenness, with their own synonyms, such as détournement for French or defrosting for English. The third consequence now has implication for the very delimitation of the field of phraseology, with a division between specialists who have a very restrictive view of phraseology, like García Paje, who limits phraseology to locutions, and others who defend a much broader one, like Corpustor or myself, which include locutions, collocations, pragmaterms, and paremias, and other implications on its own status as a discipline, since for someone it is a sub-discipline of lexicology, and for others it is an autonomous discipline, although related to others. And finally, the fourth consequence is about the multiple typologies that exist in all languages, which are very necessary to classify the great diversity of elements that make up the pluriverbality of the language. All this leads us then to agree with the statement made by Pamiers Bertrand, who declares phraseology to be in a state of backwardness, which affects the knowledge of the discipline itself with respect to other levels of the language, such as syntax, morphology, semantics, or phonetics. Now, towards solutions, possible solutions. In the light of these consequences, it is essential to achieve a universal meta-language of phraseology at an international level. For this purpose, one of the solutions would be to include the terms of phraseology and paremiology in the list of the UNESCO nomenclature and thesaurus. How and why? How? By the creation of a project aimed exclusively at achieving such a universal terminology, such as the Metaphrase project. But about UNESCO nomenclature and UNESCO thesaurus, the problem is that the nomenclature thesaurus, is a totally obsolete system. And what about that problem? In a book made by Ruiz Martinez, Baños Moreno, and Martínez Béjar in 2014, you can read an evolution from the emergence of this nomenclature in 1966 to the last date, 1988, the last year when this nomenclature was updated. From this year, it remained unchanged. The problem are the impact this nomenclature still have on our production, scientific production as scholars. So, what is this impact? Nomenclature, UNESCO nomenclature is still used to measure the level of scientific publication, to measure the scientific activity of research groups, to submit applications for research projects, to apply for grants, to include any thesis in some databases. In short, in view of the continuing impact of this nomenclature, either it should be updated or it should no longer be used. Of course, we're in favor in it being updated because the classification systems that alternate with it in order to complement it lack standardization and fall short of being universal. The nomenclature had achieved these two conditions at the time, and it is a pity that it no longer has them. Now, for our consolation, is that the UNESCO thesaurus is still open, and we can read this on its site. Oh, sorry. This site continuously is enriched and updated. So, and the last date of the update is last September. So, we have done a request to include both terms, phraseology and paremiology, in this thesaurus. And we received a response on the 3rd of November telling us that we will review your proposal and come back to you soon. Well, we are hopeful, but we are realists too. It's very difficult to achieve that. Meanwhile, what can we do? In our project, that says the Metaphrase project, we are inspiring about this glossary from Antonio Pamies in 2019. You can read it very much. It's possible to, it can be grower? No? Well, never mind. This glossary is made of 44 terms. And the problem is that in this list, we can appreciate that most of the terms collected are related to the different names to design the elements of the phraseological object. Only 4 are related to concepts, those in yellow. We think that there are many more terms that can be included in the phraseological meta-language, and that is why we have created the Metaphrase project. This project, this project now is led by myself and with the help from 16 other researchers from as many other universities and languages. And as a research group, apart from achieving the inclusion of phraseology and paremiology in the thesaurus of the UNESCO, our intention is collecting and describing from a contrastive perspective the great metalinguistic variety of phraseology. For that, the Metaphrase project proposed to assemble a digital repertoire of phraseological terms in 18 languages, and this is the groups of the members of Metaphrase project and the languages implied in this project. At the moment, the group is working on an initial database that includes up to 132 Spanish words related and Galician words related to the name of the different phraseological disciplines, theoretical and applied. The variants of the eponymic form of their object of study, the eponymic variants and the different subcategories, the properties organized into synonyms and antonyms, authors and concepts associated with them. This database has made it possible to verify the disparity of terms that exist in the following area. In the screen, these terms are divided into the following categories: names of the discipline, like idiomatology, phraseology, paremiology; branches, like phraseography, phraseodidactics, phraseotranslation, so on; the object of study, names for this object; names for types, different types of this object; and subtypes and synonyms, properties, processes, concepts, and qualities. To these categories, we add definitions for all the terms, and we calculated that we may reach more than 200 terms in the future. Conclusions. Our goal is not only to collect them all and translate them all into these 18 languages, but to establish a table of equivalences, since many of them may coincide lexically in many cases, but they may also coincide in meaning but not in their signifier, or vice versa, coincide in their signifier but not in their meaning. Some of them may also have no corollary in any of the languages. That is, the concept does not even exist yet. But above all, we also want to highlight the danger of continuing to create too many neologisms and make the phraseological meta-language too diffuse and confused. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Isabel. Now, some questions, please. Damian.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was pretty interesting. I think it's a very good idea to at least have tried to include the terms phraseology and paremiology, in the UNESCO listing. But I was wondering, do you know, because you're focusing on the generic terms, but at the end you mentioned also that the specific terms like proverb or maxim, they have similar problems. do you think that it is ever going to be possible to try to unify the terminology at least a bit, because it's so need-oriented and you've got so many approaches? So are you optimistic about the unification of the terminology, or is it mainly to try to create a table of equivalence, like you said?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that the problem is different in paremiology and phraseology. Thanks to Julia Sevilla Munoz, she has made a very great work in making differences between every element used in paremiology. At least it's very clear in Spanish. There is a clear difference between proverb, maxim, aphorism, and so on. That's why I didn't think about problematic terms in paremiology. But in phraseology, it's clearly a great problem. Because we are many specialists to use and to create new terms, often for the same concept. New terms for the same concept. And, but in paremiology, I didn't see it. Yes?
It exists a bit, and another consequence that could be added is the fact that sometimes people, they use the same term but not in the same way, so they actually agree with each other,
yes.
But because of the terms they use, they end up fighting over the terminology when they actually agree. I've seen it here, so it's pretty...
Yes. well before you ask me if I was optimistic or not, I want to believe that it's possible, but I'm realistic. We can do it if we want it, but perhaps we don't want to achieve this uniformity, this universal language. But I think we can start to think about that, because we don't speak about that, and we leave someone do what he wants. That's all. And we can start to think that we must do something.
And maybe a possible lead would be, because it's impossible to unify terminology and definitions, maybe a potential lead would be to try to agree around a methodology.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the methodology is what is problematic. So it would be a possible lead, I think.
Yes. I've forgotten to say that this research project is in Ramon Pinheiro Center. This center of investigation is developing a methodology. And because we have a thesaurus of Galician expressions from 25 years ago, we started in this making this thesaurus, and now we think that our group is prepared to develop this methodology because this mix of terminology, we are very, ¿cómo se dice? Cansados. Yes, of use different terms according to or depending on the person is leading the project. For example, the person who was leading the project before, Jesus Ferrer-Ruibal, used some terms. Now I'm using others, and perhaps the person who follows me will use another. And each time we are changing all the databases, and it's a great work. We are losing time.
Something that happens too is that sometimes they create a new word because there's a new project, and in terms of marketing, they want to say this is our project, so we have a new term like, what do you think of your Spanish colleagues with the, is it sapiential units, sapiensales, or?
Yeah.
It's a bit the same.
In Spanish, we are comfortable. We are agreed with the terminology paremia. For example, it's. I think that the great success of Julia Sevilla is that she achieved to impose this term paremia for all the different elements. But in phraseology, we don't have achieved that. I use a phraseological unit, but perhaps someone here is using phrasem or is using phraseologism. What is the best name here? Mr. Middle.
Thank you very much. I think it's a valiant attempt, but you took the words out of my mouth with what you said at the end. Phraseologism and phraseological unit. When I use those terms as an individual, I sometimes, let's just say I'm writing an essay for the sake of various vocabularies. I use them interchangeably, just so I don't always say phraseologism. So that's yet another aspect to this. And I also think that, let's just say for me personally, to accept phrasing is just, since I come a little bit more from literature and folklore, a little bit difficult. So you will always have to deal with the acceptance of these terms. You know, like my good friend Sevilla Munoz, she is strong. She might force me. She might force me to do it.
Yes.
But still, you're still dealing with individual usage that you happen to prefer. But I do like the attempt of putting a little bit more of a system into the international terminology. No doubt about it. But
I said before that there are a very lot of theses who devote a long chapter to describe all the terminology used to define the object of study of the thesis. And what can we do to stop this kind of justification? All the chapter is to justify the use that the author of the thesis will be employing in his work or her work. Why? So, yes, Julia Sevilla is very strong, and and I admire her because of that. But in phraseology, that's why the Meta project is thinking about in the table of equivalences to put the name and the author who most use it or who created it. Yes, we are more individual in phraseology. We are more individual. Well,
So thank you very much, Isabel, and
thank you.
all of your comments and the efforts to make some attempt to do something more and in the future. Please.
Thank you.
Next speakers are Ramon, excuse me, Ramon Martí Solano and Isabel Celi Villalba, and they are just speaking about proverbs in everyday speeches, various frozen proverbs in dictionaries and text, lexicographic and corpus-based study. Thank you for coming. Yeah, please.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Rui. Oops, is that okay? Thank you very much, Rui, for your warm welcoming in Tavira. We're very happy to be here. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Right? Well, this is the title of our presentation. And to start with, I'm going to talk about the genesis of our work. So my colleague and good friend Ramon and myself are here to present the result of a research we have done on 100 orally transmitted proverbs within the same family in Andalusia, southern Spain. Well, that family is my family. And it's an important moment for me, because when my parents passed away, I decided to collect all those proverbs that I had heard at home since I was a child, and that had been very useful to me all my life. Before moving on, I would like you to understand the context a little bit. I was born and brought up surrounded by olive trees in southern Spain. So these proverbs are related to life conditions in a rural environment. During Franco's dictatorship, so the political situation in the country didn't help much. A lot of things couldn't be said, at least in public. So in that context, those proverbs in my family were used to provide survival strategies within a difficult world. Before moving on, I just want to thank my friend Ramon, because when I wrote that first list of 100 proverbs and I shared it with him, he encouraged me to join him and do some research on them. And so we did. And then he convinced me to come here and join you today and show you some of the paremiological treasure in my family. So thanks very much, Ramon, for being so persuasive, right? So in the end, just to say that this presentation intends to pay homage to my parents and thank them in a way for their paremiological inheritance and, above all, their life lessons.
Okay, I'll start with the outline of our research. So I'll start with, I'll tell you about the aims of the research study. Then we'll follow the selection of proverbs. We have selected a very small amount of proverbs, obviously, for reasons of time. Then I'll tell you about the sources of the research, the method of analysis, and then we'll analyze one by one of these 7 proverbs. And we'll end up with conclusions and perspectives. Now, as you can read, the main aim is to study and compare the different variant forms found in corpora, proverb dictionaries, collections and databases, diachronic and synchronic corpora, literary quotations and the daily press, that's important, with the orally transmitted forms as used popularly in speech. Okay, so that's the main aim of this research project. And then to highlight the morphosyntactic, lexical, semantic and pragmatic changes found in the orally transmitted forms compared to the canonical forms or the written forms. Now, this is the selection of the 7 Proverbs. So these are the Proverbs that were orally transmitted to Isabel here in the exact form that they have been transmitted. I will not give you the translation right now because I will be giving you them one by one. Now, I'll tell you about the sources of the research. Now, we started looking at the corpora of the Royal Academy of the Spanish Language. There are 3 corpora, as you can see. The first one is the diachronic corpus. It goes from the Middle Ages up to 1975. Then we have the second one, CREA, which is a corpus that concentrates on the last quarter of the 20th century. And finally, we have the Corpes, which is a corpus of these 22 years, right? That's the only part of the 21st century we've seen so far. Then if we didn't find examples for these proverbs, we looked into the proverb dictionaries and collections and databases, especially in Hernán Núñez from 1555. And we also used the Refranero Multilingüe, which is a multilingual database. It's a huge database that can be accessed by using the Centro Virtual Cervantes. Then if we didn't find them there, then we moved on to Google Books and Google Scholar. And if we didn't, then we went to this huge database, which is impressive, really impressive. And this is called the Digital Newspaper and Periodicals Archives. All this is hemeroteca in Spanish, very, very useful, this word. And this is provided by the Spanish National Library, and everybody has access to this. Now, this is our method of analysis. we're going to start by telling you the literal translation into English of the orally transmitted form. Then we'll tell you about the figurative sense of the canonical form, okay? We'll follow the context of use of the orally transmitted form, then the linguistic changes that we have observed, and finally, we'll show you the written form so that you can see the differences.
Proverb, no es señora quien lo es, sino quien lo sabe ser. So the literal translation would be a lady is not she who is a lady, but she who knows how to be one. The figurative sense of the canonical form would be what makes people respectable is not the birth, but the way they conduct themselves. However, in the orally transmitted form, we find a very important change, and it's the use of feminine, the feminine señora, señora, lady, instead of señor, gentleman. And also the verb ser, be, instead of nacer, be born. And this is important because I always heard this proverb from my mother, okay? It was used by women referring to other women who think very high of themselves and therefore do not do the so-called traditional women's chores. And that implies that another woman had to do them, okay? Written forms that we found. We found one token in Corde, none in Crea or Corpes, and as I said, we found señor, no es señor quien señor nace, sino quien lo sabe ser. We found the masculine form, not the feminine one. Proverb number 2, no se puede luchar contra el destino. El que nace lechón, muere cochino. So literal sayings, one cannot fight against destiny. He who is born piglet dies a pig. Figurative sayings, this proverb is used to show that it is impossible to change one's nature when one has received it by genetic inheritance. We have the English saying, a leopard can change its spots. Used to say that people cannot change their basic personalities or habits, and so on. the context of use of the orally transmitted form has an added sense or meaning. It is actually a reproof expressed towards someone who recurrently behaves or acts in the same way. The most important linguistic change is the addition of a rhymed introduction. Okay? So we always find, or when we were doing research, we found el que nace lechón muere cochino, the final part, but not the rhymed introduction. No se puede luchar contra el destino. You can fight destiny, which functions as a general maxim. Written forms, no tokens in corde or crea, one token in corpus. And again, el que nace lechón muere cochino, so no first part, right? However, we found this stanza by Miguel Agustín Príncipe Vidal, in which the first line, es luchar contra el destino, would imply that introduction in the orally transmitted form, but expressed in a different way. Right? And again, el que nace lechón muere cochino, so the single sentence proverb. We also found written forms in the press, and Ramon will be talking about this later. It's really caught our attention because we found written forms on the press in 1988, 2022. And we found them in between inverted commas. So actually we think that the press is a good vehicle to fix orally transmitted forms because they are actually quotations of something that people say. Proverb number 3, a veces se besan manos que se quisieran ver cortas. I have found this one very useful all my life. Literal sayings. Sometimes one kisses hands that one would like to see cut off. Figurative sayings. This proverb is said to mean that sometimes one has to make an effort to be dutiful and respectful to whom one despises. As this proverb got to me, it was said as a survival strategy to someone in a lower rank position when dealing with a superior. It is an excellent survival strategy. But linguistic changes. What does the orally transmitted form introduce? Well, it introduces the expression a veces, sometimes. So my mom always said, sometimes one kisses hands. Not always. There was dignity there. If needs come, you need to solve the situation. But remember who you are, where you come from. There is also a dialectal variant, cortás, instead of the standard form, cortadas. You know, I come from the south of Spain and past participles are shortened. Written forms, 13 tokens in corde, 9 in crea or corpus. As you see, manos se besan a veces, but the position of a veces is never in an initial position. And my mom always emphasized a veces in the initial position. So you have some more examples there, Hernán Núñez and so on, right? So we move on to number 4. I love this one. Tiene el mal del Milano, las patas malas y el pico sano. Literal sense, he, she is like the sick kite, but legs and a healthy beak. So a kite is a bird of prey, right? The figurative sense of the canonical form, we would use this proverb to talk about people who, being healthy and with good appetite, pretend to be sick. Context of use of the orally transmitted form. It is used actually as a reproof to someone who willingly accepts an invitation to eat but rejects any suggestion to work. If we go back to the introduction, in a rural environment, if you're ready to eat, you're ready to work. And saying that you're ill is no excuse. It was not valid, at least in my family. It was not valid. Linguistic changes. So it's basically lexical changes. Patas malas, bad legs, are used instead of alas quebradas, broken wings. Pico, beak, instead of papo. Papo is this part of the bird where they keep food. Written forms that we found. Tentoques y corden and increa or corpes. El mal de Milano, las alas quebradas y el papo sano. You know those collections, so important. The one by Marqués de Santillana, Hernán Núñez, so it's well known from the 15th, 16th century, with different variations. And I think we're going to move on because maybe we're short of time. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Now, I'll continue with number 5. Hay ojitos que se enamoran de legañas. The literal sense is there are little eyes that fall in love with eye mucus. So something nice with something disgusting. Eye mucus, obviously, is dried mucus in the corner of your eyes that, we get in the morning. Or for other reasons. Anyway, the figurative sense of the canonical form is taste is not always governed by reason. And the context of use of the orally transmitted form is the following: used to pass a personal judgment on the members of a couple, right? So it's applied to a couple, in which one, the man or the woman, is more virtuous than the other to the eyes of the speaker, obviously. Okay. Now, there are some linguistic changes here. Is the use of the hyperbaton in the canonical form, and this has become, this is a regular order of words that is used in the orally transmitted form, and the use of the diminutive, ojitos, small eyes, compared to the ojos, which is the term in the canonical form. Now, we found 14 tokens in corde. By the way, as you have seen, the first three proverbs had only one token, whereas this one here and the previous one had respectively 14 and 13 tokens. So this is important because out of this selection we find some that had no tokens or practically no tokens at all in the 3 corpora of the Royal Academy, whereas these two have a good amount of tokens. I mean, have between 40 and 15 tokens in this corpora is an important amount, right, for Proverbs. Now, here you have some of these examples. As you can see, the hyperbaton is always present in the most ancient, if I may say so, occurrences. And then I think, can you move forward, please? Yes, then you have 2 other examples. This from the 17th century, in which you always have this hyperbaton. Now, I'll move on to the 6th one. Por una vez que maté un gato, me llamaron matagatos. The literal sense is, once I killed a cat, and from then on, I was called the cat killer. Now, the figurative sense of the canonical form is sometimes an isolated case is enough to get somebody a bad reputation. Now, the context of use of the orally transmitted form, as you can read, is said by someone to justify an exceptional wrong behavior or action when accused of doing it regularly. Now, the most important changes has to do, these are lexical changes, because the canonical form uses the word perro and mataperros, dog and dog killer, whereas the orally transmitted form uses the word cat and cat killer, gato and matagatos. So here you have some some quotation, some examples. As you can see, no tokens were found in corde crea or corpus, and this is interesting. That is, there are no written records of this proverb in the official corpora of the Spanish Royal Academy, which is the reference for the Spanish language. And when I say the Spanish language, I'm not meaning the Spanish language spoken in Spain, but the Spanish language internationally, okay? So we had to, use, as I mentioned before, the digital archives of the Spanish National Library, which are very, very useful. So here we get some examples here. As you can see, in the second one, again between inverted commas, and we found this interesting because we actually have examples that have been said by someone and have been then taken, either in direct or indirect speech in the press. Here, that was Google Scholar that allowed us to have an example from a literary work. So it means that this literary work is not included in the corpora of the Spanish Royal Academy, but thanks to Google Scholar, we could find an example in a literary text, and there you have the reference of this literary text. I'll move on to the last of our examples, number 7, and this is aceitunita comida huesecito fuera. You can see the diminutive in both parts of the example. Now, the literal sense is little olive eaten. I have translated that literally, okay? So the canonical form would be an olive eaten, the stone away, right? But this is the translation, obviously, of the orally transmitted form, which uses a diminutive. I mean, the diminutive is used everywhere in the Spanish world, okay? But depending on regions and countries, is used more or less frequently. Now, the figurative sense of the canonical form, as you can read, is once a question or topic is over, one should stop thinking or talking about it, especially, and this is important, if it has been problematic or painful, right? And that is symbolized by the stone being thrown away. Now, the context of use of the orally transmitted form, as you can read, recommends a course of action by advising someone to move ahead in life, putting difficulties aside. Now, the linguistic changes have to do, as I mentioned before, with the use of the diminutive, right? We have only found one token in corde. Again, we had for 4 of this out of the 7 proverbs, we have found either none or one token. And this is one of those. This is the one from 1877. This, as you can see, is the canonical form without the diminutive. And then we went to the digital archives of newspapers and periodicals of the National Spanish Library, where we found lots of examples. Now, I'd like to emphasize here the fact that thanks to this source, this digital library of newspapers and periodicals, we're able to trace how this proverb has been used, at least in the 20th and 21st century, with lots of examples, okay? So this tells us that the official corpora of the Royal Academy of Language, which are very, very helpful, can be of no use for certain types of research, for certain proverbs, whereas this digital library of the National Spanish Library has been very, very useful. Now, here you have some examples. Now, I have selected these ones because all these examples tend to appear in newspapers from southern Spain. Now, the first one is from Seville, the second one is from Seville, And the third one is also from Seville. But we found that from Huelva, which is the nearest province from where we are right now in southern Spain. So we hypothesized that this is a proverb that has been used most often, or I would say preferably in southern Spain, as these, these quotations tell us. And I'll finish with the conclusions and perspectives. So I would say that orally transmitted proverbs should be used as a benchmark against canonical forms and other written forms as found in texts. That's our first conclusion. Now, the second conclusion, and this goes in order, right? Now, I would say that a thorough description of a given parameological unit, and I'm using parameological units, which is my preferred term, should include its variant forms and detailed information about non-standard semantics. So this is what my colleague and friend has been telling you about the different contexts of use in which she has used or heard these orally transmitted proverbs. And then, and this concerns more what I have just explained to you, the daily press provides examples of actual uses of proverbs that account for the vitality of their variant forms, both in spoken language. I would underline that, because we find the use of these proverbs it's either in direct or indirect speech in the press. And also in specific regional contexts, which is the case of the last one I have just shown you. And finally, as a perspective, we would say that this methodological approach should serve the purpose of updating, or at least completing, the data found in dictionaries, proverb collections, and proverb databases. And that's all for today. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ramon and Isabel. Please, one question, because after we have Luis Tosina in Finland.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be just in short. Yeah, your presentation was fabulous. I liked it so much with this interesting and databases, examples, and many sources which we use. They use it to show us. So one interesting proverb I've heard: once I killed a cat from dawn, I was called the cat killer. And in our Uzbekistan, I mean, in our culture, we have such kind of, the proverb with the similar meaning. I try to translate it. The wolf's mouth is bloody, both he eats and doesn't eat. We have such kind of proverb like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we use this kind of, yeah. And my question is another thing. I'm also interested in corpus linguistics. And when I read the book Tony McHenry and Andrew Hardy's Corpus Linguistics, he tried to explain two methods like corpus-driven and corpus-based.
Yes.
What is your approach to these methods? Because they look like to each other, but we should choose one of them in order to use it in our methodology.
Yeah. Well, in our case, it's corpus-based.
Yeah,
That is, we have, we'll look for those, we'll look for the possible canonical forms of the possible written forms, beginning with the orally transmitted form that we know, and then we see whether we find different types of written forms. And obviously, the results are based on what we found in the corpora. So it's the corpora that are telling us, and obviously, then the most important thing is to compare the different written forms found in the corpora with the orally transmitted forms. So that is the path that we've followed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lisa? Okay. Yeah. So thank you again, Ramon and Isabel.
Thank you.
And now we will have Luis Tosina, now in Finland, via Zoom. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings from Finland.
And how are you there with this new weather for you?
I'm trying to get used to it, but not quite as bad as Lisa made it out to be yesterday, but still hard for a Spaniard.
So thank you, and please, you can begin your talk.
Thank you, Rui. I want to start by thanking the organization for having me another year. I'm going to... never mind. I also want to thank the technicians, who I believe are from my hometown, for helping us follow this colloquium, those of us who are abroad. And, well, I'm going to be talking about Francisco Franco's use of Proverbs in his New Year messages. This research was conducted as a humble contribution to the analysis of the use of Proverbs by relevant political figures. And some notable examples of this are those by Professor Meader, some of them together with his late friend and colleague, George Bryan, and also Lena Carter, who presented here at the colloquium her findings about the proverbial language of Nikita Khrushchev. I was writing this paper at the time of last year's colloquium when I brought it up. We were talking on the YouTube chat, and we suggested that I should present it here, so here we are. I think it's also worth mentioning that being arguably and regrettably the most relevant historic figure of the 20th century in Spain, no one in the Spanish paremiological community has undertaken a similar project, so at least it's innovative, I guess. I don't know what I did. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, so since Franco remained in power for almost 4 decades, there's an extensive corpus of texts written by him, either under his own name or as under the pen name Jacques Bohr. However, I chose the New Year messages or mensajes de Año Nuevo for various reasons. Like I said, it provides a rather extensive corpus of texts covering almost 4 decades. These texts were expected to deal with similar topics, even though there's a clear evolution throughout Franco's rule. And this provides a cohesive and coherent corpus, rather than just an assortment of texts picked at random. And maybe most importantly, these texts, contrary to other potential subjects of analysis, were addressed to the general population, regardless of occupation, social status, education, etc. Regarding the frequency of delivery of these messages, they started during the Civil War years, that's 1936 through 1939. Then there was a hiatus until 1946, when they became like a yearly tradition. And Franco delivered these messages through 1974, the year before his demise. After his death, King Juan Carlos I and now Philip VI resumed this tradition, but in order to distance themselves from the dictator, they moved their speeches to Christmas Eve rather than New Year's Eve. So I had a really hard time locating the texts because there was no official archive for this text. So I ended up finding a couple of rather sketchy websites. And I had to document that the text existed, and these weren't very reliable resources. So what I did was compare them to transcriptions from the press published at the time. And I went on this website. This is the National Archive of Historic Press, which has hundreds of digitalized editions of newspapers published at the time. And it was customary for them to include a transcription of Franco's speeches the day after. So this allowed me to prove that what I was using was actually in existence. So what I did, it's kind of awkward to locate the text. So what I would do was do a search on this website using the first line for the speech, and eventually it would give me some examples from or digital editions from the text, the newspapers. Here you have the front page of the January 1st, 1953 edition of the Imperio newspaper. And the main headline reads, message from the chief of state to Spaniards. So now I had the text and I could prove that they actually were just like I had found them on those two websites. Also, it would allow me to cite a reliable source. So then all I had to do was read through all the rather tedious messages comprising 129,660 words. So after surveying various newspapers containing the transcriptions of the messages, only 29 unequivocal cases of the use of proverbs were found. For a better understanding of Franco's use of proverbs, I sorted them as canonical uses, proverbial allusions, biblical proverbial references, the nation as ship metaphor, and some other recurring proverbial motifs. For canonical uses, we only have 3, okay? The first one is la suerte está echada. That would be the Spanish wording, or Spanish equivalent for the dice cast. And there you can try to show where I found those. COU stands for Cantera Ortega y Urbina, one of the most authoritative reference works in Spanish. And then I have different volumes for the English equivalent, depending on where I found them. I have Meader, Kingsbury, and Harder's Dictionary of American Proverbs, and also Wilson's Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs. Oh, and I also have M.K. Sands at the bottom, no hay mal que por bien no venga. That's Luis Martínez Gleiser's Refranario General Ideológico del Español, sorry. So yeah, those are the 3 cases I've found. La suerte está echada, the dice cast, reino dividido, reino perdido, kingdoms divided soon fall, and no hay mal que por bien no venga, which I haven't been able to find in English, but I believe there's a close equivalent that goes something like, there's no such an evil that won't bring any good, or something like that. So if anyone can clarify that later, I would be most thankful. So on the slides, I have the original quote in Spanish, and I'm going to read my own translation of those, okay? So we find the dice cast in the 1958 message, in which Franco proclaims, and I quote, "The first popular front was constituted in Spain in December that same year, that is 1935. In February 1936, the disunion among the other political forces facilitated the triumph of the popular front. The die was cast. The road to communist subversion was clear." End quote. In 1966, we find kingdoms divided soon fall. When for that year's message, Franco explains, and I quote, "It was evidently the institutions, the political systems that, separating and confronting Spaniards against each other, rendered them useless for big enterprises. It is not in vain that our wise proverbial lore states, kingdoms divided soon fall." End of quote. In his 1973 message, roughly 2 years before his death on November 20th, 1975, the dictator states, and I quote, "It's the political man's virtue to turn evil into good. It is not in vain that the popular adage states, there's no evil that won't bring any good with it." That's my mal que por bien no venga. As for proverbial allusions, we have a whole bunch, and some of them are, well, actually we have this, and they manifest in various instances. No hay enemigo pequeño, there's no little enemy. La letra con sangre entra, that's a pretty popular and stereotypical Spanish proverb, and translates something as letters go in with blood. I don't think there's such a proverb in English, but I'm not sure. I haven't found anything similar. Hacer de la necesidad virtud, to make a virtue of necessity. Todos los extremos son viciosos, every extremity is a fault, which goes together in the same message with los extremos se tocan, extremes meet. So we find the allusion to there is no little enemy in one of the first New Year messages, still during the war years, which Franco encouraged his troops, affirming that, I quote, "Even if they're small, we mustn't underestimate our enemies." 13 years later, now well established in power, Franco made an appraisal of the outcome of the war in his New Year message, and that's 1950. And he states, I quote, "What to many may be categorized as a surprise, to us constitutes an old lesson we must not forget. Learning it cost us the blood of the best sons of the fatherland." End of quote. In 1952, we find an allusion to the proverb to make a virtue of necessity. And the quote goes, "If all of this could be overcome, turning difficulties into instruments of the greatness and liberty of Spain, it is because our heart and our arm were moved by the hope of a task worthy of our best past, and by the richness of its contents and the highest nobility of its ends and motivations." End of quote. Finally, in the 1963 message, we have an allusion to Proverbs, which he plays with. Every extremity is a fault, and extremes meet. And he combines those in the following terms, and I quote, "When extremisms intend to put into question those essences, then orderly and peaceful coexistence becomes practically impossible. The ruler's responsibility lies in making feasible a coexistence supported on the majority of the political community, keeping all extremes away from the possibility of initiating every day their conscious or unconscious destructive task." End of quote. We have several biblical proverbial references, and we find the following. "Por sus frutos lo conoceréis, a tree is known by its fruit," which is found in Matthew 7:16. "As you sow, you shall reap," from Galatians 6:7. "Man cannot live by bread alone," also Matthew 4:4. And finally, "He that will not work shall not eat," from Genesis 3:19. So there are various instances for some of this. I'm just going to quote one, okay, because I don't want to use up all my time. I would like to listen to some questions and comments. So, "A tree is known by its fruit." We have two instances, 1937 and 1955. In the 1937 message, we read, and I quote, "The tree is known by its fruit, and where there is a gossip, there is a traitor." End of quote. "As you sow, you shall reap" appears in the 1951 and 1966 messages. In the 1951 message, we read, and I quote, "In this year that ends, we have started to reap the fruits of the great transformation program of our economic structure." End of quote. The 1960 message, there's a modification of "Man does not live by bread alone," a sentence from, like I said, Matthew 4:4, in which bread is substituted for material goods. Thus, Franco states, and I quote, "A man does not live on material goods alone." End of quote. 2 years later, 1962, we find an allusion to the biblical proverbial sentence, "to earn one's bread with the sweat of his brow," from Genesis 3:19. Here Franco states, and I quote, "It was never worthier the sentence that states that with our work we shall earn our daily bread." End of quote. But in relation to his proverbial rhetoric, the motive that occurs most frequently in Franco's speeches is the nation as sheep proverbial metaphor. Professor McKenna, who did his presentation Tuesday evening, analyzed the extensive use of this proverb metaphor in an article published in Proverbium back in 2002, in which Professor McKenna explains how this device was used profusely in political cartoons in Pravda, the official newspaper of the Russian Communist Party, becoming, and I quote, "one of the most popular proverbial themes selected to illustrate the various social, political, and economic evils of life in the United States." That's from McKenna, 2002. Moreover, he affirms that the picture can be traced back to 1675 England and even beyond, to classical Greek poetry. We have an example on the slide that Boris Yeltsin, I believe, tearing in this case, the boat of state, looks like. Additionally, we find examples of this use in some of Professor Mitter's works, who has been able to trace this use to texts by Churchill, Hitler, and Truman, which is indicative that this proverb metaphor is found across the whole political spectrum. As for Franco's messages, we find instances of this in the 1948, 1949, 1953, 1960, 61, 63, and 71 messages. In my opinion, the most illustrative example is the 1961 message. It's a fairly long quote, but I'm going to read it and I'm going to translate it. And I quote, regarding earthly matters, we must consider that the happy navigation is not due only to the skipper's merit, nor to the qualities and resilience of the vessel, or to the good sailing teachings, but to the combination of all of these elements together with the efforts of its crew. It must be due to the vessel, the skipper's ability, and the union and discipline of those who man it. Everything is necessary in the voyage, and even all of this is not enough if God's will does not protect us from the unforeseeable. This is the case of the national enterprise, in which the system and the teachings represent the vessel and the technique, the ruler, the skipper who leads the enterprise, and every Spaniard, the crew, and the beneficiaries. End of quote. Finally, we can find the following recurring proverbial motifs. Man proposes and God disposes, after a storm comes a calm, and union is strength. For the first one, man proposes, God disposes. In the 1950 message, the dictator explains, men believe in their dual pride that the world is subjected to their designs, when the collective destiny of the peoples is God's supreme will. End of quote. In the 1970 speech, Franco makes a similar remark, alluding to the same piece of proverbial knowledge, but just wanted to show an example. After a storm comes a calm is a proverbial idea alluded to by Franco in his 1952, 1955, and 1960 speeches, but the best example is also from 1955, in which the dictator recounts, I quote, "The tempest passed, its gigantic waves dissolved into foam at our feet, and after the storm we saw a clear and hopeful horizon rise." Proverbial references to unionist strength are repeated in the 1958, 1961, 1968, and 1968 messages, the latter being the most illustrative example. That year, Franco stated, I quote, "A people's potentiality is incalculable when they are united, when they work in peace and pursue their objectives." End of quote. Conclusions. After examining all the New Year messages delivered by Francisco Franco from a paremiological scope, we can draw following conclusions. To begin with, Franco was not particularly inclined to the inclusion of proverbs in his speeches, with just 29 unequivocal references to different pieces of proverbial wisdom found in them. However, there are some paremias that seem to be of his liking and which he repeated on multiple different occasions, an indication of his paremiological competence. The explanation for this is his consideration of proverbs as vulgar, which may have led to his avoidance. Nonetheless, in spite of this, proverbs still found their way into the messages, most frequently by means of indirect allusions to proverbial wisdom. Of all the different paremiological categories, the dictator was especially fond of those promoting his religious beliefs, those of the Catholic faith. I don't know if everyone knows, but his movement was known as, or self-proclaimed as, National Catholicism. Furthermore, those proverbs originating in the Bible seem to appear at a higher rate than proverbs from other origins, which the reason for this is that he may have learned those either at Mass or reading the Bible, which he did quite frequently apparently. And apart from religious paremias, Franco alluded to other proverbial pieces of wisdom that were in consonance with the beliefs that the national movement promoted, like those that encouraged sacrifice, unity, and militarism. Like other politicians, both from his era and prior, Franco used the metaphor of the nation as ship abundantly in his speeches, resulting in the single most frequently used proverbial idea found in the collection of texts analyzed. This motive was employed to justify his perpetuation as the head of state and present this as an altruistic action, often under the pretext of an alleged divine mission. These are some of the works I cited, and these are the transcriptions for the different texts used. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to
Thank you so much, Luis. And now, some questions, please.
Or comments.
Louis, I'm speaking primarily because we're finally meeting for the first time, and I hope that next year finally you and I will meet in person. But a couple comments maybe. When you cited the classical proverb, "The die is cast," that's kind of amazing that dictators like Hitler, Goebbels, really have a premonition to using that proverb, because it gives them a wonderful way of saying that's the way it's going to be, damn it, and there's nothing you can do about it. The prevalence of Bible proverbs, I found those in Hitler and Goebbels also, and I think the reason why dictators like to use Bible proverbs is because it sanctifies, so to speak, what they're saying. It gives it religious authority. And I think it shows once again how proverbs, even in their normal standard wording, can be terrible manipulative weapons, you know. And I think, and then maybe just quickly yet on, you of course also have the opposite, where someone like Churchill uses them in a much more positive way, but in a way also to get the Brits behind fighting the Nazi menace. So I think we see that Proverbs can play so many roles, but I think particularly dictators know very well how to use Bible and folk proverbs, because they know we as a common people know them. We believe in them, we don't look at them critically, and it gives them great power. But thank you, and I'm glad to see you, Louis.
Likewise. Thank you for the comment, and I couldn't agree more. Actually, part of Franco's war was religious, a fight, like a crusade against communism, allegedly. So he finds much like reasoning or justification for his actions in religion, uses those ideas to support his fight, I guess. But thank you.
Other questions?
Also, Professor Meter, you have an email waiting for you. Just so check your email.
Which, by the way, is a challenge for me to read emails on my stupid iPhone, which I still don't know really how to use.
It can wait. It can wait. It's not,
Thank you.
It doesn't have to be anytime soon, but a little thing waiting for you. Thank you.
Lisa?
Hello, Luis. Here we are. I just
changed roles, kind of.
Yeah. I just noticed that you know that in Finnish we have also this, ei niin paljon pahaa, ettei jotakin hyvää. No, there is not so much bad that there wouldn't be something good. But it is also vice versa. Ei niin paljon hyvää, ettei jotain pahaa. Not so much good that there wouldn't be something bad. It's very Taoistic idea, I think. Tao's white and that. So, and this is very common. Like that, ihminen päättää, Jumala säätää. We have that in that form that a man decides, but the God comes and adjusts that. So you will learn many Finnish proverbs.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it in English somewhere, like pretty much a word-for-word equivalent. But when I tried to find it, to acknowledge it in my work, I couldn't find it in any of like them.
Oh, I don't know if it exists in English, but in Finnish it exists. But most of people don't know Finnish.
I'm sure it's one of those widespread European pieces of proverbial.
No, it is somehow religious proverb in Finland.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I should have known earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Other questions? No. So thank you for all, and for you, Luis, also good stay there. Thank you very much. And now,
thank you.
Now I call all the presenters in this group to come here to receive the diploma. your diploma I will give to Lisa to go to you.
They won't stop her at customs or something, but
Thank you.
thank you.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro Colina Genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
I don't know where we go. I feel like a strange love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é a criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Good morning, everyone, one more time. Can we start the second session? Yes, of course. So we already have here our two speakers from Italy, Paola Attolino from University of Salerno and Paolo Rondinelli from Università degli Studi di Perugia. Okay, please, you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Rui Marinella. Thanks to all the organizers of the conference for the invitation and for the warm hospitality here in Tavira. Magical, overwhelming, beautiful. These are the somewhat surprisingly adjectives Pasolini reserved to the city of New York, where he went for the first time in 1966 for the New York Film Festival. A bit of surprise because Pasolini was a Marxist and this belonging could hardly be reconciled with such enthusiasm for the big apple, the metropolis, a symbol of capitalism which never sleeps. In a famous interview given to Oriana Fallaci, now published under the title of A Marxist in New York, in essays on politics and society, Pasolini declares, New York is not an escape, it is a commitment, a war. It puts on you the desire to do, to face, to change. You like it, like the things you like when you are 20, that's it. The reference to terms like commitment and war is not accidental and is an indication of the climate that could be breathed in America in those years. A revolutionary climate that would soon have inspired the Sessantotto, 68, in Europe, and that in October of the same 1966 in Oakland, California, would have led to the birth of the Black Panther Party. The latter can be defined as an African-American protest movement born by for the civil rights of the blacks and influenced by Marxism and by the action of activists and intellectuals such as Malcolm X, who just here earlier in 1965 had been brutally killed, hit by 16 rifle shots just before a rally. Malcolm X himself, unlike other prominent leaders such as Martin Luther King and in part Nelson Mandela, advocated the need to fight by any means necessary, including violence. And this was the case for the Black Panther Party, at least until the mid-70s. It was a war fought against blacks and vice versa by blacks in the name of their dignity. Once back in Italy, Pasolini brought the American experience with him and left traces of it in his writings, quoting 6 times between 1966 and 1971 a motto extrapolated from a song of the Black Resistance. The motto, dear to the new left, the new American left, goes like this: you have to throw your body into the fight. And it's a phrase clearly loved by an intellectual like Pasolini, who was a masterful interpreter of the language of corporeality. In this part of our speech, we will look closely at the various quotes of the motto in an attempt to review and analyze them. We will then move on to more general considerations on the value of the body in Pasolini's work and on the function of short forms such as mottos, proverbs and idioms in the language and style of the Italian writer. Beyond the already eloquent numerical data of the 6 citations in 5 years, the text and contents of reference give us the most significant information about the origin and meaning that this motto had for Pasolini. Of the 6 quotations, in fact, 2 are in prose and 4 in verse. Of the latter, half comes from poems belonging to the collection named Trasumanar and Organizar, 1971, while those in prose are found in 2 very different writings, one of which is the result of an oral speech, and the other originating from a response given to a reader of the newspaper Paese Sera. Let's start with the letter Civil War, published on November 18, 1966, now in the annex to Heretical Empiricism. At some point, Pasolini declares, that he has fallen in love with American culture, where he has glimpsed a literary reason full of novelty. It was since the time of Machado, he continues, that I had not done a fraternal reading like the one of Ginsberg. The American intellectuals of the New Left, since wherever you fight, there is always a guitar and a man singing, seem to do exactly what the line of an innocent song of the Black Resistance says. You have to throw your body into the fight. Here's the new motto of a real commitment and not tediously moralistic, throwing one's body into the fight. Who is there in Italy and Europe who writes driven by such a huge and desperate force of protest? Who feels this need to oppose as an original need, believed as something new in history, something extremely meaningful and full of death and future at the same time? It is a quote, as we can see, full of literary references. In a few lines we find the name of Machado, Ginsberg and Kerouac. This is the Pasolini fascinated by the Beat generation, by the experiments of the living theater and by the avant-garde attempts of those daring and innovative years. 1966 America for Pasolini was young, desperate, idealistic. An authentically revolutionary land. You know, he continues, go to Moscow, go to Prague, go to Budapest, and you feel that the revolution has failed. Socialism has put as a class of leaders in power, and the worker is not the master of his own destiny. Go to France, go to Italy, and you realize that the European communist is an empty man. Come to America and you discover the most beautiful left that a Marxist can discover today. The 1966 experience was an unforgettable source of inspiration. When he returned to New York in 1969 after the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Bob Kennedy, Pasolini experienced very different feelings, as if the revolutionary impact had already settled. His second American voyage was shorter and was an ephemeral experience. Pasolini went to New York to attend a performance at the Living Theatre in Brooklyn. In Europe, there had been the 1968 movement, especially in Italy and France, and as we know, Pasolini's reactions were not in favor of it. Famous are the verses of the poem, The Communist Party to the Young, written after the clashes in Valle Giulia in Rome, where Pasolini took a stand against the students and in favor of the policemen. Students are defined petit bourgeois prerogatives, my friends, as you can read in the slide. While not being against the demands for freedom claimed by the student movement, Pasolini was critical of the modalities of this anxiety to change the world, typical of the youth movements of the time. In a country like Italy, burdened with its own history, the novelties sprouted in America had arrived already tired and weakened. The demands for freedom claimed by the American counterculture were horribly mixed up with the provincialism of what Pasolini did not hesitate to call the most ignorant bourgeoisie in Europe. The enthusiasm of the 66 had faded, times had changed, and then it was rather necessary to beware of the conformism of the nonconformists, of the new mass communication strategies with which a sneaky power with a white face, apparently tolerant and democratic, put in place the most brutal repression, that cultural homologation, which for the first time in history came under the skin to the point of touching people in their conscience, manipulating them and establishing alienating values such as those of consumption. Everything was ready for the last season of Pasolini's production, the one of the partisan, the corsair, the literal Pasolini, a merciless critic of the modernity of consumption and of the new forms of fascism. Moving on to the second quotation in prose, it must be first be said that it's more directly linked to the Italian context and to the Italian province in particular. The text published in the magazine Momento in January 1968 with the title The Peasant Culture of the Barbiana School reports the words uttered by Pasolini in a meeting with the children of the Barbiana School organized at the Casa della Cultura in Milan on the 16th and the 18th October 1967, 4 months after the death of Don Milani. At the end of the speech, in which Pasolini, with his usual Parisiastic attitude, criticized the letter to a teacher by Don Milani, we find the motto of the black intellectuals of America. But you know that there is a wonderful motto of the new American left, in which it is said that one must throw one's body into the fight. Well, imagine that instead of talking, I came to bring my body here. As Marco Antonio Bazzocchi wrote, Pasolini was the Italian artist who most of all threw his own body into the struggle, literally exposing himself through his work. Like when it happened on May 31, 1975, at the Municipal Gallery of Modern Art in Bologna. During the performance of the Roman artist Fabio Mauri, he literally projected the Gospel according to Matthew on his body, sitting in the dark. On that occasion, Pasolini's body became a living screen, the embodiment of his own language. Indeed, we can say, quoting Matteo Marelli, that he was his text himself, and not only for narcissistic obsession, but also for that hunger for reality that perhaps cannot bear the idea of what is written as separated from what is acted and from the action of writing. Despite their diversity in temperament and choices, Pasolini and Don Milani shared the confidence in the revolutionary force of education. As Goffredo Fofi wrote, they were the last true Italian pedagogists. Don Milani understood that one cannot educate if one is not directly involved and ready to fight in the first person, without mediation for justice and for truth. Pasolini, in turn, had grasped the ontological value of the body, assumed as a significant political place. It is the body that speaks without need for mediations. It is the body that affirms itself as a polysemic and dual entity, coincidence of opposites and solution of contradictions beyond any barrier, between ideology and life. These are concepts that are also found in the quotations in verse. Let's see, the best known is in The Poet of Ashes, a lyric written between 1966 and 1967. Pasolini writes, "Therefore I would just like to live, even if I'm a poet, because life expresses itself only with itself. I would like to express myself through examples, throwing my body into the fight. But if the actions of life are expressive, even expression is action." The others, which come from Trasumanare Organizzare, are the following. Young people, yes, throw their bodies into the fight, but they do not really take its weakness into consideration. It would seem that they consider it unwanted and superfluous. And I throw my body too into the fight. I come from nights where the mood plays an important role, with the sodden grass, the sheet, the cement poetically dotted with lights, the moon abandoned on ashes and waste. The last mention belongs to an unfinished film project, Bestemmia, attested by the script in verse and dedicated to that delightful man who was John XXIII, the Pope. In this case, the body is opposed to the spirit. In fact, Pasolini writes, "Do not throw your spirit into the struggle, throw your body into the fight. It is with that, your spirit, who speaks what you are." The interesting fact is that the corporeality of Pasolini's language is expressed verbally, in this case, through a phraseological unit that is halfway between a poetic phrase and a political slogan. It is therefore worth reflecting on the role of phraseology in Pasolini's language and style. What are proverbs and idioms if not small frames of the language? Pasolini's language is always very careful to capture the frames of everyday life. There are few studies on the presence and function of phraseology and parimology in Pasolini's works. More known is the Pasolini investigating commercial and political slogans, like the famous article on the Jesus published in Scritti Corsari with the title of A Linguistic Analysis of a Slogan. But it's legitimate to complain about the absence of significant studies on Pasolini's phraseology and parimology, which could also bear copious fruit both in Italian and in dialect. So moving on the midway considerations. Throwing your body into the fight is therefore much more than just a motto. It reflects a whole vision of the world, which, in agreement with Carla Benedetti, we can understand as opposed to Italo Calvino's detached approach. The description of the world seen from the tree where Cosimo Piovasco di Rondò, the protagonist of The Rampant Baron, decides to go to live, has nothing to do with the total and could say primordial immersion in the struggle of the existence. In the latter case, the risk of pain in person is very high. Yet precisely because of the risk of losing everything, the echo of the word, or rather the voice of the body immersed in the struggle, can last for a long time. This is the case of Pasolini, whose body, thrown into the struggle, continues to talk to us and to question us almost half a century after his last cry. Mamma, Mamma, launched in the darkness of the night of November 2, 1975 on the coast of Ostia. That's all for my part. Now, Paola.
Thank you very much. So the second part is dedicated to the origins and also the function of this expression, throw your body into the fight. And I have to say that it is still a work in progress indeed. And so we have seen, as Paolo said, that throwing your body into the fight for Pasolini is a vision of the world. It is not simply a simple phrase, but it is also a sort of topical allusion. And in fact, as you can see in this selection of works that have been dedicated to Pasolini, we have this phrase, gettiamo il nostro corpo nella lotta, gettare il proprio corpo nella lotta, or also in newspapers articles, Pasolini tra poesia e impegno, un corpo gettato nella lotta. And we have also this use as a topical allusion, so something that immediately will be understood by the audience. For example, here, maybe you are familiar with Marco Pannella, who was the late leader of the Radical Party in Italy, and when he died, a newspaper titled Pasolini, un corpo gettato nella lotta. So, Pannella, un corpo gettato nella lotta, and also implicating in some way with the use of the topical allusion, also he has a relationship with Pasolini. Or we have also on YouTube songs that are satirical, and in particular satirical towards the left, the situation of the left in Italy, that wonder, oh, but we should throw our body into the fight, and so we have also this kind of uses. But as to the origins, it is not clear. So unfortunately, we haven't found the original song that Pasolini heard in the streets of New York. And so we have to go farther into this research. We have tried to have some occurrences with the help of the Archive of American Folk Songs, as far as African-American songs in particular are concerned, or also from the archive of the Center for Black Music Research. But the idea is that maybe, of course, he heard this in the street. And so it is about oral tradition. And so the idea is that this motto could have something to do with, for example, Claude McKay, that is very, very famous for this poem, If We Must Die, that ends with die but fighting back. And this sentence was also, this phrase was also used by Churchill during the Second World War. Many soldiers were found with this poem on their body. But maybe also other protagonists of African American protest may have an implication in this. For example, Toussaint Louverture, the so-called Black Spartacus that was the protagonist of the Haitian Revolution, or also Nat Turner, another slave rebel. So we have to go further with these studies. But the fact that the sentence was used by the New Left is proved also by the fact that people like Abby Hoffman was an activist of the New Left in the very years where Pasolini visited New York, used this sentence, this phrase, cold-bloodedly throw your body into the fight. And so it may be a further element of analysis. But we have also focused on the attention that the body has, the role of the body has for African-American culture. And so the fact that we know that the body for African-American people is everything they have. And it is not the case. There is this beautiful book by this journalist and writer, Ta-Nehisi Coates, titled Between the World and Me, who says, America understands itself as God's handiwork, but the black body is the clearest evidence that America is the work of man. And we know what happened with police brutality, George Floyd, in very recent time, but also what happened during slavery. So this sort of obsession that African American people have for their body. And so there should be some link with this as far as the phrase is concerned. And as to the fortune of this phrase, in some way it has been lost in quotation in some way. Because as you can read here, Chris Boyd, who is an Australian arts writer and critic, says, let me quote Robert Pacitti, quoting Raimund Höge, quoting Pierpaolo Pasolini, throw your body into the fight. And so he thinks that maybe the origins of this sentence could be this one. So third one, here I am, an Australian quoting a Briton of Italian ethnicity, Pacitti, quoting a German writer and man of theatre, born in Wuppertal, quoting the late Italian poet, intellectual, film director and writer, of course, Pasolini. The only thing I can guarantee, okay, assert with confidence then, is that I heard Pacitti correctly and wrote it down legibly as he spoke. But one assumes Pasolini's original line was Italian, and Raimund Höge picked it up in translation into German. The threat to, so the second option, the significance of the line to Höge, dramaturg for Pina Bausch for a decade, is quite lost in quotation. And he refers to Robert Pacitti, who used this phrase, speaking about his work, Civil, his signature work, Civil, that was inspired by British gay icon Quentin Crisp's autobiography, The Naked Civil Servant. Quentin Crisp is also the protagonist of one of the most famous Sting's song, Englishman in New York. He is the same guy. And Robert Pacitti was using this in this context, whereas Raimund Höge is the one that maybe reappropriate or appropriate the sentence, the phrase by Pasolini, because his story is amazing. He was an artist. He died last year. So he was a German artist, and he was born with a very serious physical disability, a spinal malformance. And his dream was to become a dancer. But of course, because of his body, he couldn't do this. And so he worked in the field of art, but as a journalist. And one day, he he read this phrase by Pasolini, and everything changed for him because he said, okay, I can throw my body into the fight, but giving another meaning to this phrase. So I can dance in spite of my malformed body. I can dance. And he became one of the most famous dancers of our age. And in fact, he also explained this, saying, I've started my career as a journalist, writing a lot about Pierpaolo Pasolini as an artist, until I ran across this phrase of his and encouraged to throw your body into the fight. These words inspired me to go on stage. And so it is about a story of strength and frailty the same, because he also wrote a piece titled Throwing the Body into the Fight, explaining the meaning that this phrase had for him. Physical handicaps shown on stage are more shocking than violence. If a body like mine is seen on the stage or in a film, it's generally limited to specific roles. I want to use it to show that there are other kinds of bodies, and those beautiful and glorious of the dancers that we know. And as I told you before, it is a form of appropriation because the phrase is associated very, very often to Raymond Höge and to the name, of course, of Pasolini. As you can see here, so Pasolini injunction, throw your body into the fray. Here there is a fray rather than fight. Or also a conference he had with the same title, or even a book dedicated to his life. And when he died last year, on May 2021, all the world press dedicated in any languages an article to him, and with this sentence, it is small, but here there is in French, in German, but in whatever language you have the phrase with the translation in very different language and the name of Pasolini in that. So Pasolini's phrase resounded last year. And so just in closing, as to this phrase, throwing your body into the fight, we may say that Pierpaolo Pasolini is acknowledged in some way the authorship of the phrase, but not only because of its blurred origins that we have to investigate further. And the wide press use here, others made in his name. But above all, because, as Paolo said before, he actually embodied the phrase in his entire life. And this is all for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience? Damian?
Thank you very much. So I know it's always difficult to find the origins, but I was curious about the Italian language. What about the phrase nowadays, in the Italian language? Is it still in common use?
Yes, I showed you before, maybe it was not so big, but it is very used by the press. And, for example, refer to Pasolini, but we had example also refer to other politicians, for example, Marco Pannella, and that are the more engaged, more committed politicians. So, yes, it is very used.
So he has successfully imported the phrase into Italian. Okay.
Okay, somebody else? Any questions? Comments? Okay. If no, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to invite now my friend from Poland, Professor Joanna Sierszonowicz from University of Białystok.
everybody. Can you hear me well? Yes? Lovely. So today I will be talking to you about cultural boundness of productive patterns. But before I start, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers. First of all, it's not just a mere thank you, but real gratitude for the amount of work, because everything requires work. And my special thanks go to the technical staff. What would we do without you? That would be really, really, really hard. So, as I mentioned, I will be talking about patterns, but also one more thing. Before I start, I would like to say a few words about my place. I work at the University of Białystok in Poland, and here you can see some pictures. Białystok used to be a private city, and this yellowish building that you can see was a place when a rich man who lived in Warsaw came on holiday, so the whole city was private. And this greyish building is my university. Currently I work there. Is the old Communist Party house. Some of you have already been there at a conference in 2018, so you have visited these places, and I hope more people will come to our next conference. As for the presentation plan, I will start with a brief introduction, then I will talk about patterns in phraseology, and I will present actually 3 case studies, and finally there will be some conclusions. Actually, it's the work in progress, so of course the conclusions will be tentative. The main aim is to discuss the ways in which phrasematic productive patterns I deal with the modern Polish. It means models according to which multi-word expressions are coined. All kinds of slot constructions may manifest their culture boundness. I've been dealing with slot constructions over the recent years, and I will be continuing this. That's why I say just work in progress. And I would like to present 3 examples of selected Polish phrases used in the modern Polish. The first of which I have already discussed at a conference from a different perspective, from a translational perspective. So, patterns in phraseology have been discussed in quite a few works. I would like to draw your attention to the ones that you see on the slide. In particular, our colleague who was speaking this morning, Ramon Martí Solano, from idiom variation to these kind of units that I will be talking about. Just to give you an insight what I really mean, all kind of models as those that you can see are in the scope of my interest. It's very interesting how they are presented in dictionaries, because very often you find an idiomatic construction and some suggestion that it undergoes modifications. It tends to undergo modifications. For instance, if you take the Oxford Dictionary of Idioms, then you can find the idiomatic phrase, "Don't shoot the pianist, he's doing his best," with a strong suggestion that it undergoes a lot of modifications. Don't shoot the translator, he's doing his best. Don't shoot the interpreter, she's doing her best. Also, don't shoot the presenter, she's doing her best. So you can go on modifying it. It's very attractive from a communicative point of view, because there are a number of situations in which we can use this unit. And the point is that not often they are presented in that way. The point is when to start to present that as slot idioms. So the first case studies will show how it works. So as you can see, a German was crying while selling the car. In Polish, it's Niemiec płakał jak sprzedawał. You need some background knowledge to understand why there is a German person who is crying while selling. Actually, it's used as an ironic statement uttered in a variety of situations in which we buy cars. Polish people tend to buy second-hand cars very often from Germany and other countries, typically from Germany. So if you could guess how old an average Polish car is, in your opinion, just give a rough number. Oh, 20s? No, please. No 20. 30, no. You are quite generous with the number. It's 12. It's 12. Yes, it is 12. So, you know, knowing that many Polish people buy secondary hand cars from Germany, you can imagine that these cars are in different conditions. There is a stereotype, I will be talking about it in a minute. We view German people as reliable, rich, having good cars, taking care of their cars, respecting their cars, I would say. So even if the car is, let's say, 10 years old still, it's usable at least. So originally it functioned on the internet, but over time it was incorporated into the modern Polish colloquial language. It's very useful from a pragmatic perspective. So as you can see, there are lots of artifacts on which you can see this phrase, a German was crying while selling, so you can buy a bag or a mug with this slogan. So it reflects its widespreadness. It is a neophrasm, still attractive. It is used very often in a multimodal context, which will be illustrated in a moment, and it requires some creativity on the part of the user. It refers originally to this previous unit that I mentioned, German was crying while selling, but there are also lots of modifications, which I will show, but still it is of international nature, always referring to the original one. And definitely it requires shared knowledge. You need to know about the stereotypes, widespread beliefs, the perception of Germans and their cars, to understand how it works. So it relies on the image that Poles are persons who are not so well off, who would like to buy a second-hand car. Also, the person that is important is the dealer. So the dealer is perceived as one who tries to talk a Pole into purchasing an old car, insisting that it's really good value for money, which very often is not. Germany as a country is viewed as a producer of good cars, and Germans are people, as I mentioned, who take good care. And also it goes deeper, Poles as a nation that is poorer than Germany, and the relations about the dealer of second-hand cars and the customer. Definitely, it's very interesting because this stereotype also encompasses other products. For example, we talk about German washing powder or German chemical products in general, all kind of washing up liquids, and lots of people believe that they are better. So sometimes you can see sellers who put a big, poster, German washing powder, just to attract customers. Yeah, so it works kind of marketing device. So please have a look at one of these memes showing reflecting on the content of this expression. And also we've got lots of additions, amplifications. For instance, for Seymour's brand one, never crashed. A German was crying while selling it, drove it only to church. We have lots of cultural contexts in which it appears. For example, you can see Josef Ratzinger, yeah, and also this font characteristic, which is in relation to the word German. This phrase has a great discursive potential. For instance, it is used in the original form in many contexts in which German people sell something to Polish people. For instance, here it was about aeroplanes. Here it's about cars. And here, as you can see, I hope you recognize this football player. Absolutely, Robert Lewandowski. We are very proud of him. And if you remember, it was a German team that was selling him. So Germans were crying while selling Robert Lewandowski to another team. There is lots of interaction and dialogue. It's like a German was trying while selling, wherefore joy, I guess, which shows this ironic character. A German was crying while selling it, sir, and up to now he has kept phoning to listen to the engine. Also, you can see another reflection to the stereotype. A German was crying while selling it, and the steering wheel is clean since he was wearing gloves. So, this cleanliness and love for the car. And you can see that I chose just one example. There are lots of ethnonyms that can take place of the word German. For example, a Chinese was crying while selling. But what happens next? It is not only about Germans and cars, because as I said, this frame is quite useful from a communicative perspective. You can talk about people who do lousy job, they do it really badly, and to express negative evaluation. So for instance, if you see steps like this, you can say an architect was crying while designing. Or if you see something like that, which actually you can find in Poland, in my city, there is no building extension, but there is a tree in one of streets which are used quite frequently, which functions in the same way. So you simply have to maneuver your car and manage with the tree. Another example is corporate was trying while challenging, graphic designer was crying while designing, copywriter was crying while he was reading, a client was crying while reading. So, you know, you can go on like this, and the modifications are really numerous. So it can show that it went a long way from the basic, a German was crying while selling, which is still used on many occasions, to a more productive pattern. It gained new meanings, like, first of all, this pattern can be used to indicate the low quality of something. A bad design, for instance. It can describe poor results of somebody's activity, but also it can express feeling sorry about parting with something. So also you can find this unit situations when people are really sorry because they have to sell the car, but they had some kind of attachment. Some people even name their cars. I don't know if you have ever named your car. Not yet, Oti. Maybe your next car will bear some name. Why not? So now I would like to show you a different relation to culture. This time we will talk about the unit Szarpałbym jak Reksio szynkę. Reksio is the name of the dog that you can see on the top. It's a cartoon character. Actually, it's my childhood. I watched this cartoon when I was young. And it is used with a reference to, it expresses the evaluation of somebody as being very attractive with some sexual undertones, okay? So I would just jump at this person and you can imagine what would happen. So definitely the dog really craves for the ham, loves ham. So it is the same relation with people. So you can see some more pictures about this terrier dog that was the protagonist of the TV story. And also, this unit had a great potential. First of all, it's what a bit surprising. It sounded a bit funny to Polish native users. So it gained some popularity. And as you can see, for instance, the name Reksio, a zoonym, was changed for another zoonym, Azor. But it went on because you have, for example, Starling and Cherry Tree. And then you've got a debt collector and a TV set. So we leave poor Reksio far away and we go with some new items that can fill in. You can see here a collection of verbal components which are used in this unit, and also particular lexemes referring to sexual relations. And what is very interesting is that there are some categories which fill in this frame, for instance, animal terms. And again, they are a bit surprising. It requires great creativity to make up such a phrase. For instance, I'd better like a wild marten in gooseberry. Or I'd throw into like a wild boar in maize, a koala and eucalyptus. Then we've got some jobs. For example, the stereotypical picture of a farmer who takes European Union subsidies. So I would jump at this person like this farmer and the European Union subsidies. Then we've got some proper names. And what is very interesting here, we could find some correspondences most possibly in all languages. But when it comes here, we've got lots of proper names which are deeply embedded in culture, not only Polish culture. For instance, I'm sure my Polish colleagues know the name Najman. He became quite infamous because he many times ran away, he lost fights. He was a kickboxer and then I think boxer, and also he did some other kind of that sports. And also it refers to our racing driver Kubica, but also you can see, for example, Hendrix, or you can see House, Dr. House, and Vicodin also is used. I don't know if I include this example. What is also funny, you can see some crematonyms, like for example, brałbym jak ołówki z Ikei. I'm sure you are well familiar with these small pencils in the IKEA shops that you can take. So also a kind of, funny image of people taking these small pencils. There are also some culture-bound references, like you can see here, for instance, the reference of students eating kebabs, which is a typical picture. And some more examples which refer to older stereotyped images, like the war, for instance, German and Jew. And then we've got references to modern culture. You can see in this picture Nergal, he's a singer, modern Polish singer. And I don't remember if he torn the Bible or he set it to fire, but he did something of that kind at one of the concerts. And that's why you can see here, szarpałbym jak Nergal Biblię, and now even szarpałbym jak Putin Ukrainę. So you've got lots of cultural references. And definitely you can again see that this model developed over time. So first of all, X likes somebody very much. X knows a lot about Y by dealing professionally, permanently. And X remains in a particular relation with Y, which is determined for each unit separately. So now I would like to go to case study 3, which is based on this saying Russia is a state of mind. It is attributed, at least partially, it's a little different form, to Mamardashvili, a great Georgian philosopher. The Russian norm is an extremely barbaric state of mind. This is the whole phrase. Intellectuals in the Eastern Europe after the World War II coined this expression, Russia is not a country, it's a state of mind. It gained lots of popularity on the internet, of course, first of all in this canonic form in which it appeared, so you can see lots of pictures of that kind. This is just a small selection. So these are typical pictures that you can find. Also, we've got profiles on Facebook which play with this phrase and put lots of image. But also it functions as a frame which can be filled in a variety of ways depending on the communicative situation. For instance, there is a picture which was taken in the US, and then we've got America is not a country, it is a state of mind. You can see a picture about also Poland. And what I would like to stress, it's not only this general cultural reference, but also very specific one. I would like to discuss several examples which are typical of Polish culture. The first one is passerati, is a state of mind. How to interpret the word passerati? Of course, it's a combination of two elements, passat and Maserati. So there is an image of Polish driver who drive Passats, which is not a very positive one, I would say, in brief. And that's why this Passerati is a state of mind functions. It's easily interpretable for a Polish native user. Another example, the Czech Republic, we want changes. Turkey, we want changes. Hong Kong, we want changes. Poland, 500. Will it be given? Because in Poland there is a program which is called 500 plus. It means that Polish people get 500 for each child. And it's a reference to Polish people who expect money. So you can see that this frame is used for a lot of culture-bound notion. For instance, this is my city, Białystok, and the stereotypical image of Białystok is that it's the coldest part of Poland. So you can see here ironic comment on my city, how it is done when there is a lot of snow. And in general, Poland is not a country, it's a state of mind. We've got lots of comments like this, which show ironic vision, criticism about what's going on, for instance. So another example is age is just a state of mind. So you can see here 2 slides. And I would like also to say a few words about my region. It's called Podlasie, and Poland generally does not have this division into north and south as it is in many, many countries. We've got the division into the southern part and the western part. I'm from the southern part, which is very often called Poland B. It means that it's less developed economically, and as you can imagine, kind of expansion of this stereotype is lots of negative qualities that are attributed. So you can see, for instance, Bruce Willis after a month in Podlasie, the USA Army and a baba, which is also a very colloquial word, also functioning in Russian, I think. Am I right, Irina? Baba. It's not a woman. It's a very informal word referring to a woman, very often an old woman or kind of of negative attribute. So we can also see Podlaski Uber and Self-Stick from Hajnówka, which is a small place next to Białystok, not far from Białystok. So you can see that on one hand it's filled in with general references which are easily interpretable in many different cultures. On the other hand, very often it requires this cultural knowledge to interpret it. But it's not only the fact that it's limited to this kind of fillers. Another component which can be put here is actually a noun, like a cat is a state of mind, as you can see on the pillow, or a teacher is not a job, it's a state of mind, or coffee is a state of mind, which I think many of us agree, especially after some sessions. So how about the phrase? In the modern Polish, it is used to express, first of all, disapproval of some people, countries, phenomena, which are too difficult to understand in a logical way. It's something that does not comply with the standards, something that is shocking, that we can't explain in a regular way. It is also employed for verbalizing the belief that whether one feels in a particular way depends on the perception, like the case with the age. You are as old as you feel. It can be also applied to emphasize that a particular place has a special atmosphere, and what is very important, it can be used in a kind of contronymic way, both positive and negative. For instance, if you say Podlasie is a state of mind, I showed you these funny pictures, the pictures which reflect to this negative stereotype, but also it can be used in a positive way about any region or about any city. For instance, Szczecin is a state of mind, Gdańsk is a state of mind. It refers to a particular atmosphere which is irreplaceable, which you can't experience anywhere. And for instance, Podlasie is almost famous for natural beauty. It's the only place where there are bisons. You can visit the reserve of European bisons, huge animals, very interesting. There are primeval forests, there are lakes. They are absolutely beautiful region. Many people fall in love with it when they visit this area, the area that is forested with lakes, etc. So if you say Podlasie is a state of mind, it can be extremely positive. So it's also very interesting how this frame developed and all the meaning that it gained. So as for conclusion, the internet has a great potential for creating phraseological patterns, some of which can be deeply rooted in a given culture. So definitely the pattern itself can be rooted in the culture. It can develop based on some stereotypes. It can refer to some qualities which are unique to a given culture. Culture boundness may also occur at the level of constituents of culture-specific character that you have seen in a variety of ways. There are lots of symbolic items, there are lots of items that are rich in connotative potential, and that's why they are used and they carry culture-bound meaning. Embedment in culture may also manifest by reflecting to widespread beliefs. That's what I talked about actually. And what is very important, there are various multi-word expressions which can develop into some patterns. Therefore, it is worth observing them and determining the quality, which is very important for several reasons. First of all, in terms of lexicographic description, what to do with such an item. Do we have an idiom and a frame? Do we have only a frame? Because you have to put it in a dictionary. Definitely the three examples that I have chosen should be included in any good phraseological dictionary. It is also very important from a translational point of view to see it as a pattern, to be aware of a pattern, which is also related to the inclusion in a dictionary. One more thing is foreign language teaching. When we teach Polish as a foreign language, it is really good to include this kind of at least information that there are patterns in general, and also stress that lots of patterns function in a language, and you can expect these patterns. It's in many cases much better to be aware of the pattern than of a particular unit, yes, because the pattern is productive. So I'm very much for the inclusion of patterns and making it clear that it's not only sometimes modified, as some dictionaries put it, but definitely it is something that you can use in everyday dialogue, modify it and still be understood. they tend to fill in a stylistic and pragmatic gap. This is also very important because, as you know, there are always some gaps. When we compare languages, very often it turns out that there is a pragmatism in one language and there is no pragmatism in another. And this is really surprising because we expect correspondences between pragmatisms, like somebody sneezes and we say something. And there are some situations maybe less typified, and in one language an idiomatic structure develop and another not really. So they require special attentions. They require special attentions in the sphere of translation, phraseodidactics, and definitely in general it is worth paying attention to this kind of units due to their potential in terms of discourse, in terms of everyday communication, in terms of lexicography, contrastive studies and translation. So thank you very much for attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jana. I learned some interesting things about the part B of Poland because I'm from the part A, like you said. Okay, do we have any questions?
I have greetings to Joanna.
Yep.
Luis writes here, if I can transmit a little comment to Joanna. Sure. We talked about this at conference in Milan right before I came to Turku.
Yeah.
I just found a meme that says that the same idea about German cars exists in the Balkans.
Yeah.
Apparently there is a proverb that says, wife can be from village, but car must be from Germany.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's not. Thank you very much, first of all, for this comment. Thank you very much for this comment. It's really true, and it's not only in that area. Also, the same is with Belarus and Lithuania. So I would say that all this area to the south of, to the east of Germany, most possibly have this kind of phrase. So if we check other languages, most possibly we will find a similar phrase, definitely, because the practice is shared. All this post-communist bloc.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Joanna. I was wondering if do you know if the three examples you focused on are those who created the pattern, or did the pattern exist before the three examples?
Yeah, so first of all, if we come to the first one was created as a unit. A German was crying while selling, and then it developed into a pattern. Simply people start to modify it. On the internet you can modify easily, yeah? and it works very, very fast. So definitely it was a unit which developed into a pattern. Then the second one was about this dog, this rickshaw, yes. It also was a unit used humorously as a neo-phraseme. Yeah, it gained some popularity. It was simply repeated. Szarpałbym jak reksio szynkę. It was repeated, but then people started to modify first in a, let's say, subtle way, because it was ham, maybe sausage, maybe meat. So, you know, generally some kind of culinary term. And only then it started to be more and more original, and it started to gain ground as a frame. With the third one, I think that it was just explained more or less that it appeared in text, so it is of textual origin, and then it started to be modified. So I'm not that sure if it was used before this Georgian philosopher and intellectuals in these communist countries. So it's difficult to say. I didn't go that far. Definitely it requires further investigation to see how it worked before. But up to now I have found out it's of textual origin. So definitely it was a unit, and then, you know, it was modified.
Thank you, Joanna. I just noticed the term we were speaking about these concepts. Can you tell more about this pragmatism, maybe.
Oh, pragmatism, yes, of course. A pragmatism of a pragmatic idiom is typified, it is an idiomatic construction which is used in a typified everyday situation. For instance, somebody sneezes, somebody starts meal, somebody greets somebody. There are a lot of idiomatic constructions. For instance, you can't see somebody, or you can't see some object which is very near to you, and people say something. Or you would like somebody to give you the seat, or you would like to just, so lots of idiomatic constructions like greetings, apologies belong to pragmatisms, for instance, saying thank you, all these formulas. There are also some dictionaries of pragmatisms, not for all languages, but for example, for Croatian, there is already a dictionary of pragmatisms that it has been compiled. And pragmatism can also be a word, not only idiomatic construction, but also a word can function as a pragmatism. Most welcome.
Okay, more questions? Comments? No? Okay, thank you very much, Joanna.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would like to invite the first speaker in this session, Aida Batista, who is an independent researcher from Portugal.
Good morning. And I would like to express all my gratitude to this perfect work of the organization and the opportunity to be here. Thanks, Rui Soares. It's my pleasure to be in Tavira. Please accept my apologies for having my presentation in Portuguese. I could have done it in English, but it's my first time here, and I don't realize that the majority of the audience doesn't understand Portuguese. It's my fault. I should have asked. So I asked for help to my friend and colleague, Manuela Marujo. She will do some short synthesis that represent the most important of the message of my paper. So I have a personal translator. It's a privilege.
My first language is not English, mind you, it's Portuguese, okay? I'll try.
So, os provérbios, como linguagem sem fronteiras, refletem a cultura de povo. Fruto da ancestral sabedoria popular, mas não fizeram do que incorporar certas diferenças, apesar de que, no que às mulheres diz respeito, estas quase sempre são apresentadas de forma muito depreciativa e jocosa.
So Aida, of course, reflects on the value of Proverbs, but with a specific focus. Women generally have been represented in the Proverbs, at least here in Portugal, in a prejudiced and sometimes comic way of portraying them.
Logo na narrativa da criação do mundo, a mulher já nos é apresentada feita a partir de uma costela de Adão, o que pode ser interpretado como um ser acessório, porque derivado da criação primeira, portanto, a criação perfeita.
So already in the Jewish Christian tradition, Eve is made of Adam's rib, so it starts immediately there with the inferior position of the woman.
Destinados a viver no Éden, ficaram sujeitos apenas a uma interdição. Do not eat the fruit of the wisdom tree. Como o fruto proibido é o mais apetecido, seria de prever que ambos, confrontados com tal proibição, se sentissem impelidos a transgredir. No entanto, à mulher foi atribuído o papel da transgressora quando Eva, além de o comer, desafiou Adão a fazê-lo também.
So the first people, as we know, they couldn't do just one thing, eat the forbidden fruit, the wisdom tree fruit. But of course, as she says, the forbidden fruit is the sweetest, and that's what Eva did. And with her complicity, Adam did the same.
Expulsos do paraíso, sujeitos a trabalhar e a comer o pão com o suor do seu rosto, à mulher, para além de parir com dor, foi-lhe ainda dito: sentirás forte atração por teu marido, mas ele há de mandar em ti.
So according to the Bible, the woman was already destined to be the weak part, and she had to obey her husband.
Este duplo castigo representou a primeira lei de submissão da mulher ao homem e conseguiu que ela se mantivesse durante séculos de tal modo que a dominação masculina é aceita como natural, ou tem sido aceita como natural.
So the submission, starting from Eve, has been followed many centuries, as we know. So that was the first law of submission, let us say.
À parte alguns nomes destacados, a verdade é que, sendo as sociedades maioritariamente androcentristas, tem havido um silenciamento ou minimização do papel das mulheres, praticamente reduzidas a dois grupos, divinas ou malvadas.
So women have been divided into two groups along the centuries. Some of them, they challenge the laws, but they have been divided between divine and saints, let's say.
Como Penélopes, elas têm sentido necessidade de fio a fio, de ser o pavio da trama das suas conquistas. Enquanto a figura mitológica Penélope esperou 20 longos anos, quem espera sempre alcança, para atingir o seu objetivo, o regresso de Ulisses, as mulheres têm levado séculos para conseguir que a jurisprudência estabeleça a igualdade de direitos, que infelizmente ainda não foi conseguida em todos os países.
So she refers Penelope as an example. She waited 20 years, and women have been waiting longer, centuries, to see laws changed into a male-dominated society.
E agora eu refiro aqueles provérbios que deram origem ao título da minha apresentação, que são exatamente aqueles provérbios que reduzem a mulher a um determinado espaço e que são: a mulher, a casa, ao homem, a praça.
So she's going to look for the Proverbs that illustrate what she's going to say about these two women that we'll show the photos in a moment. And the first one, for example, is to the woman the house, to the man the square. The house is for women and the street is for men. So that kind of mentality illustrates what the laws of the society have been so far.
À mulher, a roca, e ao marido, a espada.
So to the wife the distaff and to the husband the sword.
Homem que cheire a pólvora, mulher que cheire a incenso.
Man who smells like gunpowder, a woman who smells like incense.
Homem, barca, mulher, arca.
Man boat, woman trunk.
Portanto, concluímos que são provérbios que remetem a mulher para uma espécie de gineceu, onde se devem dedicar tarefas exclusivamente femininas, de que a roca e a arca são um exemplo, bem como o incenso que remete para a igreja ou para o recato e o espaço cuidado, limpo e perfumado da casa.
So the Proverbs show the role of women. They stay in the house, perfumed and nice looking, and to the men, you know, outside is their world and outside is their place of domain.
Mulheres houve, como foi o caso das duas que vos irei apresentar. apresentar, que souberam contrariar os cânones estabelecidos nestes provérbios, tendo tido a coragem de romper com eles ao desafiarem a sociedade da época em que viveram.
So I is going to show these two examples of Portuguese women who were brave enough to change the rules of society and pay for it.
Escolhi estas duas mulheres porque ambas, além de terem sido vítimas da mesma acusação, habitaram um tempo comum, tendo sido contemporâneas durante a primeira metade do século passado. Adelaide Cunha nasceu a 13 de outubro de 1869, mas morreu a 27 de novembro de 1954. Margarida Vitória nasceu em 1919 e faleceu em 1996. A longevidade de Adelaide Cunha, que morreu aos 85 anos, permitiu-lhe coexistir com Margarida Vitória. Apesar desta coincidente janela temporal, tenho dúvidas que alguma vez tivessem sabido uma da outra e de como as suas vidas foram alvo do mesmo crime, pedir o divórcio, e castigo, serem consideradas loucas.
So these two women lived not very far apart in time, but there's no reason to think they met or they ever knew about each other. One was from the Azorian Islands, one from Lisbon, and they were both forbidden of living their normal lives. And one of them lived a longer life. And, you know, when we look at their lives and, you know, what they happened to them, she compares to the crime and punishment that we all know about, you know, the Russian author, because that's their lives. They committed the crime of being different and they were punished for that.
Por terem dado corpo ao provérbio, o que o marido proíbe, a mulher o quer.
We don't have that one.
Tá.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
What the husband forbids, the wife wants. So they were the proof of that, okay? They were forbidden to live their lives, but they really wanted to do something about it.
Por terem vontade própria, foram sujeitas a internamentos forçados em manicômios e clínicas, porque, ao serem consideradas loucas, lavava-se a honra da família.
The family was both were from very wealthy and well-known families, so they were considered crazy. It went to a, madhouse and interned in specific clinics where they were considered out of their minds.
Como mulheres cultas e inteligentes, pertenciam ao grupo das que fazem parte do provérbio mulher que sabe latim e burra que faz raras vezes têm bom fim.
So they belong to that group of women that the proverb says, a woman who knows Latin and the donkey that brays rarely have a good end.
But homem de palha vale mais que mulher de ouro. This is the contrast.
A man of straw is better than a woman made of gold. So the contrast is always, in the lives of these women.
Consideradas socialmente proscritas, a interdição retirava-lhes personalidade jurídica, declarando-as incapazes de gerir a sua própria pessoa e os bens, o que obrigava a ficar independentes de um tutor que controlava as suas vidas.
So because they infringed all the laws of the time, they were considered non-able to even have their own properties and, made use of their own money. And they were interned in these clinics most of their lives.
Por isso não tinham acesso a qualquer tipo de rendimento, nem sequer ao mínimo consagrado pelo Código Civil Português, aprovado por Carta de Lei de julho de 1867 por Dom Luís, que incluía um artigo, 1104, que dizia: a mulher não pode privar o marido da administração dos bens, mas pode reservar para si o direito de receber a título de alfinetes, uma parte do rendimento dos seus bens e dispor dela livremente, contanto que não exceda a terça dos ditos rendimentos. This is very important because it's the law.
Yeah. So the law of 1869?
No, 1867.
1867 by King Louis allowed a woman to have a certain part of their income, of the income of the family. However, if they were considered not in mental health, the husband would take all the part except for a little bit. We have this expression in Portuguese, pros alfinetes, for the pins. So they were allowed to have a little bit of money to buy something, a jewel, that would make them prettier. Sorry.
Então, começo por Adelaide da Cunha, que em novembro de 1918, aos 48 anos, e um casamento de 28 anos com Alfredo Gameiro da Cunha e um filho de 26 anos, troca o marido escritor e poeta por Manuel Claro, que fora seu motorista privado e tinha quase metade da sua idade. Porque o amor não envelhece, morre criança.
So Adelaide Cunha left her husband, a poet and a writer, and for the chauffeur, he was half of her age, and she was in love with him. And for that she paid dearly.
Este gesto representou não só uma troca de companheiro, mas também de todo o conforto do Palácio de São Vicente, em Lisboa, por um modestíssimo andar em Santa Combadão.
So she used to live in a palace. She changed the palace to the hut in Santa Combadão, a very poor, house, etc. And in the rural country, in those days, Santa Combadão is countryside.
Descoberto o seu paradeiro, por insistências do marido, que tudo moveu para a localizarem, foi internada num manicômio, Hospital Conde Ferreira, no Porto.
So she was interned as crazy, mad, in a madhouse, very famous madhouse in Porto.
Mas foram as mais importantes figuras da psiquiatria da época, Júlio de Matos, Sobral Cid, Egas Muniz, Auer Nobel, que sem observarem nem lhe fazerem qualquer exame, lhe diagnosticaram um estado de loucura com o argumento de climatério, declarando-a generada hereditária, na qual se vem manifestando em relação com a menopausa, graves perturbações dos afetos e dos instintos que a privam da capacidade civil para reger a sua pessoa e administrar os seus bens.
So 3 important doctors, one of them was our Nobel Prize in medicine, without seeing her, without doing any kind of examination, considered her mad, and she had no chance of appealing that status. It was menopause, as this.
Esta sentença traduzia uma corrente de pensamento muito em voga, em que a paixão e outros crimes contra os costumes eram fruto de um estado de alienação.
So passion was considered in this medicine milieu as not a very healthy state of mind.
Qualquer pessoa nesta época poderia requerer o internamento de outra no manicômio, desde que apresentasse o atestado de 2 médicos e um exame do próprio Júlio de Matos.
So it was enough to have 2 doctors stating that you were not in a mental healthy state, and the hospital, if accepting that, the person had no chance of appealing.
Após uma fuga rocambolesca, preparada com a cumplicidade do seu amado, a quem fizera chegar bilhetes, já que a distância das moradias não desune o amor dos corações, consegue viver 22 dias de felicidade até ser localizada na aldeia de Roção, em casa da mãe do Manuel, indiferente, a vozes de burro que não chegam ao céu, porque para ela os cães ladram, mas a caravana passa.
So she managed, with the support of her lover, to get away from the madhouse for 22 days.
Yeah, 22.
But so the Proverbs she found, a distância das moradias, being far away doesn't separate true lovers, and she proved that. And she didn't care about what people thought. Foolish words fall on deaf ears. And also with this belief that the dogs bark and the caravan goes on, she always tried to live at least a short period of her life with the most happy
A 26 de fevereiro é novamente internada, tendo sido enviada para o pavilhão das criminosas, onde ficou fechada noite e dia durante 2 meses.
So she paid dearly, being punished for 2 months. She was enclosed in a room without any presence, human presence, and she was considered a criminal at that time because she had run away.
Manuel é preso e colocado na cadeia da relação do Porto sob a acusação de rapto e violação da mulher que amava.
So the chauffeur also had a very severe punishment. It was that was considered rape, and he had, taken advantage of that woman, and he was in prison in Porto.
Advogado contatado por interpostas pessoas que lhe deram a conhecer a situação de Adelaide conseguiu a sua libertação a 9 de agosto de 1919. Depois de ter saído do manicômio, Adelaide Cunha publica Doida Não, a sua defesa face aos ataques públicos do marido no jornal, porque ela era filha do dono do Diário de Notícias de Lisboa. Portanto, era uma figura muito importante da sociedade da época. Yeah? The most important.
So she was the daughter of the most important owner of a newspaper at the time, Diário de Notícias, and she managed, with the help of a lawyer, to publish some of the articles that helped her in her defense. One of them was called Not Crazy, I'm Not Crazy, Doida Não, and later that was used as her biography title. Sorry, biography title.
Como de médico e de louco todos temos um pouco.
So every man has a fool in his sleeve.
Continuava a considerada louca, não aceitando o divórcio, já que teria de lhe entregar metade da fortuna de que era herdeira. Contrariando o libelo acusatório do seu marido, na linha do provérbio, o amor é um passarinho que não aceita gaiola, argumenta.
So if she accepted the divorce, she would have to pay him half of her fortune. She didn't want to do that. And she continued to defend that love is a bird that doesn't accept a cage.
E ela argumenta, não há manicômios, não há cadeias, não há leis, não há homens que nos separem, porque quanto mais imaginam fazê-lo, mais nos aproximam. Quando 2 entes sofrem um pelo outro o que nós temos sofrido, apenas a morte tem esse poder. E para isso é necessário ainda que além de a morte nada exista. Ou seja, ela ainda acreditava no amor após a morte.
So her passion for Manuel, right? Manuel?
Yeah, Manuel.
Was so strong that she said, there's no law, there's no man, there's nothing family. Even death will not separate us.
Devido à enorme influência que o marido tinha sobre o poder instituído, quem pode luta e quem não pode escuta, a decisão da sua libertação é anulada. E como pedra boldia não queria musgo, Adelaide Cunha foi obrigada a viver escondida no Porto com o incondicional apoio de conceituadas famílias da cidade.
So she lost because her husband was very powerful. So she had to live hidden. And the Proverbs she found, a person who has the power fights, those who don't just listen, that was her case. And a rolling stone gathers no moss, so she always, tried to do something for her life.
Durante esse período de clandestinidade, chegou a visitar Manuel Claro na cadeia. Contrariando o provérbio que o hábito não faz o monge, foi disfarçada de lavadeira que conseguiu ir buscar, lavar e entregar-lhe a roupa periodicamente.
So she used to go to prison. And don't judge a book by its cover. That's what in Portuguese, it's completely different. O hábito não faz o monge. She disguised herself as a cleaner. Someone washed his clothes, and she visited her lover there and brought his stuff and continued contacting him.
Ele é solto a 28 de janeiro de 22 e foram viver juntos para a rua de Sedufeita.
So he left. He was liberated in 22, and they lived together in Porto.
Porque amor com amor se paga, apesar de ter tido propostas para trabalhar no Brasil, estava fora de questão abandonar a sua companheira, que não se podia ausentar sem autorização do tutor, o marido. E por quem não arrisca, não petisca, Manuel inicia uma carreira de taxista.
5 minutes. So she managed to live with him. Sorry, agora perdi-me. He starts working as a taxi driver in Porto, and nothing ventured, nothing gained. So he tried to do something for their own lives.
Mas tinha
Tens de
convite
passar para
para o
outra,
Brasil.
senão não tens tempo.
Pois, não tenho tempo, não é?
Não, go quickly.
Então, vamos passar para a outra. Portanto, é só para dizer que Adelaide Cunha, só após a morte do marido, é o filho quem fica tutor e ela só consegue adquirir a sua total liberdade e independência depois dos 70 anos.
So only when she was 70, Adelaide, she manages, with the help of her son and the husband died, to get some of the money that she deserved.
Margarida Vitória, filha do Marquês Jacome Correia, nasce, já disse, não é? Em 1919. Devido às suas origens aristocráticas, cedo aprendeu a movimentar-se na alta sociedade e a partilhar o palco do mundo. Mas foi também pelas suas origens que se viu obrigada a seguir padrões impostos por uma educação familiar muito restritiva e conservadora.
A very conservative family, very wealthy family from the Azores. She circulated in the best of the environments in Portugal.
Para se poder libertar da tutela familiar, casou-se aos 18 anos, desafiando as regras do pleno período de luto de seu pai. Sendo um casamento desde o início condenado ao fracasso, pouco tempo depois apaixonou-se por Agostinho da Silveira, inspetor da Defesa.
Continua.
Porque a mulher casada, o marido lhe basta, quando decide pedir o divórcio, é internada numa clínica psiquiátrica suíça, perto de Geneve.
So she was married very young to, get some freedom from the family, very conservative family, but she had to. She was interned after they found out in Switzerland, in a clinic in Switzerland.
É sujeita a choques elétricos e a uma vida de clausura tão avessa ao seu espírito livre. Foi a mãe, uma mulher fria, porque o pai já tinha morrido, foi a mãe, uma mulher fria e distante, quem iniciou o processo de interdição com o objetivo de impedir de levar por diante o pedido de divórcio e ficar impedida de gerir os seus bens herdados por morte do pai.
So even her mother was very rigid. She didn't help her at all, and she managed to interdict her from all her the means that she could have had to fight this divorce.
Tenta a fuga, mas é apanhada e levada de novo para a clínica e acusada de máxima loucura e sujeita a regras mais severas. É nesta clínica que conhece um egípcio com quem vem a casar após um demorado e longo processo de divórcio, ter uma filha e um filho. Este segundo casamento estava igualmente destinado a fracassar, o que leva Margarida a um segundo pedido de divórcio.
So she finds an Egyptian good-looking man, I'm sure, in Switzerland. And after the divorce, she married him, but things don't go very well, and she asked for a second divorce.
Eu vou saltar os provérbios.
Sim,
não é?
sim.
Sendo ela uma mulher deslumbrante, excêntrica, sensual e sedutora, não se estranhe que fosse cobiçada por vários homens, e na sua lista não faltaram homens bem conhecidos do meio literário. E é nesse universo das letras que ela encontra o terceiro marido, Armando Cortes Rodrigues, açoriano e muito mais velho que ela.
So she had all these men interested in her because she was pretty, she was adventurous, she was daring, and she marries a few of them. So let's go to the last one.
Armando Cortes Rodrigues.
Não, tens que acabar aí, tens que ir para o Vitorino Mésio.
Tenho que ir.
Yeah.
Então, aos 54 anos, portanto era o segundo casamento, o terceiro casamento, aos 54 anos apaixona-se pelo escritor muito conhecido Vitorino Nemésio, e a paixão com que se envolveram foi de tal maneira que esta ligação só termina com a morte de Nemésio em 1978. E Nemésio era casado.
Last husband was Vitorino Nemésio, a very well-known Portuguese writer, old professor at the University of Lisbon. He was married, etc., but she didn't care. When she was 54, she fell in love with him, and only death separated them.
Margarida Vitória, sem pruridos de qualquer ordem, fala-nos abertamente das pulsões do seu corpo e dá-nos a conhecer todos os pormenores da sua sexualidade, quer a título pessoal, quer nas suas ligações conjugais. Assume sem pudor o seu erotismo, os homens que desejou, os amantes que teve, despindo-se de todos os preconceitos que pudessem interferir na sua biografia.
So she writes about her life, everything. Erotic writing, she has 2 volumes. Tens que passar para os livros.
Tá.
She has 2 volumes. I can show so the Amores da Cadela Pura, it's the cover of her autobiography, volume 1. She has 2 volumes. This one was published in 1976. And it was a scandal, as you can imagine. But before she died, she left another volume that was published immediately after.
So, for conclusion, I have a poem for all the women. Man was created from clay, but the clay quickly softens. Eve was created from a bone. On a bone, you can pour as much water as you want. It will not soften. Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough, but you know, it's hard to have to
Today is Dia de São Martinho.
Ele já me tirou aquilo.
Dia de São Martinho, vai à adega e prova o vinho. Is our proverb for this
It's
day.
the last one.
Is the last one.
Okay. No dia de São Martinho, vai à adega e prova o vinho. So today, the 11th of November, it's a special day when the new wine comes from the wineries. And so everyone is invited today to try wine. That's today, 11th of November. So that's the last message.
And eat chestnut.
Okay, thank you very much.
And eat chestnuts with it.
So thank you very much.
Sorry, we went over. No question.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions referring to this presentation?
We have to taste the wine.
Okay. Then I would like to call all previous speakers to the front.
We can ask during breaks, etc. Yeah, breaks and lunchtime.
Attention, please. One small appointment telling that as our colleagues remember, today is St. Martin Day. And for those that are coming from previous years, knows that the hotel agreed it with us just to give you in the afternoon some wine. So please don't drink so much. and two things more. One is that maybe if you agree, before to go for lunchtime, I would like to have all people here in the reception hall just to make one joint photo for all the group. And thirdly is to tell that Manuela and our colleague Hyde, they wrote and they offered just books from their authors. One is only is from Ida, and the other is from Ida and Manuela. So thank you very much. And at the end, today, maybe some of you remember that is the birthday of our colleague in South Africa, Charles Mazango. We send in the name of the association congratulations by this day, and he replied just wishing for all of you one good day, one good colloquio. So thank you for all, and I'm waiting for you at the reception. Thank you.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral junto à cidade oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas ciarinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Time you smiled, yeah. Oh,
My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe. Enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é a criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral junto à cidade oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight my soul is getting higher, and I can't help.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é a criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
que você manda.
Walking in the sand like nothing
I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Olá, o meu nome é Paula Cardoso, sou fundadora da Rede Afrolink, autora da marca. Muito obrigada por podermos participar.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história.
Olá, o meu nome é Paula Cardoso.
A vida negra, a criatura é ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são de...
Tá. Boa tarde. Vamos iniciar então esta sessão Como sabem, quem esteve de manhã teve a oportunidade de saber que eu não domino muito bem o inglês. Vou fazer a apresentação em português, mas como o mais importante é o conteúdo das apresentações, vou-me limitar apenas a dizer o nome da interveniente neste momento, que é a Sofia Costa Craveiro.
Muito obrigada.
Vou-lhe dar então a oportunidade, de certeza, de nos brindar com uma belíssima comunicação. Faça favor.
Espero que sim. Começar. Obrigada. Sim? Ok. Entretanto, enquanto chega aqui a minha apresentação, eu queria cumprimentar as pessoas que estão aqui presentes e agradecer à Associação esta oportunidade de trazer aqui este tema e a abertura a outras intervenções que não da academia. Portanto, muito obrigada à Associação Internacional de Paremiologia, em particular ao Rui que me fez o convite, pelo interesse demonstrado na minha reportagem. Conforme referi muito bem, o meu nome é Sofia Craveiro, eu sou jornalista e tenho 29 anos. Eu comecei o meu percurso na área da comunicação estratégica, mas depois acabei por ir parar ao jornalismo, inicialmente local, e depois alarguei um bocadinho as fronteiras e atualmente trabalho para uma plataforma de jornalismo plataforma de jornalismo independente chamada Gerador e colaboro com a Amnistia Internacional, com o projeto Artéria de Jornal Público e com a Mensagem de Lisboa. Pronto, feitas as apresentações, eu passo ao meu tema. Eu hoje trago-vos uma reflexão que me parece importante, tendo em conta a atualidade e tendo em conta aquilo que tem sido o debate em torno das desigualdades. Eu tenho vindo a verificar, e nos trabalhos que eu faço, que o preconceito, porque é uma coisa que eu trabalho bastante, que é questões do preconceito e da discriminação e dos direitos humanos e tudo o que esteja ligado, aliás, que os preconceitos estão muito presentes nos provérbios. Eu publiquei um artigo com este nome, uma reportagem com este nome, na plataforma para a qual trabalho, Gerador, e propus-me perceber de que forma é que a persistência dos provérbios na cultura popular acabam por servir de argumento para a legitimação de preconceitos ou ações discriminatórias. Portanto, eu parti desta forma e intitulei o meu trabalho, pus vários subtítulos com provérbios, só para dar a entender o sentido das coisas. E para este trabalho, como faço com todos, eu ouvi muitas pessoas. Ouvi investigadores, ouvi ativistas, ouvi outros jornalistas para tentar perceber de que forma é que esta minha ideia podia ser, ou não, mais ou menos corroborada. Um dos investigadores com quem falei inicialmente disse-me precisamente essa questão de que, do ponto de vista social, como os provérbios são algo que é transmitido de geração em geração, podem chegar a um ponto em que eles são transmitidos a uma geração que já não se identifica com os valores que esse provérbio representa. Eu tenho aqui alguns exemplos que todos conhecem, com certeza, e se olharmos bem para eles, todos eles refletem preconceitos ou questões de discriminação. Mula e a mulher com pau se quer, claramente uma apologia à violência doméstica, um olho no burro, outro no cigano, xenofobia, a mulher honrada deve ser sempre calada, misoginia, etc. Há muitas e muitas formas presentes nos provérbios. Eu fui à procura de algumas definições que pudessem ser um ponto de partida para o trabalho e interessou-me esta particularmente porque refere que no seio de uma determinada cultura o provérbio permite a sua apresentação como uma regra universal, ou seja, esta questão de regra universal de algo que serve de justificação, de termo de dogma quase, ou seja, uma coisa completamente axiomática que não se questiona. Como eu disse, eu falei com vários intervenientes. Esta senhora Alexandra Silva, ela é coordenadora da Plataforma Portuguesa pelos Direitos das Mulheres e referiu isto mesmo, que apesar de muitos provérbios terem uma origem remota, eles refletem uma forma de pensar coletiva que menoriza as mulheres, no caso. E há muitos exemplos, infelizmente. Eu acho que no caso das mulheres é dos que mais existem exemplos na língua portuguesa. O clássico entre marido e mulher não se mete a colher, casa varrida, mulher penteada, parece bem, não custa nada. Portanto, são tudo questões ou de legitimação da violência doméstica ou de minimização da mulher enquanto indivíduo e enquanto pessoa com voz ativa, a obrigação do papel doméstico, enfim, pronto. Não estou a dar propriamente novidades, mas eu achei interessante trazer-vos alguns exemplos de como isto, de facto, é uma questão na nossa sociedade, de tal forma que, isto foi em 2017, António Costa já era primeiro-ministro, apesar de ter sido o anterior governo, e aqui vemos que ele sugere banir o ditado entre marido e mulher não se mete a colher. Isto foi proferido na Assembleia da República a propósito de um debate onde a deputada dos Verdes, que já não é deputada, Heloísa Apolónia, questionava o primeiro-ministro sobre medidas para combater a violência doméstica e o número de mortes. António Costa disse, inclusive, que é uma mobilização conjunta da sociedade sobre a qual temos de intervir, toda a questão da violência doméstica. E aquele velho ditado que entre marido e mulher não se mete a colher é um ditado que de uma vez por todas tem de ser banido da nossa vida em sociedade, porque tem sido muito responsável pela cumplicidade coletiva em muitos e muitos homicídios. Ou seja, confirma-se aqui aquela ideia de usar um provérbio ou um ditado, e eu ponho aqui um parênteses que eu tenho a certeza que se calhar alguns académicos me vão dizer que isto não são sinónimos, mas pronto, de usar isto como justificação e legitimação de um crime. 2 anos depois, achei muito interessante esta campanha da APAV, a Associação de Apoio à Vítima, que precisamente combate essa questão dos provérbios, e a campanha chamava-se Ditados Impopulares. É só um exemplo, porque houve várias outras no sentido de tentar desmistificar o significado destas expressões. Outra questão, e como eu disse também inicialmente, que eu falei agora da misoginia, mas a xenofobia também está muito presente. Talvez se recordem desta situação em que, durante a pandemia, o deputado de extrema-direita sugeriu um confinamento específico para a comunidade cigana. Quando ele proferiu essas afirmações, o jogador Ricardo Quaresma insurgiu-se contra isso, ao que o deputado respondeu, consequentemente, que algo do género é lamentável que um jogador da seleção nacional prefira uma afirmação política, ou seja, como se Ricardo Quaresma não fosse cidadão, como somos todos nós. Eu achei, é só o contexto, eu achei interessante este exemplo porque surgiram muitas coisas deste género na internet, mas enquanto Carlos Vaz Marques tentava desvirtuar o sentido original do provérbio, ele acaba por confirmar o seu sentido, ou seja, a ideia de que uma pessoa da etnia cigana é alguém a quem temos de estar particularmente atentos, porque nunca se sabe muito bem com o que é que se pode contar. Ou seja, embora a ideia fosse criticar André Ventura, acaba por confirmar o sentido discriminatório do provérbio inicial. Isto é outro exemplo. Isto é um excerto de um artigo de opinião escrito por Bruno Fialho. Para quem possa não estar recordado, Bruno Fialho é cabeça de lista do partido, e eu não me quero enganar, do partido de extrema-direita Alternativa Democrática Nacional, que concorreu às últimas legislativas. Eu não sei se viram os debates na RTP dos partidos sem assento parlamentar. Ele foi aquela pessoa que não quis ir à RTP porque não queria fazer teste do Covid-19. E então ele escreveu este artigo de opinião num jornal local, onde diz, eu não sei se conseguem ler, mas ele diz especificamente que não alinha nas idiotices de quem não quer que se continue a utilizar alguns provérbios. Ou seja, esta ideia de que é inquestionável usar um provérbio e é idiota sequer pensar em deixar de utilizar, porque aquilo que ele transmite é uma verdade absoluta. Pelo menos é aquilo que eu consigo ler aqui nas entrelinhas. Isto é mais um exemplo, mas no sentido positivo, que foi uma deputada que, quando foi entrevistada para o público a propósito da questão da inclusão na política, ela referiu exatamente que não se consegue limpar o adagiário popular, como um olho no burro, outro no cigano. Ou seja, isto é uma dificuldade que ela enfrentava por ter precisamente essas raízes. E isto foi mais uma confirmação que me foi dito quando eu falei com Prudêncio Canhoto, que é presidente da direção da Associação de Mediadores Ciganos em Portugal e uma das pessoas que mais tem verbalizado e mobilizado contra a xenofobia em Portugal. Eu não podia passar esta apresentação sem falar de uma outra questão que eu acho que é muito premente na nossa sociedade, que é a do racismo. Os provérbios têm muito racismo, alguns deles, e refletem sempre muito têm sempre a narrativa subjacente de as pessoas negras terem a obrigação moral de um trabalho de maior esforço ou de um trabalho braçal. É uma narrativa um bocadinho colonialista, muito ligada ao nosso passado, à escravatura e ao que tivemos ligados à escravatura historicamente. Então é muito esta narrativa de a pessoa negra é obrigada a fazer esse trabalho e é a sua obrigação moral. Tem sempre esta ideia subjacente. Isto é uma frase que não é citada por ninguém, eu escrevi na minha reportagem, porque partia um pouco da súmula de tudo aquilo que tinha sido referido, que é a falta de pensamento crítico sobre as expressões que se empregam na oralidade, muitas vezes por força do hábito acabam por perpetuar a discriminação, que é o que acontece neste caso. Eu, no meu trabalho, estou muito mais habituada a dar voz do que a ser ouvida, por isso é que isto para mim até é um pouco estranho estar aqui nesta posição, mas eu não podia deixar estando aqui, não podia deixar de usar este momento para dar espaço às pessoas que eu acho que têm que ser ouvidas nesta matéria. E então eu convidei mais, mas duas delas, que foi o que foi possível, fizeram vídeos para mostrar aqui e dizerem a sua perspectiva. O vídeo que eu vou mostrar a seguir foi gravado por Paula Cardoso. A Paula é jornalista, ativista e fundadora da plataforma AfroLink e foi uma das pessoas que eu entrevistei para fazer isto. E ela está muito habituada a falar sobre racismo e fala precisamente aqui aplicada à questão dos provérbios.
Olá, o meu nome é Paula Cardoso, sou fundadora da rede AfroLink, autora da marca de livros infanto-juvenis Força Africana e co-host do podcast O Lado Negro da Força. É um gosto enorme juntar-me a esta 16ª edição do Colloquio Interdisciplinar sobre Provérbios, partilhando um pouco daquilo que é o meu olhar sobre a relação entre provérbios e discriminação, sobre a forma como a dita sabedoria popular, ao passar de geração para geração, pode favorecer e favorece a perpetuação de preconceitos, nomeadamente preconceitos étnico-raciais. Eu venho da imprensa escrita, portanto, do jornalismo, onde fiz carreira durante cerca de 20 anos e hoje continuo a produzir conteúdos nos quais a palavra é central, a palavra é chave. E não sendo eu uma académica, a reflexão que proponho trazer para este espaço parte desse lugar de utilizadora frequente da língua portuguesa, que para mim é não apenas uma via de comunicação, mas também uma ferramenta de trabalho. E portanto, este treino profissional, este caldo que eu fui adquirindo com as palavras, eu junto aqui a minha sensibilidade de pessoa negra, que muitas vezes se sente atacada, magoada, desconsiderada a partir da linguagem. E este sentimento tem menos que ver com a intenção com que as palavras são utilizadas e mais com o impacto que elas causam. Embora também é preciso sublinhar, a reflexão em torno dos provérbios não deve ser desligada dessa intencionalidade. Existe uma intenção subjacente. Aliás, não é por acaso que os reconhecemos como sendo expressão da sabedoria popular. Portanto, feita esta introdução, para perceberem de que lugar falo, eu entendo que a mensagem associada a alguns provérbios portugueses é racista, favorecendo a perpetuação de preconceitos e de discursos discriminatórios, algo que importa confrontar. Foi justamente isso que fez a Sofia Craveiro, que está aí convosco, num artigo que publicou no Gerador e para o qual eu pude dar o meu contributo, muito focada na consciência de que a língua pode ser, e é muitas vezes, um veículo de múltiplas opressões. As palavras que nós usamos não são neutras, elas têm significados, e a verdade é que eu não conheço nenhum provérbio em Portugal que associe a identidade negra a algo positivo. Pelo contrário, o que eu constato é que há uma construção profundamente pejorativa que começa logo na repetição do uso da palavra preto. Além desta coisificação associada à palavra preto, que se observa da pessoa negra, existe um olhar que a inferioriza, que coloca a pessoa negra sempre numa condição de servidão, de pessoa destituída de beleza, de alma, de moralidade, no fundo, de pessoa sem humanidade. E estes aspectos que me agridem, que eu estou aqui a trazer, estes aspectos que agridem pessoas como eu, tendem a ser justificados enquanto expressão de outros tempos. Portanto, o que a meu ver, embora eu perceba essa argumentação, mas a meu ver ela desvaloriza o impacto que continuam a produzir nos modos relacionais de hoje. É verdade que esta história começou lá atrás, que esses significados estão enraizados em ideologias racistas, que em determinado período da história foram validadas pela ciência, mas esse reconhecimento de que partimos desse lugar ainda está por fazer. Esse reconhecimento de que as palavras que usamos têm o poder de construir e destruir realidades, continua por fazer. Esse reconhecimento de que as palavras expressam relações de poder e que talvez se compreenda melhor esta ideia quando olhamos para o género, em que o masculino prevalece sobre o feminino. Então eu proponho que pensemos no pensamento, na ideologia por detrás dessa regra. Do mesmo modo, eu deixo aqui a sugestão, para que analisem os provérbios de teor racista, para que procurem o preconceito que está subjacente e vejam como esse preconceito continua presente nos dias que correm, como ele continua a enviesar interpretações. Eu não acredito que se possa alterar esta realidade por decreto, mas eu tenho a certeza de que estamos conscientes do efeito nefasto que produzem algumas palavras, expressões idiomáticas e provérbios. Tenho a certeza de que estarmos conscientes disso contribui para uma mudança que seja respeitadora de todas as diferenças, que seja inclusiva, sejam essas diferenças quais forem. É isso que eu busco, é nisso que eu acredito. Grata pela vossa atenção e continuação de um bom colóquio. Boas reflexões.
Ok, então depois de ouvirmos a Paula, que eu penso que é alguém que tem muito mais legitimidade para falar sobre racismo do que eu, não é? De qualquer um de nós. Eu tentei também neste trabalho, além de analisar e expor aquilo que não é que me parece a mim, às pessoas que eu entrevistei que são expressões discriminatórias, tentei perceber de que forma é que elas poderiam eventualmente ser contrariadas ou pelo menos avaliadas por cada um de nós, ou seja, que fosse perceptível aquilo que é o seu impacto, porque a ideia que está sempre inerente é que repetem-se os provérbios muitas vezes de forma irrefletida, ou porque a minha avó sempre me disse, e então deve ser uma coisa correta. Pronto, pelo menos era isso que estava muito presente. Eu falei também com Carla Isidoro. A Carla é presidente da direção de uma associação que se chama Fala Terra, Associação de Comunicação para a Diversidade. É uma entidade que basicamente promove a inclusão através da linguagem e das mudanças da linguagem, e uma das coisas que ela confirmou foi que no século XXI nós perpetuamos este tipo de expressões como se fossem coisas banais, quando depois a sociedade está a lutar tanto para que haja mais igualdade em diversas vertentes, mas depois acabamos por repetir isto como se nada fosse e como se fosse uma brincadeira. Portanto, aquilo que ela dizia era que mesmo que estas coisas sejam preferidas à mesa de jantar ou em ambiente informal, devemos sempre pelo menos chamar a atenção das pessoas ou tentá-las fazer perceber que há um sentido perverso inerente a isso. A Carla também gravou um vídeo para vocês ouvirem. Ela não fala só de provérbios, ela fala sobre comunicação e oralidade de uma perspectiva também um bocadinho mais abrangente, mas de qualquer forma eu achei importante ouvirem as palavras dela.
Muito obrigada por podermos participar neste colóquio. Nós, Fala Terra, Associação de Comunicação para a Diversidade. O desafio que nós gostaríamos de trazer para este encontro tem a ver com o papel que determinados ditados, provérbios e não só, outras frases que são usadas na nossa linguagem formal ou informal, têm tido ao longo dos tempos ou têm contribuído para a perpetuação da diferença entre mulheres e homens na sociedade portuguesa. Este é um dos aspectos que nós consideramos importantes focar, ou pelo menos deixar esta reflexão aqui neste vosso encontro. Conhecemos muito bem provérbios como entre marido e mulher não se mete a colher, ainda hoje se dizem, ou outros como atrás de um grande homem há sempre uma grande mulher, quando nunca se diz o contrário, nunca se diz atrás de uma grande mulher há sempre um grande homem. E porquê é que não se diz o contrário? Porque, obviamente, os homens não querem ficar na retaguarda, assim como as mulheres não querem ficar na retaguarda de ninguém. Nenhuma pessoa deve estar colocada sob pressão social na retaguarda de outras. O que estes provérbios têm feito ao longo do tempo é perpetuar uma percepção e até um posicionamento, muitas vezes inconsciente por parte de homens e de mulheres em relação ao seu papel na sociedade. Se devem estar na dianteira, se devem ficar na retaguarda, se têm o direito de falar e de ocupar o espaço público ou se devem ficar mais na retaguarda. E, de facto, a nossa linguagem tem contribuído muito ao longo dos tempos para a perpetuação de certos estereótipos e de papéis sociais para homens e para mulheres, fechados em caixinhas e que, na verdade, não correspondem à realidade, nem permitem que os indivíduos, que as pessoas se expressem e vivam plenamente a sua vida como querem. Então, a nossa reflexão vem neste sentido de, conscientemente, sempre que nos for possível, podermos usar uma linguagem inclusiva que não seja sexista e que não seja perpetuadora de diferenças na sociedade, que não seja perpetuadora de estereótipos de género e que não seja perpetuadora de injustiça social. Outras frases que nós gostaríamos aqui também de deixar, ou outras formas de falar e que têm contribuído também para este fosso particular entre homens e mulheres, tem a ver com o uso reiterado do masculino genérico ou falso neutro, em exemplos como os alunos, os chefes, os professores, os médicos. Existem formas alternativas de nós não usarmos este masculino genérico que invisibiliza na linguagem as mulheres e que perpetua também, ainda hoje, a invisibilização das mulheres no espaço público e plenamente na sociedade. Palavras como, ou frases como, quando o homem foi à lua, no futuro a alimentação do homem vai ser assim assado. O Tribunal dos Direitos do Homem. O homem aqui visto como humanidade, sinónimo de humanidade, é uma convenção que vem do século XVIII, da Declaração dos Direitos do Homem, que foi uma declaração de facto feita para a proteção dos homens, sexo masculino, e não de proteção das mulheres também. E esta convenção mantém-se até hoje na nossa linguagem, sem que a sociedade tenha feito uma grande reflexão sobre isto. Então acho que é muito importante nós termos esta consciência da forma como falamos, que frases usamos, que palavras usamos no nosso dia-a-dia que podem continuar a perpetuar discriminações e diferenças sociais entre indivíduos, entre pessoas, entre comunidades, entre grupos, e poderemos fazê-lo de outra forma, contribuindo para uma sociedade mais justa e mais inclusiva. Esta é a reflexão que nós gostaríamos de deixar no colóquio, desejando a todas e a todos um excelente programa e uma excelente reflexão. Muito obrigada.
Então, para terminar, porque também já estou a chegar ao limite, eu tentei ainda, além das entrevistas que realizei, das pessoas que eu via, tentei fazer uma pesquisa sobre artigos académicos que tivessem a ver com isto. Posso não ter, talvez, aprofundado muito a procura, mas a verdade é que eu não encontrei grande coisa. Aquilo que encontrei era desenvolvido, maioritariamente, no seio da Academia Brasileira, ou seja, eu acho que seria bom termos mais trabalhos destes feitos em Portugal. Portanto, uma coisa que eu queria aqui deixar, uma mensagem que eu queria aqui deixar é que quem estiver ouvir e que esteja dentro da área, que pegue neste tema e que o desenvolva, porque eu acho que vale muito a pena desmistificar os significados discriminatórios. E nas palavras de uma investigadora com quem eu também falei, mudam-se os tempos, mudam-se os pensamentos, mudam-se os provérbios. Obrigada.
Não, está aberto o período de perguntas.
Ai, desculpa. Já me ia embora.
Querem colocar alguma questão? Any question?
I can't make questions, but I can always comment. So actually, Proverbs, as such, they don't have any value, no negative, no racistic, no anything. It is how people use them. And Proverbs have one way they differ from many other communication. You can always put back the proverb, but only with another proverb. Anyhow, in Finland we have proverbs. I love one. For example, even a stupid one can look, pretend to be wise if she or he keeps his mouth shut. And then you can't say anything back to me because then you think that you, otherwise it comes up that you are the stupid one. Okay, it's a different in a printed text.
Yes, I was saying, sorry to interrupt, I was saying that I understand that, but in Portuguese you have the proverbs, specifically the ones I presented here.
Yeah.
Many of them are specifically directed to women or to gypsy people or black people, so I think the meaning, it's quite literal.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
On the other side, but about the men and women, we have also that one good skirt stays always for 2 pairs of pants, trousers. Yeah, so something like this. And what comes the situation today when everything is going on, war and like that, those speech against peace. So we have been advised just not to react them. So we let them, those organizations in Finland, I come from Finland, who has those slogans, and not to react. Not to react that what we are wanted to do. So maybe these kind of things would be not to take up, this was this kind of, but zoom down. This was a very good idea.
Thank you. Mais alguém tem questões? Comentários?
Muito obrigado. Parabéns pela sua comunicação.
Obrigada.
Deu-nos exemplos aqui sobre sexismo, homofobia, racismo. Sim, obrigado. E a minha questão é se nesta sua digressão sobre provérbios, encontrou provérbios sobre o idadismo. Ou seja, nós muitas vezes, quando vemos anúncios nos jornais sobre procuras de emprego, homem e mulher, está-se colocado, mas também vemos muitas vezes idade 18 a 25 anos e nada mais. Não é? Em que em Portugal isto ainda passa despercebido, não é? Como se não fosse idadismo. E a questão era se por acaso encontrou provérbios sobre diferenciação em função da idade.
Sim, eu também acho que isso é perfeitamente uma forma de discriminação como é todas as outras, não é? Porque se é um tratamento diferenciado de alguém em função de uma característica física ou biológica ou o que seja, vai ser sempre discriminação. Eu confesso que eu não fiz uma pesquisa aprofundada sobre essa parte, mas alguns que encontrei não os achei depreciativos, estilo o seguro morreu de velho, coisas deste género. Não achei que sejam explicitamente depreciativos, mas é claro que eu não excluo a hipótese de existirem e eu não me ter deparado com eles, porque confesso que não foi uma área que eu tenha, nem sequer falei com pessoas que me pudessem dar esse feedback, como aqui, que são pessoas de todas as áreas. Mas fico com essa nota que também acho importante.
Posso só dar
Sim.
uma ajuda? De velho se torna menino.
Pois,
por exemplo.
Um exemplo muito depreciativo.
Exato. Burro velho não aprende línguas.
Pronto, também usar, de facto. Obrigada.
Espera.
Diga.
Beatriz, espere, por causa do microfone.
Foi horrível. Coisas de velha. Por acaso não encontrou nada a propósito de crítica a imigrantes no sentido de depreciativo?
Eu não digo no sentido depreciativo a imigrantes, há mais relativo a estrangeiros, pelo menos aquilo que eu vi, estrangeiros de uma forma geral. Eu penso que até tinha aqui um. Já saiu. Mas eu tinha um no início. Penso eu. Mas de uma forma geral, aqueles que eu vi mais é relativamente a estrangeiros, ou seja, tudo o que seja exterior ao país. Pronto, também não.
O que revela um etnocentrismo.
Sim, etnocentrismo e eu diria mais eurocentrismo também. Se bem que os provérbios portugueses. Aquilo...
Não é a mesma coisa.
Sim, em parte, porque se considerarmos também um mundo anglo-saxónico, isso também tem um etnocentrismo sem ser eurocentrismo, ou seja, se considerarmos os Estados Unidos da América. A visão do mundo continua a ser muito de uma população caucasiana, embora não esteja na Europa. Mas pronto, mas isso já estou a sair do tema. Sim. Eu ia procurar, eu penso que era aqui no início. Pois, lá está. Eu tinha colocado aqui este, não era o que eu estava a pensar, de Espanha, nem bom vento, nem bom casamento, ou seja, mas isto é relativo a um outro país. Não tem precisamente a ver com migrantes. Não sei se respondi, se calhar não, mas pronto.
Então, se não há mais questões nem comentários, damos por encerrada e felicitamos a Sofia Costa pela sua comunicação.
Obrigada.
E agora temos... É que a letra está aqui tão pequenina, é a Lina Mendonça, não me enganei, pois não? Não, temos então a seguir Lina Mendonça.
O comando?
O comando tem que ser ali com os senhores técnicos.
Ok, obrigada.
Podem então, por favor, iniciar a sua comunicação.
Boa tarde a todos. É um prazer enorme estar aqui ao fim de cerca de 10 anos, presencialmente, e agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui e o convite feito pelo Rui para falar novamente sobre provérbios. Desta vez vamos falar sobre provérbios recolhidos junto de madeirenses. A nossa comunicação tem como objetivo principal falar de recolhas da tradição oral, neste caso concreto de provérbios. Vamos falar de 3 pequenas recolhas. Uma que fizemos nos últimos anos a título individual e acaba por ter sempre assim o bichinho académico. E mais 2 que encontramos no início do verão, quando fazíamos as nossas pesquisas no antigo Centro de Tradições Populares, na Faculdade de Letras, junto do espólio reunido pelo falecido e saudoso professor João David Pinto Correia. Encontramos 2 recolhas madeirenses elaboradas ou realizadas por alunos seus, quando do seu trabalho, digamos assim, na Universidade da Madeira, durante o período de instalação da Universidade da Madeira, enquanto reitor. E estas recolhas eram feitas com o âmbito mais geral, da literatura oral tradicional. Portanto, quando falo da literatura oral tradicional, falo de contos, lendas, anedotas, adivinhas e também cabem os provérbios, as expressões populares. E que se encontra em guarda do grupo de tradições populares no CLEPUL, na Faculdade de Letras, neste momento. Portanto, sobre estas recolhas, também dizer que muitas vezes os alunos as realizavam na sua terra natal, quase sempre nas férias da Páscoa. Eu também fui aluna do professor João David há muitos anos e também eu fiz uma recolha que depois até desenvolvi em projeto de doutoramento em Reguengos Monsaraz. Dizer ainda que uma parte das recolhas do espólio reunido pelo professor está disponível online. Dizer que este espólio tem início, a sua reunião, no último quartel do século XX e depois termina até o seu período de reforma, do ano letivo 2009-2010. Dizia eu que parte do espólio, nomeadamente os anos letivos de 2001, 2002 até 2006, 2007, sensivelmente, está reunido numa plataforma digital, num arquivo que nós chamamos vulgarmente de ADLOT, o Arquivo Digital de Literatura Oral Tradicional. Deixo aqui, para quem tiver curiosidade, a poder consultar, deixo o link, dizer que está em fase de modernização e que por vezes vai abaixo, mas a insistência leva-nos a bom porto. Portanto, se fizermos uma pesquisa, por exemplo, de provérbios, vai aparecer uma listagem dos provérbios que existem na plataforma, no arquivo digital, e depois de clicarmos num dos provérbios, encontramos não só a composição, que está muito pequenino, mas também toda a informação sobre o local de recolha, o informante, a classificação que foi atribuída por quem inseriu na plataforma, e até a própria indicação geográfica. Dizer ainda que, voltando agora ao espólio, nomeadamente no que diz respeito às nossas duas recolhas que trazemos aqui para dar conhecimento. Uma é de 1979, já muito antiga, e a outra é de 1993. A de 1979 foi realizada no Funchal, a de 1993 no sítio da Palmeira, na freguesia de Santa Cruz. Peço desculpa. Mas como estou um bocadinho entupida e constipada, falha-me a voz. Sobre a recolha de 1979 de provérbios, todas estas duas recolhas, como eu disse, pertenciam a um âmbito mais alargado de trabalho de campo. A sua coletora diz-nos: adiante uma lista de provérbios não registados em fita magnética, pois foram captados na rua, no mercado, inopinadamente, sem que para isso fosse possível o funcionamento do gravador. O povo não tem deles consciência, emprega-os espontaneamente ao longo do seu diálogo. E digo eu, não é quase sempre assim. Continuando, a opção da coletora passou por transcrever os provérbios tal e qual como ela os ouviu, sem usar um alfabeto fonético, mas tentando reproduzir, através do nosso alfabeto, os sons que ouvia. E isto vai ao encontro daquilo que o professor Pinto Correia defendia também na obra O Falar de São Vicente. Referir fatos concretos de uma língua, formas regionais e populares, poderá ajudar a compreender melhor não só a língua portuguesa na sua globalidade, mas também a utilização que alguns utentes fazem da mesma no espaço geográfico para a transmissão de experiências pessoais. Quanto à nossa recolha, a nossa recolha durou alguns anos e isto foi feita paulatinamente, a pouco e pouco. Grão a grão enche a galinha ao papo e fomos escolhendo, junto de informantes nossos conhecidos e familiares, são eles naturais do Monte, uma freguesia do Funchal, residentes no Funchal, eram anotados à mão. Também não tínhamos oportunidade, porque eles antes surgiam espontaneamente, não tínhamos oportunidade de os gravar e a cada recolha associávamos sempre os dados do informante, a data da recolha. Em algumas situações, quando nos era menos conhecido, também o significado do provérbio ou mesmo o contexto de ocorrência. Posteriormente, inicia-se o trabalho de classificação, seleção e sistematização. E nem sempre é tarefa fácil. Nos provérbios, digamos que não é o campo mais difícil da literatura oral tradicional, quanto que também tenhamos atenção a algumas coletâneas, dicionários, portanto, sempre à mão esses objetos mais de domínio académico ou não, até podem ser simples publicações, por vezes mais humildes, não têm que ser académicas. E nós, como trabalhamos no Colloquio e seguimos um pouco ainda a linha de trabalho do professor João David Pinto Correia, no meu grupo de investigação, continuamos a usar 2 artigos que nos orientam, e isto para quem trabalha nesta área, dois artigos, um de 1993 e outro de 2011, os géneros da literatura oral tradicional, contributo para a sua classificação, e no último que foi atualizado, Património Imaterial Português. Agora, quando nós nos deparamos com recolhas, e este é um trabalho demorado, é sobretudo de coletores, e nós também, quando estamos em trabalho de campo, também temos essa dificuldade no período posterior da recolha e da seleção, por vezes há alguns problemas de classificação, e aqui notámo-los. Por exemplo, surgiu classificada como um provérbio a cantiga que é usada na Madeira, ou era cantada na Madeira em momentos de lazer, de trabalho, e atualmente até mais como uma cantiga de embalar. Melro Preto é vadio, vai cantar onde quer, é como um rapaz solteiro à procura de mulher. Nós também já recolhemos esta cantiga junto dos nossos informantes, encontramos-la, por exemplo, logo em 1910, na revista Serões, no artigo sobre o vinho da Madeira. Vamos encontrá-la muitos anos depois na obra madeirense Memórias com História de 2012, isto para nós vermos como as coisas circulam de geração em geração, e até na tradição açoriana a encontramos. No caso desta recolha de 1979, notamos que, e o relatório da recolha também nos ajuda nesse sentido, que as dificuldades da coletora com a classificação de alguns dos espécimes recolhidos se prende com o facto de estar há pouco tempo na ilha, a trabalhar. Ela diz-nos que está a trabalhar na ilha há 4 anos e era o seu primeiro trabalho de campo. Além disso, a quadra anterior apresenta-se de alguma forma, a título temático, de forma sentenciosa, conceituosa, e temos a questão lírica, que faz parte da natureza do provérbio, não é? Com a questão da rima interna, aliterações, assonâncias. Vejamos alguns provérbios que ilustram isto. Palavras loucas, orelhas mocas, pecado confessado, pecado perdoado. Também encontramos, na mesma recolha, confusão com expressões populares. E aqui a coletora considerou como provérbio, por exemplo, a expressão fazem carne dos velhos, e vem um bocadinho ao encontro da questão final, da comunicação anterior. Depois, nós quando recolhemos, também no período de seleção, no trabalho de seleção, encontramos algumas expressões populares, não sei se há aqui madeirenses, e que se podem confundir no cotidiano ou perante um ouvido menos atento com os provérbios. Atenção, nós consideramos que as expressões populares se diferenciam dos provérbios, que ela não têm, ao contrário dos provérbios, autonomia sintática. São dependentes do contexto frásico em que ocorrem. Por exemplo, guloso a pedir para o desejoso, porque Deus me manda avisar, vai lembrando finados também, vai para a casa do diabo mais velho. Ou, às vezes, até se confundem ou se podem confundir com respostas prontas. Alguém diz, está frio, e o outro responde, mete o cu no rio e dá um açoite no teu tio. Vamos aos nossos resultados. O nosso trabalho de campo não está pronto. O nosso trabalho de campo, entre aspas, o nosso trabalho de gabinete não está pronto, ainda não analisámos ou estudámos todas as recolhas que se encontram no antigo Centro de Tradições Populares, só conseguimos chegar ao final do século XX, ainda temos cerca de 10 anos letivos para ler e analisar. Neste momento, e estamos falando apenas no campo geográfico da Madeira, temos 135 provérbios, 100 sendo a nossa recolha pessoal. E nós achávamos que tínhamos muitos, mas quando começámos a trabalhar no verão mais atempadamente, começámos a ver que tínhamos igualmente muitas expressões populares e pronto, naquela rapidez da recolha, tudo o que vai à rede é peixe, não é? Pronto. 100 e os restantes das outras recolhas. Eu quero acreditar que posso vir a encontrar mais recolhas de provérbios madeirenses, digamos assim, mas vamos ver. Portanto, para nós foi importante a consulta das várias obras da especialidade, para percebermos se aquilo que tínhamos em mãos era algo de criação individual ou se era da tradição, se tinha passado de geração para geração. E assim começámos a consulta de várias obras que fomos selecionando, a pouco e pouco, de âmbito nacional e de âmbito regional. Aqui detectámos que no total tínhamos 67 que estavam lá presentes. De âmbito nacional, fomos escolher uma obra de 1882, pela sua antiguidade, e ver aí a passagem ao longo do tempo, esse caminho feito. Depois, uma de 2014, Dicionário de Ditados da Dilinda Milhano, e também vimos uma obra de Gabriela Funk e Matias Funk, o Dicionário Prático de Provérbios. A título regional, consultámos os Falares da Ilha, alguns artigos da revista Charabanda e também obras mais recentes, como a Memórias com História de 2012, e vão surgindo alguns trabalhos que não tivemos a oportunidade de consultar e outros que não encontramos até neste verão quando estivemos no Arquivo da Madeira. Aqui podemos dizer que neste conjunto pequeno, neste pequeno pecúlio, encontramos provérbios, só 4, que se repetem ao longo das 3 recolhas, não é? Aquela que nós fizemos, a de 79 e a de 93, e vamos vendo assim o seu caminho. Comer e coçar, o mais é começar, de grão em grão, enche a galinha ou pavão. E vamos vendo também as variantes, e vamos vendo aquelas pequenas modificações que vão sofrendo falante para falante. Continuando. Portanto, eu não sei bem como é que estou em termos de tempo. Alguns provérbios apresentam variantes dentro da própria recolha, não é? De grão em grão enche a galinha ao pavão, que já tínhamos citado. Depois, aquele que para mim era mais conhecido era de grão em grão enche a galinha ao papo. Quando os porcos balham, adivinham chuva. Quando os porcos bailam, adivinham chuva. Reparar aqui nesta transcrição, tentando reproduzir o falar madeirense. Continuando. 2 provérbios fazem alusão direta aos madeirenses, e um deles é uma variante do nosso conhecido, algarvios, madeirense e cães de caça é tudo da mesma raça. Eu conhecia como algarvios alentejanos e cães de caça é tudo da mesma raça. Quem é de São Vicente não é burro nem é gente. E este de São Vicente recolhemos-lo ao passar por São Vicente, este verão. Portanto, isto também porque dizer que conforme o momento, às vezes as coisas vão surgindo, não é? Pronto, e foi o que aconteceu na recolha deste provérbio. Depois, apenas um, e eu tinha grandes expectativas relativamente a isto, mas apenas um, eu consegui verificar que tinha a presença de um regionalismo. Nunca falta um chinelo para um pé empalamado, e nós conhecemos mais vulgarmente um pé coxo, um pé manco. E este regionalismo está documentado em alguma bibliografia madeirense, como vocabulário popular madeirense, falares da ilha, etc. Depois, para nós, tínhamos já dito, quando fazemos a recolha, é importante registar, dependendo do provérbio, e se há tempo, depende das condições, o contexto na própria recolha. A a coletora que fez a recolha de 79, fez-lo apenas neste. Olha, se eu mais levava, menos pão trazia. Depois vem, quem bem leva, bem traz. Depois, também nos vai surgindo algum espécime, neste caso, cuja autoria nós ainda sabemos identificar, mas talvez miudagem mais nova já não saiba identificar a autoria. Nós conseguimos identificar a sua origem. Este é da autoria de Alexandre O'Neill e foi usado num contexto publicitário. A mar e mar, a ir e voltar. Eu cresci com este provérbio. Em todo o conjunto que nós reunimos para trabalho, só 2 é que foram encontrados em obras de âmbito regional. E isto também nos causa ainda alguma espécie, ou não. Já vamos ver as nossas conclusões, mas houve uma fase assim, mas afinal, só 2. Dia de São Brás chove 40 dias e mais, quem come castanhas com carepa põe o cu a tocar rebeca. 7 encontram-se registados em obras de âmbito regional, podendo ser encontrado também coletâneas de âmbito nacional. 2 proveitos não cabem no mesmo saco. E já quase a chegar ao fim, aqui nesta parte assim, mais numérica, né, dizer que também recolhemos vocábulos grosseiros. Deixamos aqui 5 para exemplo, são um conjunto de 10 e são muito fáceis de ocorrer em conversas informais. Não é? Porque se nós estivermos à vontade com a pessoa com quem estamos a falar, mais facilmente saem. Se estivermos num contexto mais formal, ou se formos entrevistados por uma pessoa que não conhecemos e estamos a ver pela primeira vez, achamos que vamos causar má impressão. É? Portanto, nas nossas recolhas incluímos sempre, não fazemos como Sousa Viterbo fez em 1901 no seu trabalho sobre os provérbios, em que os censurou. Agora, também deixo aqui um bocadinho à consideração à vossa consideração. No verão, recolhemos este provérbio num contexto informal de conversação, de músico, poeta e loucos, todos temos um pouco. Mais ou menos, nós reconhecemos-lo, não é? De médico e de louco, todos temos um pouco, e também o temos na recolha. Agora, será uma sentença individual, construída ali no momento, de forma repentina, com base num chavão que já se conhece, não queria dizer chavão, mas numa regra proverbial que já se conhece, ou inspirado no provérbio que já se conhece, ou será que já circula de boca em boca? Não o encontramos, mas isto pode acontecer. Imaginem que agora começávamos a repetir e o provérbio popularizava-se. Portanto, aqui neste campo também, e o nosso trabalho enquanto investigador também vai nesse sentido. Perceber se temos apenas sentenças individuais, e que são muito bem-vindas também, e aprendemos com elas, ou se temos algo que é popular ou tradicional. E aqui não vou fazer distinção entre o popular e o tradicional. Quanto aos temas, o conjunto não é muito grande. Contudo, não frustra o horizonte de expectativas do leitor e investigador perante esse conjunto. Encontramos os mais variados temas que já conhecemos, quer enquanto ouvintes, quer enquanto falantes ou estudiosos. A maledicência, a infidelidade, a aparência e por aí muitos outros. Bem, como é que estou em termos de tempo? Tenho tempo ainda? Se calhar falo muito depressa. Os alentejanos falam muito depressa. É ao contrário do que pensam, os alentejanos falam muito depressa. Portanto, concluindo, e agora se calhar é mais fácil aqui acompanhar a leitura. Nesta fase do trabalho, os resultados apresentados fazem-nos concluir que, apesar da sua condição insular, das tradições e aspectos culturais e linguísticos muito particulares, os madeirenses partilham com o restante território nacional um núcleo comum abrangente. Uma mesma tradição proverbial, se assim se pode dizer. O mesmo acontece com outros subgéneros da literatura oral tradicional, como já dissemos, os romances, as orações, as benzeduras, os contos, as lendas, as anedotas, por aí adiante, embora possam ser dotados de variantes ou até com traços exclusivos do falar, os que nós chamamos os regionalismos, como exemplo, o empalamado. Assim não se pode atribuir o caráter de provérbio regional quando é do conhecimento geral, consciente de que, como Nunes sintetiza, são muito poucos os provérbios regionais que se encontram no meio da linguagem familiar e popular. Não nos podemos esquecer que em todas as regiões, a par com os regionalismos ou linguagens locais, há a linguagem popular e familiar rústica. Há pouco dizia-se, ouve-se dizer, como a minha avó dizia, isso é só da minha terra. Na minha terra é que se diz isso. Não. Não podemos ter este sentimento de pertença, porque há aqui algo que é comum a todos, por isso é que é um património coletivo. Neste sentido, nem todos os provérbios recolhidos se encontram registados nas obras escolhidas para cotejo, mas isso não lhes retira autenticidade e validade. Em nosso entender, a funcionalidade e a atualidade, relevância da mensagem do provérbio determinam a sua vitalidade, a sua vida, ou seja, a sua contínua circulação entre os falantes de uma língua com discurso oral, cumprindo funções sociais e culturais. Quanto ao trabalho de campo, há sempre que fazer o registro das variantes, do contexto, do significado, sempre possível. E para mim é obrigatório, a meu ver, os dados dos informantes, nome, idade, naturalidade, residência, habilitações literárias, a transcrição fidedigna e depois também consultar as várias coletâneas da especialidade. Por fim, perceber, e frisamos, perceber sempre, tentar perceber se se trata de uma sentença individual ou de um provérbio tradicional. Concluindo, não desejamos que o arquivo de recolhas do antigo Centro de Tradições Populares Portuguesas seja um repositório de material da tradição oral, neste caso de provérbios, adormecido e a ganhar pó. Desejamos estudá-lo e divulgá-lo como forma de conservação e de enriquecimento da nossa cultura e da nossa língua, do seu corpus lexical. Conhecê-lo no seu uso cotidiano, pela sua força persuasiva e dinâmica de transmissão, e ainda entendê-lo como elemento desencadeador de diálogo, de reflexão, de pesquisa, acerca de uma herança comum que precisa urgentemente chegar aos mais novos e de entrar no seu repertório de falantes de uma língua. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Lina, por ter respeitado o tempo. Foi mesmo aquele que lhe estava atribuído. E agora, some questions or comments?
Sim.
Boa tarde.
Olá, boa tarde.
Eu tenho só um acrescento a dizer. A variante daquele provérbio eu conheço desde pequenininha de outra forma, que é minhotos, fidalgos e cães de caça são todos da mesma raça.
Já vou
E a pergunta que eu queria colocar era se, quando falou do Arquivo Regional da Madeira, se encontraram algo, porque eu sou do Arquivo Municipal de Tavira, se encontraram trabalho no Arquivo Municipal de Tavira. E queria saber se no Arquivo Regional da Madeira, porque nós no nosso arquivo não encontramos ainda nenhum documento, mas queria saber se na Madeira encontraram algum documento onde tivesse algum provérbio escrito oficialmente. Não.
Quando diz escrito oficialmente, é registado em obras...
Num documento, num ofício, numa carta...
Não, ainda não fiz... Não. Quando eu digo não foi o arquivo municipal, parte da biblioteca, não consultei documentação antiga. Estava a tentar comprovar se aquilo que tinha recolhido era de âmbito mais regional ou de âmbito nacional. Não fui à documentação, mas fica um desafio. Mais alguma questão? Não? Pronto. Obrigada a todos.
É presencial esta? Sim, mas não estou a ver quem é. Ainda peço desculpa. Então, segue-se uma comunicação de Irina. Basta? Irina? Então, por favor, Irina, dê-nos o prazer da sua comunicação.
Good afternoon to everybody. How should I operate this? Okay. So the title of my presentation is in Vina Veritas, an attempt to locate Portuguese parallels to the Hungarian proverbs. Sorry? Slowly. Okay. Your wish is my command. So, an attempt to locate Portuguese parallels to the Hungarian proverbs with component wine. The purpose of this study is to compare Hungarian and Portuguese proverbs. Drawing parallels within proverbial law of two different languages is always a challenging task. It is especially exciting when you deal with languages belonging to diverse linguistic groups. As we know, Hungarian is a member of the Uralic language family, while Portuguese makes part of the Iberian Romance group. Hungary and Portugal are so-called homelands of the above languages, which in both cases are spoken also far beyond their borders. These two countries differ not only in their linguistic roots, but in relatively significant geographical distance on the European continent too. Quoting the former Portuguese ambassador to Hungary, Antonio Augusto Jorge Mendes, the idea that the first Portuguese king father was of Hungarian origin may be one of the reasons why Hungary enjoys a romantic, very friendly place in the Portuguese imagination. But due to diverse geopolitical situations, both nations had very distinct courses of history. The comparative studies of proverbs of different, both related and not languages, are very popular. I think we all know a lot of academics who deals with this topic. I can mention my colleague Marina Kotova, Gyula Poculai, Rui Soares, Elena Carter, S.O. Long. Hereafter, we have an opinion regarding comparison of unrelated languages. For polymological studies, a comparative analysis with material from unrelated languages is of particular importance. The latter, due to its typological independence from linguistic kinship can become a reliable criterion for distinguishing between the original and the non-original, own and alien. In principle, this approach is correct, but here too, the researcher should not be tempted to identify the kinship and unrelatedness of the respective languages with their genetics and typology. After all, as the experience of classical collections of European proverbs and sayings shows, convergent interlingual processes have become a powerful unifying factor of polymological interaction since antiquity. It's a quotation from the article of Professor Mokienko and Tatiana Nikitina. As academics have stipulated many years ago, a proverb is the wit of one and the wisdom of many, or Lord John Russell's, or I can repeat the well-known definition of Professor Wieder. A proverb is a short, generally known sentence of the folk which contains wisdom, truth, morals, and traditional views in a metaphorical, fixed, and memorizable form, and which is handed down from generation to generation. But so we see that in the definitions of proverbs, there is no reference to geographical or linguistic factors. But for our first attempt to compare Hungarian and Portuguese proverbs, we choose the thematic group of realia very characteristic for both countries: wine production, quality, consumption, and effects made. The word wine in the title of our study is understood in a broader sense for all of the above points. As a source for Hungarian proverbs, we used the big dictionary of Hungarian proverbs of Litovkina, the dictionary of European proverbs in 55 languages by Dula Pozzoloy, and for Portuguese proverbs, o livro dos Provérbios Portugueses of José Ricardo Marques da Costa, and the Book of European Proverbs by Ruiz João Batista Soares and Helena Carter. By method of selection by keyword, we identified 13 Hungarian proverbs with components concerning wine, then linked to them corresponding Portuguese proverbs. Portuguese proverbs with component wine are numerous, one might even say innumerable. In the older Hungarian dictionaries, proverbs with component wine are also multiple, but a significant part of them is already out of use, so we adhered to a more modern dictionary of proverbs. In our study, we take into consideration only those Portuguese proverbs which can be in some way connected to the Hungarian proverbs. But I start my presentation being at the Interdisciplinary Colloquium. Start my presentation by the short overview of wine production history in Hungary and Portugal. The first archaeological finds in the area of Hungary that can be linked to grapes and wine stem from the 1st century before Christ and are Celtic in origin. The expansion of the Roman Empire reached the Carpathian Basin as well. The Romans found especially favorable conditions for the further development of their wine culture. As proof of their success, the province of Pannonia, today's Transdanubia, produced wines that were on par with those from the Italian peninsula. Because of this, Emperor Domitian banned the production of wine in this area and ordered vineyards to be destroyed in 92. The restoration of the vineyards can be linked to Emperor Valerius Probus, who ordered the slopes of Mons Almus to be planted with vines in 282. The prevalence and importance of wine production both significantly increased when the basin was conquered by the Hungarians and they adopted Christianity. Winemaking in the Carpathian Basin was influenced by ancient Inner Asian and Caucasian traditions brought by the Hungarians, and the Roman practices preserved and adopted in the former province of Pannonia. Other influential factors were Benedictine order and the teaching orders that later settled in the area. Similarly, settlers arriving from Italy, Burgundy, Anjou, and Rhine Valley all added their knowledge and taste preferences. Following this efflorescence in the Middle Ages, Hungarian wine production was badly hit by the 1.5 centuries of Turkish occupation. Wine production only gained new momentum during the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, when serious professional work began in the fields of viticulture, winemaking, regulation, and trade. After the Second World War, grape and wine production underwent serious traumas. The primary goal of large-scale production was to achieve the largest quantities possible. The legal and economic regulations arising from the country's EU membership is promoting continuous development among winemakers. The wine regions of Hungary, hugged by the mountain ranges of the Carpathian Basin, are worthy of competing with the world's most renowned wine regions in terms of diversity and uniqueness. Now I will speak. So these are the wine regions in Hungary. You can see marked by color. So now I will speak about the wine regions in wine production in Portugal. I am sure that there are so many persons in this room that know it better than myself, but anyway, just to give short information. In Portugal, wine has been made since at least 2000 before Christ, when the Tartessians planted vines in the Sado and Tagus valleys. The history of Portuguese wine has been influenced by Portugal's relative isolationism in the world's wine market, with the only notable exception of the relationship with the British. Portuguese wines were first shipped to England in the 12th century. For centuries afterwards, Portuguese wines came to be associated with Porto and, to some extent, Madeira. In the mid-1980s, Portugal's introduction to the European Union brought a flood of financing and grants to the stagnant Portuguese wine industry. These new investments paved the way for upgrades and in winemaking technology and facilities. Renewed interest in the abundance of unique Portuguese wine grape varieties has shifted focus toward the production of more premium wines with a portfolio of unique dry reds and whites sold globally. And now we turn to the Proverbs. Portuguese parallels to the Hungarian Proverbs with component wine. We start the overview by the title proverb of our study, in vino veritas, borban az igazság, in wine there is a truth, no vino that, in wine there is a truth. Within the thematic group, this proverb makes part of a series of parallels being full equivalent or parallels with different images. Semantically, we define this proverb as effects made by wine. Talkativeness. Borban az igazság, in wine there is a truth, no vino that. This is a Latin phrase meaning, in wine there is a truth, supposing a person under the influence of alcohol is more likely to speak his or her hidden thoughts and desires. The title proverb of our study is an international proverb and was ranked 51st in the Dictionary of European Proverbs in 55 languages by Gyula Pacolai. Chapter 51 of the above dictionary says, children, fools, and drunken men tell the truth. The Latin version is given as a seventh variant of this proverb and as a parallel in different languages, Dutch, English, German, Hungarian, Russian. This dictionary doesn't contain the Portuguese version, do vinhos está verdade. Only the proverbs, a verdade sai da boca das crianças, the truth comes out of children's mouths, and cachaceiro não tem segredo, drunken has no secret, both marked as Brazilian. But the dictionary of Portuguese proverbs of Da Costa does present the version no vinho está verdade, in wine there is a truth. The latter dictionary also contains the following variations of this proverb, existing both in Hungarian and Portuguese. Gyermek részeg bolond mondja meg az igazat, child, drunkard, fool, tell the truth, crianças loucos e bêbados sempre dizem a verdade. Children, fools and drunks always tell the truth. No vinho, na ira e na criança encontra-se sempre a verdade. In wine, in wrath and in children, there is always the truth. Okay. The following proverbial parallels belong to the same category, effects made by wine, and are proverbs with different imagery represented in ABC order of Hungarian proverbs. These effects are similar to what the title proverb mentions. Folk wisdom notices that under the influence of alcohol, the true qualities of a person are disclosed and manifested. Wine could be used as a tool to uncover the hidden secrets, to better understand the personality. Megmutatja a bor, kiben mi lakik. Wine will show in whom what lives. The Portuguese proverb, te keres conhecer o homem, dá-lhe vinho. If you want to know or to understand the man, give him wine. Nincs a bornak titka. Wine has no secrets. Vinho e medo descobre o segredo. Wine and fear discover the secret. Józó, amit gondol, részegorú popul. What a sober person thinks, a drunk person preaches. En quanto al vinho desce, as palavras sobem. As the wine goes down, the words go up. Sobe a palavra quando o vinho desce. The word goes up when the wine goes down. A boca de fraco, esporada de vinho. The mouth of the weakling, spurred by wine. Another typical effect made by wine consumption is foolishness. Burbe iski, wine in, mind out. Onde entra o vinho, sai o razão. Where the wine comes in, reason comes out. Ahol a bor az úr, ott az íz koldulni jár. Where the wine is the master, reason goes begging. De vinha abastada, de razão é minguado. Rich in wine, meager in mind. Wine quality. The component wine is in the proverbs below is used not only literally but also figuratively. Wine is applied as a quality marker. A jó bornak nem kell cégér. Good wine does not need nameplate. Bom vinho não precisa da rolha. Good wine doesn't need a cork. Bom vinho por si fala. Good wine speaks for itself. Bom vinho escusa pregão. Good wine excuses trading. So good wine needs no praise. But even the highest quality products have some flaw. The Hungarian proverb uses the component wine to express this message. The Portuguese parallel to it does not contain figurative components. A legjobb bornak is van söprője, even the best wine has sediment. The Portuguese proverb is ninguém é perfeito neste mundo. Nobody is perfect in this world. Wine and friendship. Wine as a symbol of well-being attracts untrue friends who disappear at the moment of trouble. We can compare a true friend is known is need or adversity. A bajban ismerszik meg ki a jó barát, amíg a szertokon necessarna fortuna ora incerta. In the next parallel, the Hungarian proverb includes component wine, while the Portuguese proverb uses the component fix as a means of attraction. Borbarát van, de bajbarát nincs. There is wine friend, but no trouble friend. E quanto a figus, a amigos. As long as there are figs, there are friends. Regaling wine helps to find friends. Egy-két pohár borban sok jó barát lakik. Many good friends live in a glass or two of wine. Quem tem bom vinho, tem bom amigo. Who has good wine has a good friend. Wine is a value. In the next proverbial parallels, vineyards are presented in the list of values requiring special care and protection. Jó bor, pénz, szép asszony, ebben kíván őrzése. Good wine, money, a beautiful woman need a man to guard. Quem tem mulher formosa, castelo na fronteira, e vinha na carreira, não lhe falta canseira. He who has a beautiful wife, a castle on the frontier, and vineyard in career, is not lacking in fatigue. Wine and Christianity, and now, so today we have the celebration of St. Martin's Day, and you will hear about some surprise. Winemakers note a special day for quality control of young wine. Both in Hungary and in Portugal, both Christian countries, they associate it with a religious event, St. Martin's Day. The following proverbial parallels can be determined as folk observations. A bornak Szent Márton a bírája. Saint Martin is the judge of the wine. Isto quer Martinho, sopas de vinho. This one's Martin, wine sops. em dia de San Martinho, vai à adega e prova o vinho. On St. Martin's Day, go to the wine cellar and taste the wine. What we know about St. Martin. St. Martin was born in the province of Pannonia in Hungary, in today's Hungary, and converted to Christianity at a young age. He became the third bishop of Tours. As one of the best-known Christian saints in France, he was declared the patron saint of the Third French Republic and became the patron saint of many communities and organizations throughout Europe. The day of Saint Martin of Tours is celebrated by the Christian Church on 11th of November today. Martin's Day is the last holiday before the 30-day-long Christmas fast. So feasts, balls, and fairs were regular on this day. On St. Martin's Day, it is customary to toast with Martin's glass, that is, new wine that has just matured in November. So, closing my presentation. Conclusions. The goal of our research was to investigate a part of the proverbial law of two traditional winemaking countries, Hungary and Portugal. Regardless to the diverse language roots, relative geographical apartness, and dissimilar flow of national history, the two nations are united by traditions of wine production and consumption and by Christian faith too. Our attempt to find Portuguese parallels to the 13 Hungarian proverbs with components related to wine production and consumption have resulted in 19 Portuguese parallels to them, full equivalence and parallels with different imagery, with no lacuna detected. The title proverb of our study and multiple Hungarian and Portuguese proverbs to this in international proverb recorded in almost 50 languages. I would like to close my presentation by a Hungarian-Portuguese proverbial parallel expressing the hope of a better, happy future. At the same time, this is my personal encouragement and wish to all the participants of our conference. Les mixture, les miglaitkenir. There will be grapes, there will be soft bread. And in Portuguese, pau e vinho e parte no paraíso. Bread and wine and a place in paradise. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Irina, pela apresentação e por nos ter dado 10 minutos. Ou seja, podem colocar todas as questões que quiserem à Irina, por favor. We have time, 10 minutes. Não é? Rui, sobrou 10 minutos, pode ser.
Irina vive em Portugal?
Não. Irina vive em Budapeste.
Estudou português?
Em Budapeste.
Tão boa quando pronuncia português.
Obrigada.
Parabéns.
Okay.
Okay, we have a question. Yeah.
I have a question. It is possible to trace the influence of the Ottoman culture on the Hungary culture.
Yes, it's a very good question. As we heard in one of the presentation, if I am not mistaken, of our Armenian colleagues speaking about the years of the Arabic dominance in different countries. Of course, the 150 years of Turkish dominance in Hungary left the footprints in thermal bath culture, in vocabulary, in the language, in the food, in the cuisine, and also in some proverbs. Maybe I know only one. Hogy van az átok? Kurt. So the bad neighbors is a Turkish Kurt. Maybe only one, but in the songs also we have, in the, folk songs we also have, of course. But as far as I know, in Turkey there is a tradition to speak about the common history, the common part of the history. And for example, in Budapest we have the most Western pilgrimage for Turkish people. It's so-called Gulbaba Türbe, which used to be a monastery, a Turkish monastery, which is renovated with the assistance of the Turkish government and Hungarian government. It's a beautiful place with a fantastic panorama to the city. Okay, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more, please.
Oh, Ben said. You don't know everything.
I noticed that the last Hungarian one, the Lesz még szőlő, lesz még lágy kenyér, it's actually is featured in one of the lyrics of maybe the most well-known operetta of Imre Kálmán, Emmerich Kálmán, the Csárdásfürstin, the Csárdás Queen, a Csárdás királynő, in maybe the most well-known song, Hajmási Péter, Hajmási Pál.
This is one of the areas.
Yes, this is in the parts of the lyrics, and I always assume that it's poetry, but it's in fact
it became a proverb.
It became a proverb
It became a proverb, as we have a lot of numerous proverbs coming from the films, theater, poems, and so on, not only in Hungary but all around the world.
Thank you very much, Irina.
Okay. Thank you.
So, we finished. And now I call all the participants to receive the diploma.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. a captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
touch the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Yeah. love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight my soul is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim, que era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Oh, obrigada. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to this closing session. We have two presentations, and first will be Tomás Ferreira, who has done so much to make the colloquium a success, and also been so welcoming, I'm sure you'll agree, to everyone. And today, well, he's a postgraduate student in Lisbon, and today he's going to be speaking about an ancient proverb which has influenced the theology, Christian theology through the centuries up to the present time. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Fenula. Yes, so my presentation is about a small proverb which also exists in English, I think, and I'm not sure if it exists in Portuguese, probably yes, but it's a small proverb that that is found in the De Maginibus of Saint John of Damascus, which is early 8th century treatise on the importance of the divine images in the context of the iconoclastic struggle in the Byzantine Empire. So it's important that I just give you a bit of a context. In 726, the Byzantine Emperor Leo III initiated an imperial policy of iconoclasm, which based on the prohibitions of images of the divinity in the Old Testament, and the first theologian of great breadth to answer the emperor on that topic, to refute the arguments of the emperor on that topic, was Saint John of Damascus. Saint John of Damascus was a Syrian of a Melkite ancestry. So Melkite means, in terms of early patristic theology, a Melkite means, of course, it refers to a particular church, Oriental church today. But a Melkite was a Syrian who was still sworn to Chalcedonian Orthodoxy. So a Syrian who was still part of the official church of the Byzantine Empire. So St. John of Damascus came from that background, and he was a civil servant in Arab Palestine. He like his grandfather and his father, he belonged to a lineage of civil servants in Damascus. Later on in life, he retired to Palestine and became a monk. Tradition has it that it was in the Saint Sabba's monastery. We don't know for sure, but at least he died there as a monk around the year 750, more or less. And John of Damascus was the first Byzantine, and he considered himself a Byzantine, even though he never lived in territory controlled by Byzantine emperors. He considered himself a Byzantine, and he was the first Byzantine churchman to articulate a positive theology of images, a conscious positive theology of images. The chief argument that he presented many arguments, drawing from tradition, from the lives of the fathers, from custom, from etc. But the chief argument he presented was an argument of Christology. However, I'm not going to speak about his argument from Christology, because it's very important, and it gave rise to a response from Leo III's son, Constantine V, who besides being emperor and unlike his father also fancied himself as a theologian. But I'm not going to speak about that. I'm going to speak about an argument he draws from tradition. And that argument rests on a proverb. That proverb is the proverb that one swallow does not make a spring. One swallow does not make a spring. And this also exists in English in the form of one swallow does not make a summer. So, and what does he intend to mean by this? He intends to mean that an isolated instance, he resorts to this proverb to refute the argument that Epiphanius of Salamis, a great doctor of the church and a great father of the church, was against images. And he says several things. He says, on the one hand, maybe the works of Epiphanius that have come down as being from Epiphanius about that are spurious, maybe, etc., etc. And we have also the testimony of Epiphanius' church that is decorated with images, and etc., etc. But then he says this, and this means that even if Epiphanius of Salamis was against divine images, that doesn't count because, and he says, one swallow does not make a spring. So this translates as one isolated instance, one single father of the church does not make a law for the church. And there is an idea underlying this. It's a very old Christian idea. The idea of the fabled consensus patrum. The consensus patrum, or the consensus of the fathers, means that it refers to an idea that what is true in Christian practice, belief, and theology must have been confessed by every father, must have been common to every inspired teacher. Now, this is a tricky idea. I understand the appeal of this idea for early Christians, because really it rests on an idea of community, of collegiality, and of harmony between the elements of the Christian church, of the then nascent Christian church, and by the times of St. John, of the well-established imperial church. But it creates theological problems, and it's those theological problems that I'm interested in exploring here today. One of those theological problems, and I think for me the greatest, is that we can oppose to the idea of a consensus patrum the argument that truth, and especially theological truth, is not established by vote or by majority. Truth, in a theological sense, of necessity is objective, even if it is only known subjectively and partially. So we cannot understand theological truth as something that is established by vote. Even if, of course, this has the further complication that the early Christians and Christians nowadays still think that ecumenical councils where dogmas were defined were inspired by the Holy Spirit. So the consensus of the fathers was sustained by the Holy Spirit. But even so, I mean, I want to argue that there are doctrines that have generated a long and widespread consensus that are nefarious, while there are other doctrines who were always minority opinions in theological tradition that, despite having failed to generate widespread consensus throughout history, are much healthier approaches to certain theological problems. For example, and before I move on to that, I just want to call the attention for something that some here may be familiar with. Some here, especially those in the analytic tradition, in the philosophical analytic tradition, may be familiar with the ideas of the American philosopher Richard Rorty. And Rorty, who was a pragmatist, was very keen on emphasizing there is no such thing as truth, and whatever truth there is generated by consensus. And, well, if Rorty is obviously mistaken and demonstrably mistaken in terms of philosophy, much more is St. John of Damascus in terms of theology. And so let me move forth and think about certain theological ideas that were profoundly mistaken and yet profoundly influential, and some other ideas which were minority opinions and yet very much theologically fruitful. So, for example, we can think of, for example, late Augustine's understanding of grace, predestination, and original sin, and how it was instrumental for Western theology. And we can think of a brief analysis of those ideas of Augustine, of the late Augustine, that is the Augustine of the City of God, of the later sections of the City of God, and not the early Augustine, of course. The Augustine that was, according to a theologian I particularly like, conspicuously suffering from intellectual fatigue, and so moved on from his earlier, more healthier works to the most depressing Manichaeist, fatalist works. And I mean, you know, you just have to think of the Western Church, and Augustine was a Latin father of the Church, and he was particularly influential in Western Christianity. And you just have to think for a moment about the traditional Western Christian understanding of predestination and grace and original sin to see how diseased that is. For example, the idea that we all are born damnable in God's eye, that we all inherit guilt, that we all that there is a hell of eternal torment, and some of us are predestined for it, that etc., 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 etc. I mean, I could go on and on because this has occupied my mind quite a lot. And let's just contrast this idea, which is so dominant as to make up both Catholic and Protestant orthodoxy these days, and think about, for example, the fantastic, beautiful Greek Eastern doctrine of the apokatastasis, which has been championed in recent years by patristic scholars like Ilaria Ramelli and theologians like David Bentley Hart. And the idea of apokatastasis is that the incarnation of Christ, well, of course I'm saying this in very broad and minimal terms, and this all requires further qualification and study, but the doctrine of apokatastasis is, in one sentence, the doctrine that at a certain end of time, God will save us all and restore us all to our aboriginal perfection and to communion with Him. And He will heal the wounds of creation and reunite creation with Himself. This doctrine, for example, comes to clash with the Western, mainly Western Augustinian tradition of a hell of eternal torment, and I have no doubt about which of them I prefer to believe in. And so you see, certain doctrines that were very fruitful spiritually, and which chime in with the Orthodox monastic contemplative tradition that what humans feel as the fires of hell is only the love of God trying to break in, and that hell is not really a place of torment and dereliction and willful cruelty on the part of the Creator. So, I mean, and this is the essential part of my presentation. I mean, and I could go on. For example, another theological idea that would sound very strange to most Christian ears these days. Another theological idea that we would tend to think completely alien to us, and that, however, was in the past very widespread in the Byzantine East, and not only in the Byzantine East, also in the Syrian East. I don't know about the Armenian East, but we could dig into that. Is the doctrine associated to the ancient ritual of adelphopoiesis. Adelphopoiesis means brother making in Greek, and it refers to a ritual, to a liturgical ritual that meant to that was destined to consecrate a union between persons of the same sex. And now, before murmurs of scandal start to spread among the audience, I just want you to think about this: that this is not only a profoundly Christian idea, as it has nothing to do with certain spiritual pathologies of the modern age, and it's just a sorry. And if I mean, Adelpho poiesis, I tend to contend that, and then, I mean, again, there is significant discord among scholars to what extent Adelpho poiesis, the ritual of Adelpho poiesis, is strictly speaking a homosexual marriage, or more of a of a spiritual brotherhood. And I contend that it doesn't make any difference that there is that discord, because it would be a theologically sound way. And this, just for you to give an idea of this ritual, there are liturgical books from the Middle Ages where this ritual is, the order of the Mass for this ritual is preserved. And we know it was common from late antiquity until at least the 14th century. So you see more than 10 centuries of Christian practice. And the idea, my idea with this is, for example, that this particular ancient idea that ended up by disappearing from mainstream grammars of Christianity would nowadays be very fruitful to work with to solve certain theological conundrums. Namely how to accommodate the spiritual needs of homosexual people. This is just one idea, but I would contend that the more important idea is the idea of apokatastasis, which completely changes the landscape of... how much time do I have? Okay. Okay. I don't have much more to say. I just wanted you to think through, to get you to think through theologically with St. John of Damascus and see how a proverb, however well-meaning, it's curious to look at this, because this proverb is very interesting because it's rooted on an equally ancient Christian idea, and yet it seems to pose very strenuous theological problems. And it's also interesting to see how truth does not lie necessarily with the majority, but can also lean with absolute minorities, both in currents of opinion and currents of practice and currents of thought. So what I wanted to say here today is that, well, one thing, theological truth cannot be thought of as necessarily democratic, but it must be thought of in terms of a fundamental authenticity to its founding principles. And in that sense, and then we have another component of the problem, which is that Byzantine Orthodoxy, as both me and Simeon like it, Byzantine Orthodoxy, Eastern Greek Orthodoxy, which in a sense shaped the whole of the Christian world, because, and Simeon can talk about this much better than I do, and probably Irina as well, and Byzantine Orthodoxy tended to shape the whole Christian world because synodal activity was much more active in the East than in the West, and much more determined by the philosophical concerns of the Greek East than by the relatively dogmatic passivity of the Latin West. And it's interesting to see that, well, this ties in with the concept of tradition itself. And the concept of tradition, as we have it in modern theology, owes its inception to the Cardinal John Henry Newman, who was an English convert to Catholicism, and wrote an essay, a book called An Essay on the Development of Christian Tradition, of Christian Doctrine, or something like that. And it's curious to think that tradition as we have it, dogmatic tradition, is not a seamless development of already prefigured contents. It's a continual dialogue and a continual rewriting of the past. And so in tradition there are many roads not taken, but there are also many mistakes made. And the development of tradition was often determined by political expedient and cultural necessity. So we ought not to get too fixated in one particular interval. But well, I'm already far beyond my topic. But basically, what I meant to say by this is that the real tradition's resources are forever more complex, more polymorphous than we tend to think of, and we sometimes just need to scratch the surface to see a world of immense spiritual beauty. And it's sometimes sad to see that often, and especially in the Latin West, some of the most unhealthy theological currents came out dominant. So it is perhaps time to look to the minority theological currents. Thank you very much. And again, all this stemming from one little proverb in a book written 1,400 years ago by a Byzantine saint. So, beautiful.
Right. Thank you very much, Tomasz. And you've given us lots to think over. Just getting back to the proverb, I might say that there is a version in Dari, one of the official languages of Afghanistan. Yeah, you may know, it's one flower doesn't make summer.
Right,
so over to the floor then. Have we got some comments? I'm sure we do.
I'm sure Simeon has something to say.
Parabéns, Tomás.
Muito obrigado.
É verdade. No, it's true. Saint John Damascene is very important for the Orthodox cult and church because he is the author of the
Pegignoseos, the fountainhead of knowledge, which is the first synthesis of Greek theology for.
Yes, and give the order of the iconostas. Iconostas is the wall that separates the naos by the altar, and there we have an entire Orthodox theology, a Christian theology. Okay. Indeed, he used that proverb, but in fact, Christianity is syncretic religion, and many fields, many Christians was very connected by the old religions, and they need something to touch. And in Orthodox Church, we have the cult of icon. An icon is not a piece of art; it's a holy reality. There is the saint who sanctify the material, the wood.
Yes,
and it's a completely different the Catholic
statues and
yes,
of course,
and,
of course,
okay.
Of course. I mean, I didn't go into that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you wanted to say something, but I didn't go into that. But Orthodox theology of icons is completely different from the Western theology of images, including statues, etc., etc. I mean, for one thing, I mean, we in the West never had a fully developed theology of the Holy Face. We never had a fully developed theology of the divine image. And for example, I didn't speak about this, but the successors of St. John of Damascus had to go much beyond his synthesis. I mean, St. Theodore the Studite, St. Nicephorus of Constantinople, Theodore Abu Qurra, who, like St. John, also lived in an Arabic milieu. They all, I mean, one of the striking features of the system of Theodore the Studite is the appeal to an Aristotelic passage in the Categories of Aristotle to elaborate a concept of relation between the divine person of Christ and the icon of Christ. So, I mean, the icon is really, as Simeon was saying, and I mean, I think St. John of Damascus says this. He says that if an icon, for example, is erased, the wood is of no value. What is of value is the mimetic relation between the holy face and the mirror of the icon, in a sense. So, I mean, we in Catholic theology don't have any of this. And of course, there were. I mean, the theology of icons goes on and on forever, and we could be here discussing its links to the cult of relics, its links to the cult of the Stylites, etc., etc., etc. But what I wanted to stress here today, perhaps at the expense of nobler aspects of the tradition, was the dilemma between the theological challenges raised by too strong an emphasis on the consensus patrum. That was my aim here today. But I hope you enjoyed it. And if there are any more questions, I'd be happy to answer any more.
Okay, well,
I think
thank you very much,
even
Tomasz.
today, the Armenia of these saints and Damascus, it's available in our church, and it was the last council Orthodox when because we have only 7 councils.
So the ideas of St. John of Damascus, Simeon is alerting to something very important. The ideas of St. John of Damascus were adopted by the 7th Ecumenical Council, which is also known as the Second Council of Nicaea in 787, which marked the end of the first period of iconoclasm before the resurgence of iconoclasm in 815. And yeah, so thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Tomasz, I have a question too.
Yes.
What material did you use? You talked about catharsis of Aristotle. Maybe categories Aristotle, Poetica.
Yeah, no, the categories. The first part of the organon.
You used non-fiction, Biblia, fiction.
Well,
it's very interesting for me.
Well, I used only non-fiction works. Well, except I used only non-fiction works. I used as a source material. I used this book, which is the English translation of the treatises of St. John of Damascus. I used many other things, but yes.
Thank you.
And it's interesting. I know you from in Uzbekistan. You are Muslims, and it's interesting because there are scholarly disputes about the origin of iconoclasm, and some authors think that it started from the correspondence between the Byzantine Emperor Leo III and the Caliph of Islam, Yazid II. And there are people who don't agree with that, but there are also people who agree with that. But generally, the phenomenon of iconoclasm can be seen as a sort of internal penance of the Byzantine Empire on the part of itself, because. And the timeline is crucial here. The iconoclasm started in the aftermath of the Arab invasion of the eastern provinces of the Byzantine Empire.
Moreover, I want to add here, generally, we are generations of Adam and Eva.
Yeah.
So even Muslim, even Christian, I mean, we are always tolerant to any kind of religion.
Yeah.
But still, we are the same people. We are relatives. I think so.
Yeah, of course,
like
yes,
that.
of course, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you again, Tomasz. Let's give him a round of applause. So now for something completely different. We are turning to 4 people, to our hosts par excellence, Rui and Marinella, and also 2 ladies from the Municipal Archive of Tavira, Ludmila Mestres and Isabel Diaz. So if you'd like to come up, and they're going to be talking about a project that they've run with a local primary school, some children from the local primary school in connection with the archive. And Marinella is going to speak first, followed by Isabel. Thank you.
Good afternoon for all. A parceria fora de vulgar, incomum, entre a Associação Internacional de Paremiologia e o Arquivo Municipal de Tavira levou por diante um projeto piloto que envolveu alunos de uma escola básica do primeiro ciclo, cujas idades variaram entre os 9 e os 10 anos de idade e cuja finalidade foi divulgar o papel do arquivo, documentação, sua conservação, etc., na comunidade escolar através dos Provérbios. Esse projeto, a que se chamou às páginas tantas, pela sua própria essência, uniu e perpassou dois mundos aparentemente distantes, o arquivo e a paremiologia. Duas perguntas se fizeram: o que é um arquivo, o que é a paremiologia? Embora não seja novidade, porque nada de novo debaixo do sol, a cooperação entre a AIP e a AP e o Arquivo Municipal de Tavira vem sendo cada vez mais sólida desde há quase 8 anos, numa perspectiva comunitária e educacional. Levar à escola estes diversos saberes como uma espécie de pilotagem educativa que inove e informe de modo contínuo permitiu fazer opções educativas favoráveis e indispensáveis em crescente adesão aos valores fundamentais da democracia. Este foi mais um passo entre instituições de Tavira, o arquivo, a associação e a escola básica do primeiro ciclo, concretamente a Escola Horta do Carmo, do agrupamento Dr. Jorge Correia, que se ligaram naturalmente, quer pela natureza de cada uma delas, quer pelo espírito inovador e de abertura ao exterior dos seus dirigentes. O projeto piloto, às páginas tantas, que se deu o ano passado, letivo, constituiu um bom exemplo da prestação de um serviço público de qualidade, com uma visão integradora das funcionalidades expressas no regulamento do Arquivo Municipal de Tavira, atendendo a que a memória é o estojo da ciência e assumindo que não há melhor saber do que à sua custa aprender. Os provérbios, como peças patrimoniais, revelaram-se facilitadores do diálogo intercultural e agentes privilegiados em dar a conhecer o que é um arquivo junto do público escolar do primeiro ciclo através da integração dos provérbios. Garantir o acesso à educação inclusiva, de qualidade e equitativa e promover oportunidades de aprendizagem ao longo da vida para todos foi um dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável que aqui distinguimos hoje na realidade de hoje. Este é um dos objetivos, salvo erro, o objetivo 4º, da Agenda 2030 da Unesco, da Organização das Nações Unidas, em que a Unesco divulga. No feito está o proveito, é o título da nossa comunicação. Cabe agora às colegas do Arquivo Municipal de Tavira, pioneiras neste tipo de projetos, a nível nacional dos arquivos, apresentarem de forma resumida como foram realizadas conjuntamente essas boas práticas com a população escolar do primeiro ciclo neste projeto piloto intitulado Às Páginas Tantas. Passo a palavra à Isabel e à Ludmila.
Obrigada. Boa tarde. Obrigada por estarem aqui. Agradeço a vossa presença. Eu disse praticamente tudo. Bom, eu pedia para passarem o primeiro slide, se faz favor. Durante a pandemia... ok. Durante a pandemia, começou a pandemia e ficámos com muitos projetos suspensos e questionámos-nos o que é que vamos fazer agora. E apareceu a Associação Internacional de Paramiologia a pensar o que é que vamos fazer, e dentro da ideia que eu tinha de como chegar às escolas, pensámos primeiro sobre o que era a paramiologia, como fazer chegar este conceito às crianças, o que é um provérbio também, algo que no nosso plano escolar nacional, a escola primária no terceiro e quarto ano dão sempre esse conceito, e explicar também o que é um arquivo. O arquivo, está ali a resposta simples, porque o conceito de arquivo é muito mais abrangente do que o que está ali. E depois de refletirmos um pouco sobre os provérbios e o que é a paramiologia e o arquivo, pensámos também como vamos chegar até às crianças. E pensando nos provérbios como peças patrimoniais, mas além de querer facilitar o diálogo, pensámos também, o nosso objetivo não foi concluído, um dos objetivos, que era que as crianças criassem provérbios, inventassem ou adaptassem provérbios para cada peça do arquivo que lhes ia sendo mostrada. Isso aí não foi conseguido, mas foi conseguido transmitir a mensagem através dos provérbios. E então chegámos à iniciativa às páginas tantas, o que é um arquivo. Nesse sentido, tentámos começar por várias fases, definimos as fases. Estas fases tiveram que ser definidas e vão ser avaliadas para depois poderem ser transportadas para outros serviços da Câmara Municipal. Dessas fases temos a sala de aula. Fizemos questão de ir à sala de aula, apesar da pandemia. Garantimos à nossa Presidente que íamos cumprir todas as normas de segurança. Os materiais que estão aqui, que vocês vão ver, as crianças também viram, da mesma forma. E vão sentir a mesma frustração que se calhar as crianças sentiram, que foi o não poder tocar. Eles fizeram trabalhos, os alunos realizaram trabalhos com o apoio da família e dos pais, da avós. Fizemos ainda uma encadernação dos seus trabalhos na escola, que deu origem a um livro original. E a exposição dos trabalhos e, no fim, ainda a visita ao arquivo com uma futura entrega do livro, da reprodução do livro às crianças. E foi feita ainda uma cerimónia na escola oficial, com todos os protocolos. Inclusive, o delegado da turma fez a entrega do livro na biblioteca da escola, onde vai ficar e permanecer para memória futura. Então, como é que isto se desenvolveu? Primeiro, na sala de aula foi mostrado, por exemplo, um livro em mau estado, que mostra o que é que acontece quando não cuidamos das nossas bibliotecas, dos nossos arquivos, quando não temos atenção. E foi mostrado ainda aquilo que nós chamamos a mala pedagógica do arquivo, que é uma caixa com vários materiais que tiveram como base os slides que vamos ver a seguir. Por exemplo, da escova, criámos um provérbio, a explicação do que era a escova, o que é o peixinho de prata, o que é a pena, Camila, podes tirar, a pena, como é que antigamente se escrevia com a pena. Este é um dos exemplos. Mostramos também um instrumento que é o selo branco, aquela maquineta que está ali, era a que servia para fazer e autenticar os documentos mais importantes da Câmara de Tavira. Este está inativado, senão não o podíamos trazer. E houve também uma explicação com os provérbios e a transmissão dos slides na sala de aula. Eram explicados alguns conceitos. Eu vou passar aqui um pequeno vídeo, não sei se conseguem, sobre... só para terem uma ideia dos slides que foram mostrados às crianças. Pode, por favor. Por exemplo, o que é um arquivo associado ao provérbio: quem guarda, acha. a explicação do que é o arquivo, com imagens do arquivo de Tavira. Uma coisa simples, isto era uma coisa mesmo muito simples. Depois, este é outro exemplo, que é um pergaminho associado ao provérbio "a necessidade aguça o engenho". Realmente o pergaminho foi inventado a partir de uma necessidade. E foi explicado também um bocadinho da história do pergaminho. O que é a tinta ferrogálica? A tinta ferrogálica é aquela tinta que a tinta na Idade Média tinha muito ferro e estragava hoje, se não for tudo bem preservado, estraga os documentos e faz aqueles buracos. Com o provérbio associado do cuidado, bom, já não me lembro, o slide passou. Sobre a pena de escrever, temos o escrever certo por linhas tortas, um provérbio muito conhecido em Portugal. O manuscrito também, as palavras voam, a escrita fica. E eu não coloquei muitos exemplos, mas isto está um bocadinho demorado. A paleografia, que é a ciência que estuda a escrita em suportes móveis, associado ao provérbio "de livro fechado não sai letrado". Aqui também não há um provérbio diretamente relacionado com a paleografia, mas tentámos ser criativos. Mostramos ainda também o que é um sinete, que a primeira impressão é a que fica, logo aquela que nós temos aqui também, o sinete, que foi usado mais tarde na atividade quando eles foram ao arquivo. A máquina de escrever não pude trazer porque era muito pesada. Esta máquina de escrever é de 1910. Do instrumento vem o sustento e a máquina de escrever foi o sustento de muitas pessoas. E ainda o famoso bichinho de prata, que existe nas nossas casas, na casa de banho, mas nos arquivos e bibliotecas também, com o provérbio "a bicho ruim não há mal que lhe chegue". As crianças gostam muito de ver o bichinho de prata e gostam muito de ver, nós temos umas pequenas amostras. O morcego, que há muito nas nossas bibliotecas, o arquivo de Tavira tem morcegos, porque estamos num edifício antigo. Com o provérbio "sai um morcego a passear, são horas de cear". E o foral, que é um documento muito importante atribuído por Dom Manuel em 1504, a espada vence e a palavra convence, porque depois de conquistadas muitas terras foi preciso consolidar as populações nas localidades. E o brasão de armas da cidade de Tavira, para saber não basta ler, é preciso viver e ver. Porque é muito importante conhecerem o brasão da cidade, e este ano letivo que passou, as crianças abordaram muito a questão patrimonial da região onde vivem, e o que é uma ata, como por exemplo, dar tempo ao tempo. A ata é escrita e às vezes é importante voltar atrás e rever o que é que se passou, mesmo passado muito tempo. Bom, isto foi na sala de aula e depois os alunos fizeram os seus trabalhos, que continha a pesquisa. A cada aluno foi atribuído um tema, a professora é que fez essa distribuição dos temas e desse trabalho resultou, eu vou mostrar aqui um vídeo com um pequeno resumo de alguns, não estão todos, é só alguns trabalhos, por favor, se puder. E aqui estão a capa e o índice vencedores. A votação foi feita com a turma toda e para ajudar a desempatar, a professora e a diretora da escola e uma funcionária da escola ajudaram também na votação dos alunos, dos melhores trabalhos. Depois foi feita a encadernação deste livro na sala, neste caso não foi na sala de aula, teve que ser na biblioteca, na sala da biblioteca da escola. Mais uma vez tivemos que manter a distância, foram os alunos à distância, nós noutra mesa, a cozer o livro e a mostrar o livro que contém os trabalhos dos alunos, todos. Os trabalhos foram feitos antes da pesquisa. Nós queríamos saber o que é que eles conheciam sobre as peças do arquivo e o que é que se fazia no arquivo, e depois fizeram então uma pesquisa com a ajuda dos pais. Os trabalhos estão todos ali. Foi também um momento engraçado, foi para nós foi muito enriquecedor. E a seguir fizemos depois em junho, porque em junho em Portugal celebramos o Dia Mundial da Criança a partir do dia 1 de junho, fizemos a exposição. Aqui a exposição não continha os originais, continha a reprodução dos trabalhos, foi feito na Biblioteca Municipal, com a exposição dos trabalhos, e da visita da exposição, da visita das crianças à exposição, porque senão não fazia sentido ter a exposição, resultou um pequeno momento intercultural muito interessante, do qual depois vamos também mostrar só aqui um bocadinho. Eu pedia, por favor, de passarem o vídeo. Não tem som, mas eu vou-me calar para poderem ouvir no fim um menino chinês que vai ler o provérbio em chinês.
A máquina de escrever faz tudo o que você manda.
Tínhamos também um menino a ler um provérbio em indonésio, mas infelizmente a mãe dele não sabia falar português nem inglês e não conseguimos saber o equivalente e a tradução desse provérbio e perceber o que significava. Depois da visita à biblioteca, houve um momento no fim do mês para a visita ao arquivo, onde entregámos o... eu carreguei nisto, não? Desculpem, a visita ao arquivo, onde podem também clicar e passar o vídeo, se faz favor, onde foi feita uma pequena atividade com as crianças, além de visitarem o arquivo, rodaram as estantes. Não, desculpe, é clicar no vídeo. As crianças fizeram uma... Podes mostrar, Mila? Onde fizemos uma carta de confirmação de presença à moda antiga, em papel, a imitar papel pergaminho. Este papel foi umedecido em café seco, e depois as crianças também selaram com o fio de lacre. Foi assim. Aqui estamos a ver neste... sim, já está, entrega do livro na biblioteca. No fim foi um momento também muito engraçado. Está ali a diretora da escola com os representantes da turma, antes de entregarem o livro à responsável da biblioteca. Este livro vai ficar para a memória futura. Os netos destas crianças, os filhos destas crianças, quando voltarem à escola, vão poder ver os trabalhos que eles fizeram. Está em preparação a edição do livro, para breve, contamos que seja para breve, para entregar a cada criança um exemplar, porque eles são os próprios autores deste livro. No site da Câmara de Tavira está o vídeo completo que eu acabei de mostrar, e no YouTube também. Só uma última nota. Este projeto pretende-se que seja alargado, como eu disse inicialmente. Vamos criar uma estrutura e um plano que se possa adaptar ao Laboratório de Conservação e Restauro, ao Serviço de Arqueologia, ao Serviço do Museu, do Veterinário e da Biblioteca, sempre com os provérbios associados, porque o objetivo também é que as crianças associem a todas as peças e objetos com que se trabalha em cada área, associarem um provérbio enquanto aprendem e descobrem o que é que se faz em cada serviço municipal. E cheguei ao fim. Obrigada. Thank you. Não sei se tem alguma questão. Sim.
I tried to summarize what said before. Maybe you could follow with the videos, but I must stress 2 or 3 things only. The first one is that we have one collaboration with the archives from at least 8 years. And secondly, that we try to make the connection between the archives, our association, and schools. And finally, this model that we adopted always must be adapted for new situations. For instance, if we try to pass the information about some profession, fireman, for instance, of course that we can adapt this, ask students, ask professors as well, family, to be engaged on this, and maybe this could help when in the last years of secondary school they can really have one better idea about this profession or this office or this service. So we try just next year to extend this project to the hospitals or other institutions that can ask us and they can profit about this model. I must tell you that really we were invited just to present the project in another way to the group of archives persons and they find this project very well to be implemented in other archives. And for that reason, I think that it's better that we can, in practice, put all together working. Sometimes we need to give information. Even in my discipline, and of course in yours, always I said that it's much more difficult for a professor to teach one student that arrived to us with wrong ideas than just to have another open to discuss the ideas, to get information that maybe they have not, and for that reason we are very happy with this project, not only by the project itself, but by the projection we will have in next years. So I think that I try to summarize just what we have done. Of course, that there are some details that Marinella told at the beginning, but I think that you understood the main things that we must pass for you. And of course, that really the project also can be adopted by other archives, not only in Portugal. If some of you are connected with archives in other countries, and if you think that this will be a good model, please try to implement it anywhere, and we will see the results. Thank you for your attention, and if this.
The book edition
Uh-huh.
has the methodology that we prepared for this activity. It's only to understand better why this. Next year, maybe you can see the book edition.
Yeah. If there are some questions, please.
Yes. I have one thing to explain also, because in our historical archive we couldn't find any documents with Proverbs. I think so. We don't have Proverbs, so we will create documents for the future to reunite Proverbs, or to make new ones from the children. And in Tavira, we have many children from other countries, also from Ukraine, that Lyudmila helped us to build bridges between the teacher and the students. And we have students from Nepal, Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, Vietnam, very China, and very countries that they also can brought to us many rich proverbs to learn. Thank you.
And now we are preparing a new version of the European Proverbs just with Lyudmila in Ukrainian, English and Portuguese to help the migrants that come here to begin to study Portuguese easily through English and Ukraine. Thank you, Lyudmila. Okay.
Yeah. Parabens, I think it sounds like a really worthwhile project, and I'm sure the children got a lot out of it. And thank you very much for bringing all the artifacts from the archive and the finished book as well. And we look forward to the book next year about the methodology. So I'm sure there will be some comments or questions. Rui? Yeah.
Thank you. I only would like to ask, what is the oldest document you have in your archive?
Oh, the oldest document. Sadly, our oldest document is from 1579. It's only one. And after this one, we have documents from 1724. Because the archive from the city halls suffered two earthquakes in the 18th century, and in the 16th century the city suffered a big fire that destroyed everything. So it's very sad. But we have 6 books that someone transcribed the documents that were damaged to a book, and we have in Portugal we have the only archive that we have the chronicle of how the Dom Paio Pérez Correia conquers the Algarve. It's for me it's the most precious document.
Would anyone else like to ask about the archive or about the project or make a comment?
Okay. If someone wants to see the book, we are available to show you the...
Well, thank you again. And perhaps Tomasz, you could come up too. And
now I think that we can profit to close this.
Yes, close one. We have some
and after the diploma. Okay. Tomás. Se calhar deixa só distribuir os diplomas primeiro e depois... Thank you very much. Just for the closing session, I invited the president of the Portuguese Federation for Associations, Clubs, and from UNESCO. So we have worked also for some years, and besides this cooperation as a member of the UNESCO, of course, that all of you noticed that he helps the association in several ways, namely together with our technicians. And please, I ask for the technicians. Come here. Come here, Damian. Damian. Yeah. Come here.
You don't want to go there.
Yeah.
No. Okay, because one surprise. You know, this wouldn't be possible without our magic men, those who make it possible for us to meet somebody in tobacco and some other one in Greece and like that. So I thank you nearly with my heart. And you take the other one who is not here. No, this is for you. Thank you very much. It is your diploma.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah.
And without more words, please, can you continue with your words?
Fica aqui que a gente vai falando. Boa tarde a todos. Peço desculpa, vou falar em português. O Rui vai comigo tendo aqui um diálogo sobre algumas coisas e algumas notas que não têm tanto a ver com os provérbios, mas que os provérbios podem ser uma ferramenta para tratar. E tem a ver com os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável e como eles são importantes na nossa vida e deveriam ser ainda mais, e como os provérbios podem ser uma ferramenta de chegar às pessoas através do conhecimento popular. Ainda ontem falava ali com a senhora enfermeira Judite, que ela tem uma longa experiência de chegar ao pé das pessoas e traduzir aquilo que é uma linguagem difícil numa linguagem fácil. E isso os provérbios também nos dão. E é esse o lado importante que podemos trazer aqui. Dá. Ok. Somos cada vez mais, somos uma multidão cada vez maior que tem várias questões aqui associadas. Nós temos sempre um problema, pelo menos em Portugal funciona assim, nos outros países, se calhar cada um à sua medida terá esse problema, que deveríamos primeiro prevenir antes de remediar, mas não fazemos isso, pois não?
Usually I change a little this proverb, changing the last word, and I say it's better to prevent than to react.
Mas normalmente fazemos o contrário. Esperamos que a coisa aconteça, a desgraça aconteça e depois nós fazemos qualquer coisa. Ou como este, que tem a ver com depois de casa roubada, trancas à porta. Normalmente, quando nos acontecem as desgraças, então nós prevenimos e nós resolvemos, porque nós, enquanto cultura portuguesa, e não somos únicos com certeza na face da terra, gostamos muito de arranjar qualquer coisita.
This proverb is just to illustrate the situation that we have discussed around the world about environment and climate. So usually we react after the house to be stolen and after we put this kind of...
Santinho. Foi para o Tomás, que ele espirrou entretanto. Estes são os 17 objetivos. Acho que toda a gente entende minimamente o que aqui está e como as metas que se pretendem alcançar estão aí em 2030. Há países que estão a fazer o seu caminho melhor, outros com mais dificuldade. O problema é que nós não gostamos de sair da nossa zona de conforto e temos vários problemas para resolver. Começando logo ali pelo primeiro, que é erradicar a pobreza, e depois o segundo, que é de alguma forma acabar com a fome.
these the two first, just to eradicate poor people, and also the other just to make agriculture sustainable for all.
Esta é uma realidade inevitável. Estamos cada vez mais, todos os anos, a sofrer na pele através de cheias, através de secas. Nós estamos numa região que neste momento tem barragens com menos de 3% para o abastecimento público. Já não podem sequer ser usadas para a agricultura porque a água está num nível muito inferior ao desejável. Só aqui alguns números que nos esclarecem bem. Estamos a ver aqui 4.481.319 hectares, que é muito mais que o território de Portugal. E vamos continuar sem fazer nada, isto depende um bocadinho de nós. Pessoas sem água potável, sem acesso à água potável, são quase 1.000 milhões, números redondos. E isto é uma realidade de agora, de hoje, não é de há não sei quando, nem está escrito na história. Nós estamos a escrever a história. Este também é o número de hoje, ao dia de hoje. Já morreram este número significativo de crianças com menos de 5 anos. E este é o número de pessoas subnutridas ou desnutridas no mundo, no dia de hoje. E isto bate-nos também à porta. Nós temos aqui um fio da navalha que é muito, muito curto. Este ditado é um ditado português, Deus é quem sabe. Mas eu comparava-o com este. Só Deus sabe. Podemos fazer este jogo?
Yeah. I think so, and everybody maybe understand the game that he tried to put here. Only God knows. And what is our work? Deus, God, is He who knows. And just I think that we must just to take these small sentences, but the main thing is what inside us we believe that we can do. God knows, but of course we too, or we must.
O problema é que eu não estou a falar de religião. Estou a falar de uma realidade. Este é só Deus sabe, que provavelmente já nem existe, mas que foi uma criança que nasceu em África e que a mãe resolveu pôr só Deus sabe, porque a realidade é aquela que está ali descrita. Ele tem 2 anos e parece que tem 6 meses. Portanto, esta é uma realidade do nosso mundo com a qual nós convivemos todos os dias e às vezes assobiamos um bocadinho para o lado para fazer que não vimos.
This picture really try to transmit the idea of one mother with a child that has 2 years and a half, more or less, but you can look for the image and really it seems very young, because maybe he has no food.
E a mãe deu-lhe precisamente o nome do Só Deus sabe.
And for that reason, mother gave him the name of Only God Knows.
Esta é uma música de um grupo português que, há páginas tantas, utiliza um provérbio que diz melhor só que mal acompanhado. Um bocadinho adaptado, mas é isto.
Usually we say better alone than with some person not very good. But here is a little different. Better alone than bad company.
Este é outro problema que nós vamos enfrentar nos próximos anos. Isto são dados das Nações Unidas E diz que pessoas com mais de 60 anos vai duplicar em 2050 e vai triplicar em 2100. E muitas dessas pessoas vão viver sozinhas, vão estar isoladas, vão precisar de apoio. E isso é um trabalho também nosso de arranjar uma resposta social e que, de alguma forma, seja condizente com aquilo que nós somos, humanos.
Maybe we must really think about our contribution to change, not only waiting for other external contribution.
E depois vem a história do que temos que mudar. O que é que temos que mudar? A palavra mudar, como outras, eu poderia aqui citar o ajudar, também o andar e por aí afora, tem sempre contido o dar, que implica nós fazermos qualquer coisa, nós empenharmos qualquer coisa de nós. Mas nós temos, por tradição, esperar que alguém nos salve. Nem que seja um ser divino, mas estamos sempre à espera que alguém nos salve em vez de sermos nós a fazer qualquer coisa.
For that reason, you can look for this picture, and the word mudar was decomposed and stressed, and the main thing is that we must give, dar. Portuguese word dar, and not only to wait for some person giving to us.
Já Luís Vaz de Camões utilizava uma espécie de um provérbio que dizia: mudam-se os tempos, mudam-se as vontades, é preciso crer.
500 years ago, just Camões, our epic poet, said just we change times, and for that reason the will change also. And my colleague said, if we want.
Até porque nós temos uma brincadeira com o português, que no inglês não é bem igual, mas que nós temos crer com C, e aí acreditamos que queremos mudar, mas também temos crer com Q, e muitas das vezes é uma questão de querermos amealhar, mas não sabermos como.
He said that really in Portuguese language we have two words that sound the same. I pronounce querer, but usually you say crer, and the other crer. The difference is that we write the first one Q, U, A, and the rest is similar. And the difference, the main difference is that querer is just different, is to want. Crer, C-R-A-R, is just to believe, to give some inner help, and not only to say it's possible.
E, portanto, este é o ditado que ficou depois de Luís Vaz de Camões mudado o tempo, mudado o pensamento. Será que é assim?
They changed after Luís de Camões, and now he is just asking for looking to this new way to write. Once the time was changed, maybe our thinking changed too.
É fácil falar sempre, depois o problema é praticar. Praticar. Esse é o lado mais difícil sempre. É passarmos das palavras à ação. Mas é esse o desafio. E esse é um desafio que não tem nome, não tem morada, porque todos nós estamos convocados a fazê-lo, porque nós podemos intervir na nossa rua, nós podemos intervir na nossa comunidade. E isso depende de nós e não depende de alguém que decida ou que alguém defina para que possamos fazer. E, portanto, isso é um problema nosso. E os provérbios podem ser muito importantes nesse capítulo.
This, most of you can translate. To speak is easy, but to do is difficult. And really, today, sometimes, even by political reasons, by fear and other reasons, sometimes we don't speak what can be explained because it is not politically correct. So this is bad in my opinion, because really this close, and even we can speak frankly for the others. Sometimes we say, oh, I cannot tell this because maybe I suffer the consequences on my employment or another situation.
Mas acho que há uma coisa que tem que ficar, até porque estamos no fim, e não levar daqui uma mensagem de esperança não fazia sentido. E diz o provérbio que a esperança é a última a morrer. E, portanto, depende de nós que essa esperança fique viva ou não. E vai depender sempre de nós que possamos fazer mais ou menos para que possamos viver neste condomínio que é comum, apesar de ser grande, mas é um condomínio em que nós também temos responsabilidades para o manter. E, portanto, é fundamental fazê-lo.
So the proverb here, as most of you know, hope is the last to die. And of course, this is our philosophy in the association, and we share this with all of your works. And just for instance, we published this book according with these objectives for sustainable development. Why? Because most of us don't know these objectives. And as teachers that most of us are, we try just to go there, not waiting they come to us. So all the objectives are here explained, and we add Proverbs to easily make understandable the situation. And here another book to give voice to citizenship. This seems very easily. Okay, it is easily. But for those that don't know yet, this book was made in collaboration with one association of mental diseases. So we had some meetings, even during the COVID pandemic, and we took all the rules for security, but really we explained it, and after we said to them, do you know this? Oh, never, never, never. Oh, it's time to think. And we explained it. We discussed in a group with them, and after we said to them, now that you understand what does mean with this or this article of the Chart for Human Rights, after that, in your opinion, you must choose exactly one drawing that, according with your interpretation, can just give the idea for this article of the Constitution.
Então, com certeza que encontraram no vosso quarto um folheto como este, a chamar a atenção para a água, um provérbio muito simples que tem a ver com não deixes para amanhã o que podes fazer hoje. E isso é fundamental naquilo que estamos aqui a fazer e a dizer.
You said that maybe you find this in your rooms, and what is there is don't leave for tomorrow the things that you can do today. Allow me to make a joke, because today in a conversation with some person in this class, in this room, I said that we must be very careful with the interpretation of Proverbs, just to think about the real meaning, and not only because it is popular now to say in this way or in this way. But really, for those that don't know, My friend Iris is coming from Alentejo, the province over Algarve. And usually they don't speak so much. And the picture that sometimes characterize people coming from this province is they are a little lazy, excuse me.
Mas depois tem que dizer de onde é que vieram, porque é que os algarvios gostam de lá ir.
Exatamente.
Porque vieram de lá.
but really in Alentejo, I must tell you that I worked in Alentejo in the Polytechnic Institute, and I learned the philosophy of Alentejo. Really, for me, is very, very strong. They are very good observers. They don't speak so much, but they are looking around to point this or this strong situation. And
não sei se isso
they
é bom.
learn.
Eu não sei se isso é bom, porque eles amanhã vão a Évora e depois estão
a
andar a ver.
And really, this proverb that don't live for tomorrow what you can do today, they adopt as a philosophy another situation. Don't make today what you can delay for tomorrow. And but they are really very good observers, and our partnership has provoked some good results said by all of people.
Aproveitando aquilo que o Rui estava a dizer, há já algumas organizações que começaram a ver os provérbios como uma ferramenta para trabalhar vários aspectos, inclusivamente com idosos. Eu sou daqueles que não sou como muitos dos senhores que aí estão sentados, porque são estudiosos dos provérbios. Eu vejo mais a utilidade do provérbio como uma ferramenta para trabalhar determinados aspectos.
He said that he is not like most of you, a specialist in Proverbs, but he uses very often Proverbs just to help him with the spreading out the philosophy of UNESCO.
E isso era fundamental dar esse salto também para trabalhar os provérbios enquanto uma ferramenta junto de determinados públicos e com determinados públicos.
And some institutions now are really taking care of Proverbs in their institutions as a way easier to reach the objectives.
Temos quase a concluir. E depois vêm os obrigados. Sabe que eu tenho uma terra.
Yeah, you understand the joke. And
Mas a terra existe.
He's a rich man. Doesn't seem, but it is really not only because he has a land, but because really he works very much in favor of UNESCO. So thank you.
Antes disso, dizer que é preciso agradecer a esta gente toda que esteve aqui uma semana a debater os provérbios, e acho que a primeira salva de palmas é para eles.
Claro que sim.
Vamos lá embora. Nunca é demais lembrar os técnicos.
He is a little jealousy because he was thinking that he was very calm person, resilient person. But now he recognized that you are much more resilient than himself.
Really?
Yeah. So thank you. And of course, not only to thank all of you, but also, you know that the trip to Évora was prepared by him. And someone, sometimes, namely our dearest friend Mieder, asked how it is possible to do this during 15 years. Small reason. We have friends. And now, because...
Só uma nota para fechar.
Sim.
Os provérbios são matéria para ser património material da humanidade da UNESCO. E cabe aos senhores fazer isso. lutar por isso.
Thank you. Yeah, very important. The staff, please, can come here very, very quickly. Yeah, we have here some diplomas to distribute for all of you. This is for you, this is for you, and this is for Isaac. Please give it to them, okay? And please, I call Damian, and also I can just continue as some people working together with that staff. One for you. Yeah. Please, Marinella. One for you. Other persons are at the library, and Francisca, please. Yeah. And another kind of friends and helpers. Alda, please.
Mata agora, aquele agora ainda. Eu ainda preciso.
Yeah.
Isto está ligado.
Excuse me, the others are in the library. So, Alda, please, you have this, show the others. On Wednesday, most of these small gifts were done by her. She doesn't like, but of course, now all people knows that she prepared this. Thank you. Anna O'Byrne. Because some participants this year came without a communication, but they participate. So you have the right to a diploma, okay? Erki. Congratulations. Fátima Vizeto. Special greetings from Fernanda Rosa. Most of you remember Fernanda. She got twice COVID, and now she has a feet broken. so she couldn't come, but she remember you. So after I will leave. Fionnuala. Fionnuala. I must thank some persons because all the time they know that our association needs some kind of special help. And for that reason, some persons I don't reveal, they give some donations. So all these are included here. Thank you so much. In another way, Francisca, please. Because one thing is just to help us here during the colloquium, and another thing is behind the beginning of this, before the beginning, and after the beginning, the end of, excuse me because I'm tired, just we have some persons helping, and Francisca is one of those persons. Gabriel Gui, Helena Pereira, Hugo, please. Hugo was a student of mine. Now he's an expert in international relations in one school nearby here at Olhão, 20 kilometers far away. And he is concerned just to our colloquium to put in the net lots of pictures, interviews, and so on. So for that work, this, and mainly because his doctor is there, come here, I think that I have here a certificate for you. All of us say very often that we must engage new people in our association. We are trying to use the father just to motivate her to come here. So you have here for your collaboration. Welcome. And she will help very much, not here, but in the future in our headquarters and so on. So thank you. Thank you. Judith. So, thank you, Judith. For those that don't know, Judith is more or less the same age than me, and we worked in primary school, and after we went to secondary school at that time separately, because at that time there were no mixed schools, so she went for one female college, and I went for one male college. And after, of course, each of us follow their own way. But always we keep in mind our friendship. And this is the reason she is here, and maybe in Cuba de Alentejo, you will see something more. So, thank you. Linda. Linda is another friend, very close friend. And of course, I never knows if I told you before. Do you know the meaning of your name in Portuguese? I do. Yeah, and you are. Thank you. Lourdes. Thank you very much. Another person helping so much our association, because not only about the book, the very nice book about Proverbs during 500 years ago, in the times of our great theatre in Portugal, Gil Vicente, and contemporary persons, she wrote a book as a result of maybe 15 or more years of work. And the graces to our intensification on the municipality, finally it was possible to make this book for the future. So thank you. And now she is doing also very good work nearby Mafra, and she gives the support just to one senior academy. And even in the land of Lourdes, we have some restaurants, some coffees full of proverbs, including the name of one restaurant is Provérbios. So, thank you for your work, okay? Magdalena. Magdalena also has a special role nowadays, because you know that this year we have OSNUR collaborating with university according to Erasmus program. So I think that Magdalena began also to do this, and we have some kind of contract. We don't like so much papers. We are full of papers. And we believe in the word. And really, sometimes we need to fill some papers. But this is to say that really she is doing very special work, not this year yet, but the beginning is this year. So thank you, and next year we will do better. Marinovotna. Rui Duarte again. Yeah. Because in another way you helped us so much. And finally, and because today we have one presentation making equal opportunities between men and women, please think that the last one is Sabine. Please, Sabine. Sabine? Yeah. So, please, can you come here, Christian? Sabine. In our association, we don't distinguish male from female or other orientations. And really, I think that we must respect all, but all must respect us. And just usually when we do these certificates, and because it was one practice that I have done from my times as a professor, usually I ordered alphabetically. So don't mind if it is male or female, but really this was just what I have done. So Sabine, you have your diploma, and please thank in Portuguese, because she is one of the Portuguese that now knows very much word. Tell some, or three, yeah. Diploma. Or certificate. And Isabel, please, as a representative, because she is the director of the archives, you have here also one diploma to put in your chair there. Without permission, you can put there. And I hope that in the future our work can continue like at now. Thank you.
No, nothing more. Sugar in the bottom. You know the Mediterranean diet. When you travel to Finland, you can use this because these are in Finnish here, some of them in åkerbär in Swedish. But you can buy kukkakaali, which a Christian loves, for example, and omena, porkkana. You don't need so much about that. But this is actually most important things in Mediterranean diet. Then, so that you remember what kind of land it is. This is the northern part of Finland, and you know that Finnish Sami people are the only indigenous people in whole Europe. And this is telling about not only their life, but the circumstances they are living and doing their work. So, take this and go shopping and let other things outside that.
Thank you so much.
If it's not mentioned here, you are not allowed to eat it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And it was not only for you. No, don't you think? Marinella can sit at home and read a book, and you are going to shopping.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And before to go to the drink, they are waiting for us, because I told that today is San Martin Day. So they prepared for us some drinking and a special moment for us today. And after that, each person can relax a little. And at 8 o'clock in the bar again, preparing for the dinner. Thank you. We are proposing for our next General Assembly, we are proposing, if you agree, here, and after I will put in consideration on the General Assembly, to renew this colloquium next year on the 5th November, to begin on the 5th November. If you agree, I can go to the General Assembly in December with this proposal. Is it okay? Yeah. 5 to 12, from Sunday to Sunday. And I recommend for those that have the possibility to come some years before or to stay here 2 or 3 days more. Thank you, and all the very best for all of you.
You really are the master of all of us. Sometimes you trick us a little bit, you know, but it is to me that you have done this for 16 years and have been able to create such wonderful international friendships. It is, I think, in my long life of professional life, it is absolutely unique. And I think you deserve all of our thanks and appreciation. I want to say one other thing yet about the nice gentleman who gave the talk earlier from UNESCO. And he finished his talk with, "Hope is the last thing to die." I don't like so much the word die in it, but it's a wonderful proverb. I'd like to add another one and say that hope springs eternal. That is a little bit more without having to mention dying. But if I may, for many years, I taught, and I miss it a lot now that I've retired, I taught a class on Proverbs. And I usually had about 80, 85 students in it. And I mean, to me, every time I taught it, I would be all charged up. I would go to that class. I could hardly wait to see those wonderful students. Now, how do you wind up a course like that? You know, you've been with them for 3 months, like we've been here. You know? So what do you say to them when you fly home or drive home? Well, let me tell you my 3 favorite proverbs. I get that question a lot. And here's a fascinating cultural thing. When I'm asked what my 3 favorite German proverbs are, I have somehow problems with that. Still don't quite know. But in English, I really do have 3 favorite proverbs. The first one, and this is what I tell the students at the end, if you can live according to these 3 proverbs, you will be a good person. So here they are. The first one is different strokes for different folks. Yeah. That is a modern American proverb. And it basically means that give each person the chance to be herself or himself. You know? The other one is, and it exists in a secular and also in a religious way. So there are 2 variants. One is God will make a way out of no way, if you want a more religious one. I prefer making a way out of no way, which relates to what was said earlier. In other words, if you have a chance to help someone or make a difference, do it. Don't wait until tomorrow. Make it your principle to, if you can help someone, don't tell the person, wait till tomorrow. Do it right away. And the last one, and I do want to say I am so deeply touched by all of you, but our 7 Uzbekistan young ladies. Of course, I'm long in love with all of them, but, you know, there's a proverb, and I'm not at all a religious person, but there's a proverb that ties all of humanity together. It's in the Quran, it's in the Bible. In fact, it is in every major religion of the world, and you know all that it is. The golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Yeah. Let's do it. Thank you again, Rui, and everybody.
Thank you, Sandy. So we are invited just to a drink in the bar. Thank you for all. Yeah.